Yeah, run them likes up. Run them likes up. You can light up if you want.
If you light up, I'll take a hit.
Okay. Gotcha. Loka, you want to light up? I don't want to smoke right now because I get a little swimmy head. You know? Huh?
I mean,
Swimmy head. I mean, I just
Swimmy
start.
head.
I get lost in my thoughts and
Okay.
and I can start.
I'll
I
do it a little bit.
have a little like Tourette's moments and shit like that. I get silly. That's what it
weed
is.
from
You can light
Tourette's.
up.
I mean, Tourette's from weed. Okay, I never heard that. Usually it's from the alcohol. You know?
I'll light up later.
Run them likes up.
Can they hear us right now? All right. Someone said they hope I go in on Cheeto Man. Who is that?
Go.
Flows in the house, boy. That's right.
They hope they what?
Cheeto Man? They said I hope Rev goes in on Cheeto Man. Oh, like Donald Trump because it's orange?
Makes sense.
That's pretty funny. I never heard that one.
Cheeto man.
That ran in 2016. That's from way 2016. Cheeto
Yeah.
Man? Yeah.
That's
Yes.
funny.
Okay. Let me turn these guys up over there. Yeah. Let's pay some respects, huh? Where's my dog, Camp Flores? Rest in peace, Camp Flores, man. One of the greatest upcoming comedians ever to do it, man. Our boy, our friend. A big shout out to Chicago, man. Chicago, love, respect, condolences to his family, to the fellow comedian world, man, that loved this dude, Camp Flores, man. He was most definitely the life of the party, man. You know, rest easy, my dog. Rest easy, Ken. Good dude right there. Casey, where we at right here, dog? Where we at, my dog?
Right here. It's game time.
Oh, it's game time?
It's game time.
Well, let's get it cracking then, dog.
Game time.
Welcome to Hoodstocks. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. You already know how we doing this shit. Yes, sir. We see everybody in the chat. It's game time, baby. Yes, sir. Chop City on the beat.
The comments were funny. Someone's like, I bet these hyenas eat Cheetos every day.
Look at my pink fingers.
They got the Cheeto fingers.
Savages. Yes, sir. Chop City on the beat. Yeah, man. East Los Bowl Heights, I see you, dog. Raider, left. What up, my G? I think that's a homie from Eastside Clover right there. Yes, sir. Hey, Hair Jesus, Highland Park. Yes, sir. You already know it.
That's right. What's up, Hair Jesus?
Yes, it's the homie right there.
Hell yeah.
Highland Park family.
Hell yeah.
Loka, let me see that right there. Yes, yes, yes. Appreciate everybody tapping in right now. Hey, King Frankie 47, thank you for that $4.99, dog. Free K9. Shout out to everyone there. It's Hoodstocks or nada. Sometimes it be like that. Good days, bad days. We here though.
Somebody said Reverie just woke up. I know, the homegirl came all beautiful. I came in my sweat, so I'm like, oh.
Danny, where you at? Janelli. Danny, you better be watching.
I think Loka wakes up like that, you know what I mean? She's like, you know what? I don't know if someone's gonna call me while I'm sleeping. I need to be ready.
I don't know if I'm gonna get rated. I gotta look good. You know what I mean?
You look good. Somebody on there was like, homegirl in the blues, the epitome of a woman. I swear, I seen it.
You are, man.
Thank
You
you,
are.
guys. Thank
You're
you.
doing great things within the city too. Shout out to you
Thank
know
you.
what? I want everyone to give a warm welcome to Loka, man. She's doing great things in the city. She's modeling. She's on the construction site, bro. Like,
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I mean, before we move to introduce our next guest, share a little bit about yourself real quick.
Well, I'm a project manager right now. I'm working at a construction company, and it's going very, very well. It's my first job ever had in my life. So I'm so proud of myself.
After-
great.
After doing all the time
In prison?
in prison, yeah.
Okay.
So I finally got a good job, and I'm stable.
Congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
That's big. That's really big.
Strong women right here. And speaking of strong women, man, long overdue, man. You know what I mean? And hopefully we can, this will be the catapult to another episode with this beautiful lady, very talented. So we from the same side of town, Highland Park.
Hell yeah.
Everybody give it up for
Big bad
Reverie.
Northeast.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
Lanela.
Yeah, Lanela. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be
Absolutely.
here. I'm
No,
glad we
thank
finally
you.
did it. Yeah, it's long overdue.
I think this is important, man. You know what I
Me
mean?
too.
And over here, we got Heron. Hey, everybody give it up for Heron. Am I saying that correctly, brother?
Heron.
Heron. Okay. I'm trying to say it like with the right pronunciation, dog. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they be clowning me, you know what I mean, about how I be saying shit. So I'm going to put that. I was trying to roll my motherfucker. You know what I
You
mean?
said it the Chicano way. In Spanish, it's Heron.
Heron.
Heron in Spanish.
Heron. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Or
brother.
you can say my native name, Ashoken.
Okay. Okay. And so if some of you guys don't remember, this is the homie that was here with Alex Enamorado with the debate they did with the Lexit dudes, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And so what we did is we had these cats debate. What would you consider, bro? Are you consider on the left?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
I don't think so either, brother.
Nah.
What do you consider yourself?
I predate this empire.
Okay. Okay. So we had Latinos that exited the Democratic Party to be hardcore Republicans, and they debated the homie Heron right here and Alex. And I think Alex would consider himself on the Democratic side, right?
He was far left.
Far left.
Yeah, far left.
Thank you. Thank you. Far left. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though?
I think in Latino America, it's a really good thing. Here, not so much.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And you're gonna clarify that to us too as we get into this. But this dude is a strong voice, very passionate. I'd say a very educated man, and he hit me up out of nowhere, and I was like, dog, I remember you, bro. Pull the fuck up, dog. Let's go. You know what I mean? And also, too, we have other individuals in here. We have a Marine in here, guys. We have Patty right here. She was on CNN, and just because she was on CNN, she says, fuck CNN, and we're gonna get to we're gonna get to an understanding of what's going on right here. We have a platform for the community right here. Chosen individuals, you know.
Shout out to Tumor TKO in the house too, and the homie Swiss.
Thank you.
The homie Vinny Jim.
Yeah, Vinny Jim, help me out real quick. Yeah, thank you. Co-host, let's go, man. Shit.
Got you.
Yeah.
We also got Political Raza Unido right here. Raza Unida. We got Ernesto representing
Nayeli and Pepper Finchies.
Aztlan.
Nayeli, that's such a cool name.
Absolutely, brother. And welcome to everybody that's in the room, man. We got a standing room right here. A couple of people have seats. So what we got going on right here is I actually wrote a little a statement, and I don't know if it's the time or place to read it.
Yeah, it's now.
It's now? Okay, so
For sure.
I wrote a statement last night, you know what I mean? Obviously, everybody knows that there came a point, I've always been in the middle with politics, okay? Always in the middle, never wanted to be a Democrat, never wanted to be a Republican because I said, hey, dog, we from the streets and that's a white man's game, you feel me?
Yeah.
The only politics I've ever played was politics on the streets. Now, as I progressed in doing this podcast, I've had a plethora of different individuals that represent different sides of the community.
That's good, as you should.
But all the same community, though. These are our neighbors,
Yeah.
dog.
That's right.
You know, and so I got sucked into it a little bit, bro. You know what I mean? And then I wanted to educate myself, and I learned a hard lesson. This ICE things hurt little hard lesson. Why? Because I want to trust, man. I want to trust that people's intentions are right and they're real. You feel me? I want to trust, and honestly, you know, they say there's an old saying, the straw that broke the camel's back. To me, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. But there's other people who are going to say, hey, bro, you should have seen earlier signs in the road. And I'm open for criticize and critique and all that shit. I take it all, dog. You know what I mean? But I told Casey this the past few months. I said, Casey, well, we're never going to divide this platform with government politics. Have I not been saying that, bro?
Yeah.
And I did that in the beginning of this year because I was so like just pressed by the woke shit, homie. You know, like
I feel that.
taking parental. I'm a father. You know what I mean? Finally, a good father. You know. Taking parental rights away from, you know, the schools, just implementing different things. And, you know, the trend, I mean, we can go on and on. The girls and the dudes and women's sports,
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I
not
mean?
okay.
I'm
It's
raising
not okay.
girls, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, I just felt like the left was just so far lost in the sauce. I believe that not only did it push me, but it pushed some other Latinos in a Republican way just to kind of get like, dude, and I'll say this, man. And my education for politics is very little. Okay, so take what I say with a grain of salt, you know. But at the end of the day, if you're going to make a vote, you got to make it responsibly. I made a vote irresponsibly. I would say to a certain point.
So you're saying you voted for Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, no, I voted for Trump.
I thought so because you posted something earlier that kind of like implied that, but then I was like,
Well,
let me
everybody
ask
knows
him.
that. Everybody knows that.
I didn't know that.
No, well,
I didn't know that.
The Hoodstocks following knows that.
Okay.
And it's split. It's evenly
I'm
split.
sure, yeah.
It's evenly
Yeah.
with the Latinos. It's evenly split. I would say. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I'll say it like this: the rhetoric from the Democratic side was so far left that they made. Sometimes it seemed like it made Donald Trump. What he was talking about was somewhat normal in regards to like,
Yes,
dude,
definitely.
his campaign was based on bringing back common sense.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
it seemed like we were losing the grip of like common sense, right and wrong.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I
Like
agree.
it was just like things were just getting lost in the sauce. And anyways, when I voted for the economy. I said we need a businessman. We had Kamala Harris, dude. Come on, she misspent her budget for her campaign. How is she gonna run a country? You know, and some people might say, hey, Lux, that's propaganda, that's bullshit, and the other. Okay, whatever. You know, but at the end of the day, I voted for a better economy. I'm third generation on both sides. 3 generations ago, my family from Russia migrated over here. I'm Russian Jew. And my family from Mexico migrated over here. 3 generations ago, both sides, bro. You feel me? And so what immediately doesn't affect us doesn't catch our attention sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And,
Amen. That's so true. That's so true.
And so what I did is I voted on economy. I voted on business. I voted on money. You know what I mean? When every president campaigns for deportation, protecting the border, so on and so forth. I said, hey, what's this guy gonna do? He's gonna build another fucking wall, dog.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? But
And they all have
at the
massive.
end of the day, this is the lesson. It's humanity over everything else.
Yeah.
Bottom line. And that's the lesson that I learned. I was worried about my...
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good lesson.
I was worried about my bank account. I was worried about different things. And to see check it out. There's a lot of dudes, there's a lot of people that have platforms like me that voted for Trump.
Yeah, of course.
Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of people voted
And
for
I don't
Trump.
see too many people coming out. I'm not trying to pat myself in the back. Check it out. I'm not looking for acceptance. And I'm not a sympathizer. You know what I mean? I'm not doing this to be a sympathizer, to go with the flow, because if anybody knows me, I'm against the grain type of motherfucker. You know what I mean? I do what the fuck I want to do, you know?
Yeah.
I don't go with the flow even if the odds are against me. But at the end of the day, dog, there's right and there's wrong. And what's going on right now is 100% wrong, bro.
That's right.
It's 100% wrong, bro. And I had to do something that some motherfuckers don't want to do, bro.
That's right.
I had to get online, homie, and be like, hey, I done fucked up.
Respect.
Yeah, well,
And I
that's
apologize, and you
respectable.
guys ain't
Yeah.
gotta take it.
Respect.
Respect for real.
Dude, and it wasn't hard for me to do that because me and my girl were laying in bed and we were just like, fuck. The fuck we do. You know what I mean? Straight up. Like, that's not who we are as people. You know what I mean? This is not who we are. We didn't vote. People said, you voted for that. Okay, if I casted the vote and something happens like this, any person, then I guess I can be guilty of it, right? But I didn't vote for this.
Yeah.
But we were warned about how he is with immigration. Did I know, bro, that he was gonna be snatching people out of motherfucking cars and chasing motherfuckers across Home Depot parking lots and running across agriculture fields and snatching motherfuckers in front of the kids and shit like that? Fuck no, dog.
Yeah.
That shit. When as soon as I seen that shit got my blood boiling, man.
And you're not the only one that feels like that. There's a lot of people who were Trump supporters and did vote for Trump who are coming out saying exactly what you're saying. They didn't know this was what was going to happen. And this fool kept saying in the political campaign, we're going to go after the rapists and the murderers. And okay, if you want to go after them, go ahead. But they're not just going after them. They're going after the hardworking people. They're going after the people in the fields. They're going after people at the Home Depot. They're going after seamstresses. They're hitting up children's graduations.
They're taking kids out of foster homes.
Yeah,
dude.
like these people are not criminals. They're not.
'Cause I'm a child advocate, so that just like drives me insane.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
They're also going for U.S. citizens and green card holders.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
Yeah, so let me give you just a little resume. So in 2016, I got politically involved. And at the time, I saw Bernie Sanders coming up. So I joined a grassroots movement, a group of people. I'm from Compton. So a group of people and me, we created our first Compton grassroots movement for politics. Because Compton, don't fuck with politics. But I saw what was coming. So, I got involved. Bernie didn't win. The next two options was Hillary and Trump. And I'm like, damn, we're fucked either way. So, but at the time, I was caring about the health of the planet, climate change, right? It was a big talk. So I got an opportunity to go to Ohio and campaign on that. So I went for 4 months in Ohio, and I told them, throw me in the most fucked up area. They threw me in Findlay, Ohio. Three counties surrounded me, all white. I was the only brown person. They banned me from 3 universities, so on, right?
Oh, wow.
So then I did some work out there, and my region actually won. They didn't vote for Trump. But moving forward, I went to Chicago, I went to New York, Washington, D.C., joined up protests out there. I became very heavily involved in the streets and, just exercising our constitutional right, which right now is under attack.
Yes.
So that's why left and right doesn't really matter when the Constitution that's supposed to hold our rights as people, for the people, it's under attack, then everybody's under the bus. So I understand you didn't see this coming.
I didn't, brother.
I understand that, and respect for you for acknowledging, having that moment of conscience and responsibility, because you do have a platform, And you're right. A lot of Chicanos, they do lean right. They have that conservative view, and a lot of them are having a hard time accepting that this shit is wrong. No matter what political side you play, this is against human rights. We're talking human rights. This is in the International Court of Law. This shit is illegal.
First
it's
Amendment.
illegal.
First Amendment rights.
First Amendment rights, but also just human rights. Human rights. And then I want to say this attack is not on illegal immigration. It's an attack, it's an ethnic cleansing on phenotypes. If you don't know what phenotypes are, that's your image, what you look like. So the more indigenous you look, the more they're going to attack you.
Yeah, amen.
Preach.
That's exactly what's happening.
It's a plan.
This is an ongoing genocide for 500 years. So when you ask me, left or right, I work construction too. And at work, they asked me, what do you think? And I'm like, we've been dealing with this for 500 years, since they first arrived in 1492. But right now, I'm not even too focused on that. Right now, it's raza. It's all raza, and we need to protect each other. We need to go out there and patrol our neighborhoods, do neighborhood watch, because these are thugs coming in. These are real thugs coming in, real goons with their face are covered. No badges.
That's crazy.
We don't know who they are. We have no idea who they are, and they're covering their faces because they know when the next president takes over, they're all gonna have cases. All of them. They're all gonna have cases. Oh, I don't know if you know the breaking news of today. We're this close to World War III. Israel bombed Iran.
Yeah.
We're this
Iran?
close. Iran.
That's really sad.
Their capital city.
That's
That's two nuclear weapon countries.
Yeah.
We're this close to World War III right now.
Just when Trump was supposedly, or what we hear from the media, in talks with Iran.
Yep.
And that just breaks, being the fact that the United States is an alliance with Israel. Yes.
Israel.
So now they've taken that as a...
It's more than an alliance. It's the only country they allow genocide. Let me say that again. They allow genocide. That's what's happening in Palestine, in Gaza.
It's too
That's
much,
genocide.
Bro, you know what, bro? I'm a Jew, bro. And, it was too much, bro. I get it on Israel having the right to defend itself, but man,
I'll say this because I'm not going to agree with you on that one. I'll say this: Jewish people, Israel is not the same thing. You could be Jew and you could still be against Israel. You could be Jew and not a Zionist.
okay,
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I'm not against Jews. I'm against Zionists because Zionists stole land that does not belong to them and called it Israel. Do you know this? Do you know that the United States has given $310 billion since 1948 to Israel? $310 billion.
Need some money.
I just can't believe it. How much money we give to other places.
Should I live in Israel now?
Hey,
I think correct, because Solomon's temple was before that.
but we're talking Bible, right? Not historical evidence.
The Jews were actually there before. So Solomon's temple was there, so Israel
All right.
has a right to exist.
We're probably gonna have to keep this structured, or else it's gonna.
Yeah,
Let's keep it
a little structure. So we got Big Surge right here, Adanella. He's a Marine. Thank you for your service, my dog. We were gonna get you in here. So if there's any like rebuttals, if there's anything that you would like to speak on, maybe we get you a piece of paper and a pad, bro.
Yeah.
A pen and a paper so you can take notes, brother. And then when you get the mic, you can speak on those subjects. But right now, the ones that have the mics, I'd like for them to speak their piece.
One more relevance that I want to bring up. People want to say, oh, illegal aliens, right?
Yes.
Again, I could go back to the indigenous side and be like, who are the real illegal aliens that landed here? But let's talk about phenotypes, because this is a war on phenotypes. How many Ukrainians came in since the Proxy war with Russia? Do you guys know?
No.
200,
I would like to know.
240,000.
Wow.
Not only they came in, they brought them over, they gave them money, they gave them housing, they gave them work, and those that want to get educated, they gave them education.
Wow.
Where's
Really?
all the talk on that?
They got $700 a month, and they got streamlined to get the green card.
And they didn't get COVID tested. And this is during COVID, and they did not. 240, and anybody can check me. It's facts. Now, South Africa, do you know how many people have migrated from South Africa since, like, say, the 70s? A gang of people. You know the majority of people, what they are? Predominantly 95% white.
Yeah.
And there's no immigration talk on them. And so this is a phenotype war. It's a racial war. It always has been.
It always has been, yeah.
There's an ethnic cleansing.
So what is the moves, man? Besides you saying patrolling our communities,
They want to kill somebody.
I mean,
they want to sacrifice someone.
What is the move, man? To every problem there's got to be some type of solution, right?
Right.
You know?
Did you guys see what happened today to Alex Padilla, the
Yes.
senator?
Yes.
Yeah, you should talk about it in case anybody watching hasn't
Okay,
seen
so-
it and
so-
they don't know who he is, etc.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he's the first Mexican senator. He comes from a migrant community. And just so those that don't know, what's the difference between immigrants and migrants? Migrants is when you're migrating on your own ancestral lands. You're just moving from point A to point B. You're not coming from across the world like Europeans or Asians or Africans.
Okay.
You're migrating your ancestral lands. So he's the first migrant to become Mexican, to become a senator. His folks were farmers. So, you know, he has that same connection as we do. This would not happen. I don't know if you guys know, but senators have, like, they're untouchable. There's only 100 of them. They're untouchable. They're the ones next in line for president. That's why they always want to compete against each other. So who's going to be the next president?
Okay.
They're like the untouchable, right? You cannot
Okay.
touch them. The way they assaulted him, threw him out of the room, threw him on the ground like he was a criminal.
Tell them why,
Because
though.
he asked the question. He wanted to ask the question, right?
Yes, there was this during a live conference with the they call her the Ice Barbie. She was speaking. She was changing the narrative, by the way, because that's what they've been doing, controlling the narrative, calling us terrorists, calling us illegal aliens, all this, right?
Yeah.
He just wanted to ask, "Yo, what's going on?" And they didn't even. And he announced who he was. He said, I'm Senator
Yeah.
Alex Padilla." Later they said, "Oh, it's because he didn't announce who he was, so we don't know who he is."
Everybody in that room know who is
Yeah.
who.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He can't even be in a federal building without clearance.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? This is a federal building. You can't be in that room without clearance.
That's his job as a senator to oversight that ICE facilities, whatever he wants, whatever
So-
he even asks.
That's right. So the only reason they attacked him is because he has brown skin. They didn't see a senator. They saw another Mexican.
Hell yeah.
So
Sad.
right now, and there's a lot of things politically I don't agree with the brother, but right now I'm going to back him up 100% because he looks like me. He represents me. the way they treated him is the way they treat protesters. We're out there, peacefully, but they're the aggressors.
If
They're
they
the
treated
ones
him like that, imagine us.
exactly.
Like-
He said it too.
Yeah.
And plus, right now, I don't know if you guys, how politically involved you are, but right now they're saying come out and protest, exercise your First Amendment right because it's under attack.
Peacefully, though.
Yes, peacefully. But I'll say this about the word peacefully. When you tell someone, hey, come, like say Lucky, right?
Yeah.
Hey, come to my podcast, but come peacefully. What does that mean? Are you implying that we're violent?
Okay.
Are you already implying? You're already pre-thinking that we're violent people? Do you have to treat people like little kids and tell them, hey, but act good?
I mean, I see what you're saying, but low-key, you do have to tell people things like that because people are really upset right now, and I understand why. There's a lot of emotions going on, and I think that as people who have influence like us, it's okay for us to remind people to keep it peaceful. And the reason that we're saying that to people is because the media is taking these small little instances of violence or fires or whatever, looting, and they're saying we're destroying everything and that we're animals.
I don't
and
even
that
think it's us.
look at the Mexican flags, and so
Facts.
I feel like it's okay to suggest people to be peaceful, but at the same time, hey, do what you do.
So I'm not against you. I 100 align with you, right? But language matters because every time they go up there, language matters. So I would say be collective. Yes, we're going through high emotions. This is high tension times. True. We all feel the tension. I gotta go work. I gotta go run a hill just to get that shit out of me, because I come from that story. So I say be collective. We're grown-ups. We don't need to control each other and tone police each other like we're kids. They've been doing that to us for way too damn long.
I think the word is suppression, correct?
Yeah.
Suppression, tone policing, behavior policing. Bernie Sanders, he says that all the time. It's righteous outrage that you feel. Righteous
strong.
outrage.
Yeah.
But why is it that we always have to wait for? And I love Bernie for many reasons, and I disagree with him in some areas. But why is it that we always got to wait for the white man approval, a stamp of approval, to feel the way we got to feel? Why can't we approve ourselves and validate our own feelings in our own history? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've been conditioned.
I mean,
That's how they want us.
I'll say this.
How do you live that now, though? Because this is the reality. So I get it. Like that makes sense, but we have to wake up tomorrow, and then this is the structure that we're in.
This is why I decided to come here, because I think that we're in a unique position where the enemy is so up in our face that whatever differences we have, like I have a difference with I love your music and I know who you are.
Thank you.
But displaying a flag that doesn't represent us for many reasons, I'm not with that. But I'm not gonna go hate you for it or unfollow you for it. I think we should live like the Zapatistas in a world where many worlds can fit.
You're saying that you don't want to wave the Mexican flag like my post? Are you referring to my post?
No, not the Mexican flag.
What
I just
did
don't
you
want to. I gotta be careful with certain words because no cap, the feds are watching.
100%.
We know
Oh,
that.
yeah.
No cap. So I gotta be careful with certain language. But the flag that does not represent us, that has stars, that has stripes, I'm not with that.
Okay.
You'll never see me wave that flag.
Okay.
Now the Mexican one, I stopped waving it. I used to wave it all the time, but I stopped doing that because I went back to the roots. And all these flags in the Western Hemisphere, they're all colonial at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They're all colonial. Now the Mexican flag has a unique history where it does have the Aztec symbol in the center of it. So there's some indigenous attachment to it, but the colors is still colonial because the colors represent green, Spain, white, the purity of their blood, red, the blood they shed to take the land. So they're still colonial, but then there's that symbol of the eagle. And the serpent that represents the Mexica, the Aztec, the Mesoamerican.
Okay, I didn't even know that.
There's a unique attachment to that.
Okay.
And then there's a difference between the U.S. politics and Mexico. Mexico, la patria is not the government. La patria is el pueblo, the people. We don't look at patriotism. We don't look at it as like government. Nah, it's the people. And here, it's government. It's not the people. That's the difference.
Okay. How do you live in peace, bro? How do you find peace when everywhere it seems like through your lens there's adversity everywhere, brother?
Well, for one, I grew up in Compton, so I grew up with adversity. That's for one. So it was great teaching grounds. I went through the riots too. I lived through the 90s, through the riots. In fact, my first organizing experience was organizing our gente to stand together, not to hate the other group, but to just say, what up? You really want this? Let's go. But together. You know what I mean? Not through hate, but through the love of your people. So the way I find peace and grounding, I'm indigenous, so I go to my indigenous ceremonies. That's where I go to reconnect. That's my spirituality. That's where I remember I belong to the land.
That's nice.
That's good, bro. How do you? I got a question for everybody right here. It seems like when Chicanos go to Mexico, they're kind of they're victimized in a sense for being Chicanos, Americans.
Right.
You know, do you think a Mexican nationalist will have more respect for Chicanos now for the stance that they're doing within the city?
For sure,
I think so,
100%.
yes.
We actually
better.
got. Yeah, we actually got.
Better. But is that who we're doing it for?
I mean,
I don't think it's wrong with the American flag that you wave because we are in America and you have to respect that. I'm a Mexican American and I'll wave the American flag because I'm proud to live here. And that's there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm Mexican as well, and I will wave the Mexican flag as well. I mean, but I respect where I was born.
Yeah. And again, I want to clarify, it's your constitutional right to wave whatever flag you want. But when they pick on the Mexicans, why are you waving that flag? Or Guatemalans or El Salvador or Guatemala, they never talk about Israel though. Why are you waving that Israel flag? Why are you waving
let's
that
put it in
Ukrainian
context
flag?
of today, though. Let's be serious.
Right.
It's not behind a burning car that's there. It's not behind property that's burning. It's not behind stuff that's getting looted. So maybe they would say that if people were right like that with
Then let
an
me speak
Israel
on
flag.
let me speak on the
So
violence.
it's like, come on, though. I mean, you kind of have to see it in the situation, though.
Let me speak on the violence, the looting, the destruction. One, we learned in 2008 on Occupy Wall Street that there are agents being planted. There are agents being planted. They're called paid provocateurs.
Agent provocateurs,
Yes, that's what they're called. Look
like
it
the
up.
Antifa people.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they dress up like them. Sometimes they're all black. Sometimes
Federal
they dress
agents that they send in there to stir up shit.
to stir up shit. So they
Make
But
can.
is
peaceful protests.
But that's like the same concept as Antifa, right? Is that what they said Antifa was, right? People that are
Antifa's
going
technically
into
not the
ruin
feds, but
No.
yeah, Antifa do it on their own accord.
They do it on their own. They're anti-fascist.
Yeah.
Antifa
Okay.
is just
But
anti-fascist.
I heard some people say that Antifa was hired by the government to do that.
That's a lot of rumors just being spread around.
Okay,
I guess nobody knows still.
But here's another
Yeah,
thing.
right. It's kind
So
of
it could be.
Here's another thing that happened. It was actually on YouTube live streaming the other night, and I don't want to attack another community, but I'm gonna say the facts. There was about 200, and I'm going based off the live stream. There was about 200 looters that showed up to downtown LA, away from the protest. They started looting. It wasn't Raza.
Yeah.
It was another demographic
It wasn't
group.
Raza.
It was not Raza. They got caught. Raza actually went in there and kicked their ass out. Like, hey, you making us look bad.
Yeah.
Shout
And that's
out.
on
They were
YouTube.
hitting the Apple store. They're hitting various
Yeah.
stores.
Yes.
Now down they hit stores
So if
in
you know, you
Chinatown
know.
Plaza.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They gotta get
The
checked.
opportunist.
You know, the great thing that we have right now is the technology of social media, of people's iPhones, cameras, right?
That's right.
So now, I mean, what you see is what it is.
And
It's
they're
real.
also doing Palantir, AI, right? Palantir. Have you heard about Palantir?
No.
That's Walmart is funding that. The heir of Walmart, she's doing that facial recognition.
It's
that
Peter
they're gonna.
Thiel. It's basically like
It's called Palantir. It's gonna be like in effect.
Well, so if you remember, how many people in here remember Edward Snowden?
She's funding actually the November
Edward
for
Snowden.
the protests on Saturday. She's funding
Do you know
that.
about Edward Snowden? Look,
Was
I've-
it No
I've-
Kings?
I've
Yeah.
I've
She's
heard
funding that protest.
Okay, so are you
The
saying
Walmart girl.
is it some kind of conflict of interest? I don't really get what you're
It's an
talking
AI.
about.
Yeah, she's funding that.
But she's using it.
They're using it at Walmart actually. They're using that
facial recognition.
Are you
Yeah.
saying like to track down
To
like
track down
criminals?
people.
like people who are stealing,
Yes.
or like
Anybody that's
Okay.
gonna do anything like
So-
throwing the bricks,
So
everything
let
they're gonna
me tell you,
facial
right here.
recognition.
So look,
for
it's right
everyone.
here.
Oh, so they're putting it with that. Oh,
So
okay,
pla-
okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
got
It's
it,
owned
got
by
it.
Peter Thiel. It's collecting sensitive personal and financial data on American citizens to create detailed profiles for the government.
Yeah, well, the
That's
Walmart
essentially
girl,
what it
she's
is.
funding
Well,
that.
Peter Thiel is also a tech billionaire.
So the iPhone does it already.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but iPhone doesn't share it to the
Social
government.
media has-
I mean, that's gonna find every information on there.
All right, let's get this back on track, Lucky.
So by the way, that's the claim that's one of the reasons they put those self-driving cars on fire, because they're
Yes.
cops. They're surveilling 24 hours.
Well, because it's owned by Google, and Google historically works with the government.
They work for them.
Okay, so that's
so
what's
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Palantir.
It's like
Yeah.
get rid of the-
But I don't know what's
like
I mean
the
that
Teslas.
So that means, yeah. So if you're riding or you're peacefully protesting, that car's next to you. It's essentially gathering data on your presence there. But your phone's also doing it. But
Yeah.
so that makes sense.
They just want control of everybody.
Okay.
so.
Absolutely. So, man, I don't want to get too all over the place, even though all of us have a lot to say, right? But how can we keep this in the right track? I guess I got to navigate this somehow, some way. Let's get back to the homie Heron right here. You were talking about Edward who?
Edward Snowden.
Okay, educate me real quick on that, brother.
So Edward Snowden.
I've heard the name.
Okay. There's a great interview with Joe Rogan. You can watch it. It's one of the longer ones where he really goes deep.
The best one, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best ones. He has a documentary. There's an actual movie. Edward Norton played him. It's a good movie.
Oh, wow.
So the homie, he was big on tech. He worked for NSA, and then he noticed that the empire, I'll use the word the empire, because again, gotta be careful here. The empire was having mass surveillance on everybody, breaking your privacy laws.
Yes.
So then he thought that was wrong. Like, again, we're going back to what's right, what's wrong, right?
Yes,
Not
sir.
politics. He's like, that's wrong. You gotta let them know that you're surveilling them
Yeah.
through their TVs, their phone, everything. Anything with a camera on, they're watching. And he's like, yo, this is wrong. So he tried to ring the alarm, and they try to hush him. So he's like, fuck it, he went rogue, and he gave everything he had, all the evidence, to a journalist. He gave it to a journalist, I think he's from Australia. And he had to book it. He's in Russia today. He can't come back no more.
Wow.
He's in
He's in Russia right now.
He's in
Moscow.
asylum over there, huh?
He's in asylum because
Okay.
and this is back in,
Whistleblowing.
like,
What?
And
The
but
cuckoo
that's
house?
but that's something
Huh?
that
They put him in a cuckoo house?
that's something
No,
that
I
both
guess he ran away to Russia.
yeah.
That's something that both sides of the government does in regards to trying to hush somebody. Like the Biden administration was trying to hush Mark Zuckerberg with some of his Facebook posts on letting people post in regards about COVID. Going back
Yes.
to the Joe Rogan
Yes.
podcast,
Yep.
Mark Zuckerberg talked about that.
That's right.
So this is something that both sides do. So can we all agree that both sides are corrupt?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and
100.
they are for their narrative, for whatever they're campaigning for. So if that's the case, brother, then damn, where the fuck are we? Where can we really stand amongst, especially on these streets right here? Where can we stand amongst these powerful pillars? Democrat, Republican. I mean, how do we just got to find a safe medium within our community?
That's right. Community is key because through community you get people like Karina Garcia. She was another option. She was a third party option with PSL running with Claudia. And they don't get much light because they control. When they tell you take the red pill or the blue pill, that's the only two options they give you, not knowing you have many other options. And that's where we got to do like Mexico. We got to go like Mexico. Morena was not even an option on the table. And then out of nowhere, boom, they're in power now. Why? Because the community had enough of the corruption. And they're like, we're going to vote this third party in. And Morena took over, AMLO took over, and now look how beautiful Mexico's doing. Look,
So Mexico is run by an independent party right now? Are you saying that?
they were independent compared to the big pillars back then.
Wow, it's amazing.
Morena,
right now, at this moment?
yes,
That's
Morena
amazing.
came from the streets.
Wow.
Morena came from the communities.
Okay.
So
That's cool.
so the community is running Mexico, and when we talk about the community, we're talking about cartels and everything else.
But do you think the Mexican president's a Zionist?
No,
But she's Jewish. I know you
Again-
don't have to be a
again,
Zionist, I know,
look.
but it seems like she supports Israel.
no, she supports Palestine. Actually,
Okay.
Mexico gave Palestine a recognition for their state.
Wait, but the question was like, what option do we have?
All
outside
right,
the
let's get back
party,
to that.
right?
yes.
So right now, this is why I think this is important. Your platform can do this. It can help elevate the message of we got to come together and leave these little differences aside because our people are under attack right now. 100%, they're being snatched up from their homes, from the
100%.
street. They're being snatched. A pregnant woman got snatched up, and she's a citizen, and she's pregnant,
Yes.
and they beat her.
So how do we combat that, though, brother?
Community. There's community defense coalitions. Find out your local one. And what we're doing is we're doing neighborhood watch for anybody that's not from the area. We report to each other what's going on. Hey, there's sightings of these thugs out here, So that's how you prevent. So in the IE, we're doing way more prevention. You don't see as many snatch ups as in LA because we're preventing. We're working, as community to prevent it.
There's also staysafe.la where you can report incidents of ICE, guys. Staysafe.la.
There's also stopice.net.
There's also fucking Instagram, bro, because everybody's blasting all these
That's
motherfucking
right.
spots,
Yeah, but
bro.
And you guys
Instagram's
can call
not-
me if you
Instagram's
guys
not
need any food
chronological,
or canned
though.
food.
It's
We're
not
supplying
chronological.
for the people
That's
who
really
can't.
nice.
You know, we're supplying for food for the people who need food. You can
Yeah, so-
holler at my DM
That's
for
right.
canned
and
food for people that are afraid to go to the store.
That's right.
We're helping them out.
Yeah, thank you.
So-
Thank you.
And so why, how do we help? How do we help? How can we put something together and help families that are getting broken up? And so just because you're getting deported back to your home country doesn't mean you have a pot to piss in your home country.
Doesn't
So
mean you have a home
Exactly.
in your home country.
Exactly. So that's my thing too. Like, all right, we see the problem, the solution. I say a solution is we need to get together and create resources for the individuals that are getting deported. And especially talking about the hard workers, man, the families. You know what I mean? That, you
That's
know,
right.
we'll talk about the ones that don't have no criminal records, type of shit. You
Yeah.
feel me?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's important. And is there organizations that are doing that right now, Heron?
Yes, there is. Actually, right now, and again, I got to be careful because they're being under attack. Even the orgs that are helping, not breaking the law, they're just helping people. Now they're being looked at by these agencies of power, and they're coming at them with ideas of being terrorists. Imagine people just helping helpless people are being called terrorists, and they're using that language. I don't know if you heard, they're calling them insurrections too.
Yeah, I've been seeing it.
But
yeah.
but what the real insurrection happened in Washington D.C. and where was all the army? Where was the military, the Marines, the
Where were the
police?
Marines? Yeah.
Where was a National Guard? Where's all that energy for them?
Well,
now
yeah.
they've been pardoned, and now
Yeah.
they're being deputized. Now they're being deputized to be the Minutemen in power.
But this happens in all areas in regards to, like, it can be happen in the prison system, it can happen in certain sections of the street, and when it's called politics and favoritism, bro.
For real.
And it
real.
happens within communities,
Yep.
within, you know, maybe
Yep.
organizations that you're involved in. There's some people that don't, there's cliques.
Yeah.
People that don't get along with the other
That's
next.
right.
I mean, that's the world that we live in. That's life.
It's human nature.
It's human nature,
Yeah.
right? So at the end of the day, I mean, it's the best thing is to have your community of like-minded people that you fuck with, keep it tight and make sure we take care of each other. Like, is that the solution?
Pretty much.
Okay, so earlier you were saying one of the reasons that you went right was because this extreme left was pushing you away, and I agree. A lot of people felt that way, right? We're being pushed away because
Yeah.
some of the extreme leftism. That's why I said here in the United States is not that good. In Latino America it is, because in Latino America the far left are the Zapatistas. They go straight to the heart and they serve their community. They're not imposing themselves on the community. They say, how can we help you?
And I think a lot of people were proud to say they were from the left until very recently. You know, a lot of people that used to consider themselves Democrats or on the left are now saying that it's gone too far. So a lot has changed.
I think that can be safe to say on both sides.
Yep.
There's people on the right now that were leaning towards the right, just like myself, bro. And mind you, that changed. That went like a day before the voting. I was just rolling through my head, and I just got tired of being pressed with the woke shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
It just felt like a disease, man, and you just wanted to get away from it. And sometimes you want to, like, even as kids, man, you want, as a child, it's almost like a childish move. You just want to strike back at the parents. You know what I mean? Like, nah, fuck that. You know what I mean?
Rebel against oppression because you felt oppressed.
And that's what I did, brother.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's what a lot of people did.
Yeah.
You know, and it turned out to be not the greatest move, man, because this man right here that is in office, I have been paying closely attention because I would just want to know if I did the right move. You feel me? We always want to know if we did the right move. And as we move forward, we're 6 months into the year, man. And man, I'm seeing a lot of dictator type of tendencies.
Yeah, for sure.
Fascism.
Definitely.
Fascism type of tendencies, bro, that is just like, whoa, like this. Come on, homie, like you taking the power away from the government. I mean, and I'm not a fan of Newsom, no how, no way, but damn, you know what I mean? Now you overstepping certain things.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what dictators do.
By the way,
That's what the New World Order is. It's already written. That's on the chessboard. It has been for however many years.
By the way, there was
That's the way we're
I'm late to the party, dog. I've been on the streets.
breaking
smoking.
news. There's a
Having fun.
federal judge that just came at Trump that he broke the law on calling the National Guard.
Yes.
So, a federal judge just came at Trump. He
That's
has
great.
up till tomorrow, I think 5 p.m.
To call everybody
back.
out. Yeah.
Yep.
To call everybody out.
Yeah.
And so,
That's amazing.
so
National Guard.
do you think that that's going to actually happen?
He's running like a straight gangster right now. He's saying, "Fuck no, I'll do what I want."
Yeah, but things
I-
are changing.
but-
People have to keep speaking up. We have to keep talking about these things. We have to keep doing these protests because the protests are already working. They're already kicking out a lot of the ICE agents out of so many of these hotels. Have you guys
That's
been seeing
right.
how many
Yep.
hotels they're kicking them out?
The
Shout
homie-
out to all the
Hey,
protesters,
shout out to the
man.
homie Scar. He's right here, right? He was there. He was there. He was right there. He was there last night.
Yeah, and
Hey, bro.
a lot of major brands are speaking out.
Thank you, my dog.
And major radio stations are getting behind it.
All radio
The
stations.
protests are
Yes.
spreading through the whole
Finally.
country now.
you,
It's
Bobo.
not just LA. All the states are joining in.
That's right.
A lot of
Overseas,
states.
having their
Texas.
eyes on us, and they're supporting us. So we got to keep fighting. We got to keep pushing.
And so
That's
now
right.
you see President Trump backpedaling.
Yes.
You
That's
see
right.
him backpedaling because what is he doing now? He's talking about, oh, we got to protect the ones. Now, all of a sudden today,
Now he wants to protect the
when
farmers.
yeah, you want to
Farmers and
protect the
hotel
farmers
workers.
because he's bro, like
It's
he's,
all a plan.
Yeah,
By the way, that comes after they already got snatched up in Oxnard. I don't know if you
Exactly, bro.
So if you think that this is not planned, then you did not look into Project 2025 because what's happening today, and I'm going to say this real clear, what's happening today is Operation Wetback 2.0. That's what Project 2025 really is. It's Operation Wetback 2.0.
Which is what? What
Yes.
does that mean?
I read that. I
If you
read
guys
on
don't
that.
know what Operation Wetback is, this is back in 1954. They decided to kick out all the Mexicans. You didn't have to be Mexican as long as you look like one, because they also kicked out deported citizens. If you ever watched the movie Born in East LA, they talk about it a little bit. If you ever watched the movie Mi Familia, they talk about it.
And
They
also,
were-
if you go to Reverie Street, there's also a plaque that talks
That's
about
right.
it.
Just Google Operation Wetback, and that wasn't the first time they did it. That was the second time, but that was a very targeted.
Second time.
Crazy.
That was the
Yeah,
second
like
time.
in the
Crazy.
30s or something.
Yeah, that was the
That's
second
Wait,
time.
so this is number 3?
No,
Is what you're
number
saying?
4.
Number 4.
Number
no.
4, because
Number
also
4.
there's the Braceros
Number
program.
4.
You guys ever heard of the Braceros
No,
program?
no.
So both of my
Tell
abuelos,
me.
were part of the Bracero program. So when the U.S. had sent all their soldiers, right, there was not enough men here. So they told Mexico, hey, I need laborers. Bring them over. That's the Bracero program. But before they allowed them in, guess what they did? They stripped them all, hundreds of men, under gas. They gassed them up to kill any lice or diseases or viruses. They gassed them up. That was chemical warfare on my both abuelos. And then when they were no longer useful, once they started bringing their men back, they kicked them all out.
Wow, it's disgusting. That's crazy. I saw somebody post today, and I looked it up to see if it was real, but that they've sterilized like tens of thousands of Hispanic women over the last few decades.
So they wouldn't have
Unknowingly.
babies.
And that's not the first time.
That's
They
crazy.
did it to indigenous women first.
That's
So
crazy.
everything the U.S. has ever done, indigenous people went through it first.
We're the guinea pigs, you know?
Jesus
Nazis, do you know that Hitler took advice on the treatment of the U.S. treatment towards natives? And that's how he decided to run the ghetto up in Germany. That's how he ran the Gestapo.
Wow.
He took notes from the U.S. treatment of natives, and his
That's crazy.
and his main idol was Mussolini. He was the first fascist of Italy, and that's who he took lessons from. If you look at how the current chief right now, if you look at the current chief and the way he has come up, same thing as Mussolini, same thing as Hitler. Even Hitler had his Elon Musk billionaire back then, and even they clashed because you can't control a madman.
Yeah.
And so you think Elon Musk is a madman?
He's South African, bro. Like he's.
He's African American. What are you
No,
talking
the
about?
billionaire couldn't control the madman Hitler.
Yeah,
The
okay.
billionaire helped Hitler put him in place.
The madman is Trump, essentially.
I got you.
Yeah.
I think we're all madmen to a certain extent and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I want to do is I want to open up. Can
That's
we open
right.
up phone lines? Phone calls?
Well, you want to
You wanna call my girl Amy?
Yeah, let's
You wanna
cycle.
call my girl Amy?
Ernesto, you want to hit up next?
I want Amy.
Yeah,
I want you guys to talk to Amy.
We'll talk to Amy right now.
Yeah.
Let's cycle in some of these guys right now. Yeah, let's do
Ernesto,
it.
Do we have anybody with the opposing view or of alternative view to things, maybe?
Let's go. Go ahead, big dog. Let's get in here. I appreciate everybody, and shout out to everybody. We've had about 1,000 to 1,300 people go in and out of this chat right here, this live, and I really appreciate you guys, man. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, man. It's bouncing up and down. Much love to Reverie for pulling up, Loka, Heron, everybody that's in this room right now, but especially these two women right here. You know, I appreciate you guys, and I thank you so much.
Thank you for
I mean?
having us.
You know, for just making the time. This is important. You know what I mean?
This is important. I'm really happy to be here and be speaking upon this.
Okay, so who do we got right here, bro? Identify yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ernesto Ayala from La Raza Unida.
Cuzzo, get that mic close to me. Grab that thing like it's yours, bro.
I don't know.
Whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what that means, bro.
We're gonna push it away now.
Let's go.
The artist? You're the artist?
No, I'm with La Raza Unida party.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Ernesto Ayala.
I think somebody that's an artist has your saying it.
He's the artist in the back over there.
Okay, cool.
Rev. Oh, go ahead. Will you come back?
And what is your position on this? All right, let's start with June 6th. What happened on June 6th, if you could recall?
June 6th. Well, with everything that's happened, you know, the raids and all that.
Really?
I mean, they talk about violence. What's more violent than that? Ripping apart families, you know. And they wanna put the protesters, like, if they're the ones that are to blame, they're the ones that are being, you know, out of hand, violent. What is more
to an
violent?
extent they are, but
Yeah,
yes.
but what is more violent than ripping apart families, and then responding with not only the LAPD, the sheriffs, responding with the National Guard and the Marines that are combat ready fighters, you know, of the United States.
Yeah.
Well, trained to kill. What is more violent than that? You know, so seeing how the community responded, I mean, I don't think it's right to condemn them. I mean, obviously there's people that take advantage. There's people that are like, oh, now's my time to do whatever. There's people, like they were saying, I think Heron was saying, that how agents are put in there to cause a ruckus or to provoke things, and then they have an excuse to go in there. The police have an excuse to go in there and beat people's heads in, you know. But can we really blame the community for doing what they did? You know, Heron, he just said a lot of good things, man. My family was the American citizens, Chicanos, Mexicanos from here, from San Fernando. They were kicked out during the Great Depression, you know, just for being, like what he said, your phenotype, you're indigenous looking, you know, you're Mexicano looking. They were kicked out of their country. And because the United States, and I'll say the United States, with its system, its capitalist system, does not want to accept, you know, what do they do? Why do they do this? Because they want to blame somebody for all the ills that they create. You know, and that's what they're doing today. Blame them, you know, we could say immigrants, but you know what they really mean. They mean blame the Mexicans. Blame the Mexicans for the economy. Blame the Mexicans for crime. Blame the Mexicans for all this and that. When it's them that do all this stuff. You know, how are you going to blame a paletero for the economy? You know, how are you going to blame a paletero for the economy? And then you got these people in power who are not left and right. They're just right. And I don't mean right as in correct. They're just on the right. You know, because what they call left in the United States is ridiculous. It's not left. The Democrats are not left. The Democrats and the Republicans really represent the same people. They represent the rich. Both of them. This just they're divided on how to keep the United States running. But they both represent the rich people, the rich Anglos, basically rich white men. But they're just divided on how to keep it going. They're for the same stuff. I mean, Obama deported tons of raza, and that's not saying, you know, oh, just give him an excuse or give Trump an excuse. But he deported raza. Bill Clinton, before any talk about Trump being ever president, Bill Clinton started building the wall way back then, which forced a lot of raza to go through the Sonora Desert and die.
Bill Clinton deported 2 million people.
Bill Clinton, yeah, he deported people también. You know, and
Obama, they called him the
Joe Biden, 1.4 million.
yeah, all of this. You see, they represent the same people. You know, and
American
But also,
imperialist.
Exactly.
but Trump is taking it to another level
Oh, yeah.
because
Just 'cause it's in
these
your
ICE
face,
raids in
right?
people's
Yeah.
communities is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, right? It's
He-
next level shit.
So what I'm saying is that, you know, they're really on the right. They pushed all this to the right but they use all this woke stuff to distract us. You know, like, oh, look, they're talking about this and that. And, you know, and some of the stuff you could argue is, you know, well, there are people that need to be respected, you know, and be accepted. But then, you know, they do all this other stuff to glamorize certain things and confuse people and make us argue over some stuff that, I mean, as Chicanos, as raza, you know, our kids, I'm a father, you know, our kids, the first thing that they're being denied is knowing their history. Knowing their history, but they have us arguing over other stuff that is not our argument. That's not our pedo.
But then also, we also just harbor on the past all the time.
No, but it's not harboring on the past. So you go.
I know, but I'm saying, but like,
you go to school and you learn about George Washington. You learn about all these other things. What good does that do to us? None of that happened. None of that happened here. None of that. You know, so we grow up thinking, well, I'm not even relevant to anything. So I got to pretend
you're part
to
of
be
the system because you're in America. So
okay,
it's part of American history.
Yeah, but you're part
here, though.
That
so, I mean, you still have to see that, though.
4th of July, the U.S. Civil War, George Washington, Abraham. None of that happened here. None of it.
It happened in the East Coast.
It happened exactly. So what happened here, and what led to? I mean, why is this whole argument about Mexican flags being waved in Los Angeles? If people knew the history of Los Angeles and California,
I think the problem
then that would not be a
things
question.
are on fire behind it. That's the only reason that it strikes the chord,
brother,
essentially.
I don't think that's the only reason it strikes a chord. I don't agree with that at all.
That's why it's so
I think
like,
that's just another reason for them to use to say it's a bad thing. But I think that even without the fire behind it and without the American flag burning behind it, I think people still have a problem with people waving the Mexican flag.
Of course, yep.
I mean, conflicts, but yeah,
it was an argument back in 2006, and then during Prop 187, and there was no fires behind the flag, you know. But what were they say? What did they tell Raza in 2006? They said, you know, Raza came out with their flags, Mexican flags, Aztlan flags that I saw as a Chicano, the Guatemala, Salvador. They come out with the flags. That was beautiful. And then what did the Democrats start telling them? Don't bring your flags, bring the American flag.
Like what they're saying right now.
Yeah. So there was a problem with the Mexican flag, and there was no violence behind it. What happened even then? What happened at MacArthur Park? Everybody brought their U.S. flag and dressed in white, like if you're surrendering. And the cops still rode through the raza and beat people down and tear gas people. Those people that lost their eyes and stuff. They attacked the reporters. So what? So I mean, that's the problem. That's why we even come to this question, because we are not, since we're little kids, we are not being taught about ourselves and about this part of the country, where we are the first people.
And what they do teach us is that Christopher Columbus came here and discovered the Americas. That's what I was taught when I was a kid. Come to find out, the indigenous people were here the whole time. And I didn't learn anything about that when I was a child. All I learned was that the European man came here and made everything better.
Yeah, exactly. That's
he saved us.
I know. I just don't want us. I just don't want us to keep us in a cycle of in this podcast, because then we've only talked about one thing, and this indigenous land, this indigenous land, and if we just harbor on that, I mean, we're not going to get anywhere in a conversation, because we just literally just talked about it for the last 40 minutes right now.
Yes, but that is one of the main points of why everyone here relates about it. That's why it's such a big issue for us, because we are those people.
That base. Now we're moving past this.
I got a question.
To continue.
I got a question.
Yeah, let's do it.
I got a question for a historian right here that has far better history than me. I got a GED in prison at 35 years old, dog. I am lacking in a lot of areas. I'll be the first to admit, and I love to learn, brother. I'll tell you that right now. But my question is how long, and we talk about California, we're talking about, you know, but how long did the Spaniards own this before, opposed to Mexico?
Yeah.
Didn't
Spain own this, bro?
Yes, that's why we speak Spanish.
It's totally
French. That's why we all speak Spanish.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about the California side.
Yeah.
The California side. You know, I guess, but which was a part of Mexico back then.
Well, no, I mean, the Spaniards came, they colonized everything from California down to South America.
Okay, so how long ago before, until the Spaniards got kicked the fuck out, bro? How long did Mexico own California?
It was like Mexico for like 20-something years.
Okay.
But everybody in it, they were the part of it that was.
But then they sold it. But then they sold it to the Americans for.
They kind of got bullied for it.
Bullied for it. 100%.
They didn't really want to give it up. They kind of got forced.
It was a war.
It was like, we'll take it all, or you give us that little piece. And so they gave us a little piece.
We kill you all, or you sell it to us.
Yep.
That's what it was.
It was a war.
That's exactly what it was.
Promise us rights to be here, and then they didn't follow through with those promises. We're still in that now. That treaty of Guadalupe still exists.
Yeah.
There's plenty of native people.
Do you want to get on here, bro, and talk?
No, he knows more than I do.
No, you don't.
No, he knows more than I do. He knows more than I do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's just
It's just because they can't really hear you, brother, and I feel like you're making a decent point,
Yeah, you were.
you know, but I just... Oh, yeah, manifestation, right?
Manifest destiny.
No, what is it called again?
Manifest destiny.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I'm sorry, not manifestation. And then that was basically genocide moving throughout the West.
Yeah,
right?
so they claim that God
Casey
gave them
wants to
that
say
right.
something.
No, I was just saying how interesting would it be if Spaniards came here and they're waving their flags and they're like, "Yo, this was Spain."
Yeah, but they came from Spain.
I know. But
I mean, let them. That's fine. If they want to have pride from where they came from, I have no problem with that at all. I
I don't have anything. I'm just trying to move the conversation forward. We understand that as a base, and we're gonna harbor on that for like.
Why don't
Okay.
you lead us?
Yeah,
Take us
we
somewhere.
kinda-
Where you want to go?
Well, I was trying to go to let's start with June 6th and what happened. At the.
And he spoke on it.
No, he didn't. He didn't really.
He
speak on it.
started speaking on it, but then he went off on what he wants to talk about. Bro, who are you and what are you? What is your name, first of all? That's what I'm
Ernesto Ayala from
Okay,
La Raza Unida Party.
Okay, and what exactly do you do, brother? You know what I mean, what is your movement? What do you do within this community, bro?
So La Raza Unida Party is a third political party that came about in 1969-70 from the Chicano community, because Chicanos, just like we're seeing right now, Chicanos, Mexicanos, Raza, they saw how we were both getting played by the Democrats and the Republicans, and that the Republicans straight out will tell you, "I don't like you. You're this. You're that." Racist stuff that they'll tell us, and the Democrats, they won't tell us that. They'll pat us on the back and then they'll stick the knife in. So we saw that we were just getting played by them. So Chicanos started organizing our own political organization called La Raza Unida Party. And it was big back then. I mean, there was way less raza, but it was a big, much bigger than it's been for a while. But we're growing. Our purpose is to have that organization for ourselves, that we can think for ourselves. We can have our own ideology for ourselves, and we should be running our own things.
100%. But so when we understand who we are and where we come from, but we don't want it to stop our blessings in regards to our vision being so fucking tainted with history that we can't move forward and own a corporation opposed to going against corporations.
Well, what we want is basically, it's called self-determination, that we as a people are able to collectively control what happens in our communities. So that would be corporations, that would be the police, that would be the judges, the schools, all of that. But that we control it in our favor.
But how do we control that, brother? Because I don't think we can never control anything
We
like
get
that.
into those positions.
Yeah, you have to get in those positions.
Okay,
We
get
have
into
to
those
get
positions.
into those
Okay.
positions. That's the
Thank you.
solution.
Yeah.
Our people need to get into all those places that we're talking about right now.
Okay, there we
But
go.
The
can
government,
they?
That's in
the
the sense of that,
leaders,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, and you
The
know what?
police.
And that's what I said. That's what I said. I was trying to get my boy Mondo Medina over here, but once upon a time ago, when I first got out, I was marching in Highland Park against the gentrification thing. You know what I mean? And so my thing is something that sounds similar to this in regards to, you say, getting these people in these positions. I have my thing is what happened with gentrification is we were all renters, bro. We didn't dig our motherfucking feet deep enough in the soil, bro, where we own the shit, dog. And motherfuckers can't come through, bro. And if they come through and they're gonna buy us out, then we just got ourselves a lottery ticket. You feel me?
Well, and all the workforce had unfortunately died or went to prison, like the males of that age from 16 to 20 something. So they couldn't essentially. You could have essentially bought a house if you would have stood there, right, and joined a union.
I'm just saying in general, bro.
Yeah.
Even right now, present time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you gotta own, you gotta put yourself in these positions that Reverie's talking about.
But also, I do want to speak about the gentrification, because it's not just people who. People are getting pushed out of, like, let's talk about Highland Park, where we're from.
Yeah.
People who owned the houses, they hit the lottery, like you said. And the people that were renters, they got pushed out. But a lot of them got pushed out because they didn't know about, for example, rent control. They didn't know they have rights as tenants. They didn't know that you can't just double the rent from month to month, People, Raza, were ignorant on those issues. We don't know.
Lack of education, you're saying.
Yes. And we need it. That's why it's great that we're having this discussion right now, because we're educating our people. We're putting people on game. We're making people think about new things they never questioned before. These conversations are really important,
Sorry.
So I'm glad we're here.
We have
but
rent
I just
control
wanna point
and
out,
boil heights.
like,
We
people
have
got
rent control and
yes,
boil heights.
renter. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that,
Yeah.
and especially in Highland Park where I grew up, a lot of those people don't even speak English. So you think they're gonna know the renters' rights if they don't even know the language? Hell no. And they're the perfect prey. They're the perfect prey. You can't. We're upping your rate. Your rent is twice as expensive. Get out of here. What are they gonna say? Oh, they don't know. We literally don't have the words.
So then
you
it's
know?
up to the kids that they had in this country to make the initiative and educate their parents
But-
and make sure they're in a.
I mean, in a
safe
perfect
place.
world, but an 11-year-old
Okay.
is who's gonna teach that 11-year-old if those are his parents and he's going to school and they're not teaching us shit.
And the only thing he's learning on the streets is gangbanging. I know. I get you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Or he's learning the white man history, like they're saying. But unfortunately,
Yes.
but
Yes.
sometimes you have to learn the white man history to play in the game, though. So
Yes.
then it's like, where the fuck, where do we go then? You know what I'm
Well,
saying? If you have to learn the white man history to play in the game, and we're not participating because we're not learning the white man history.
No, but we are learning
Then what
white
the
man
fuck are we
history,
doing?
And we are learning the white man history, and we're not learning anything about ourselves. We're not learning how to, like, rent control and all these things that are good for. We should be learning that in school, but they don't teach us that any of that in school. You know how to
We
be
should be learning
economically
real
stable.
estate in
Hey,
school,
dog,
stock
I'm going to
that in
market.
school.
You know what I mean?
You know?
We don't
Hey,
teach us that.
Hey, dog, I'm going to rent control. I'll see you at recess, homie.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we would
Start
use
them off
that
young,
much
man.
more than chemistry
Yeah, right? It's real shit.
or algebra too.
Yeah. So if it was implemented in the system, that it wouldn't sound so retarded or the way
Yes.
I'm trying to make it sound.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yes.
that-
Opposed to when she says chemistry, we're just like, oh yeah, that's a regular subject right there. You know?
We're
Why?
not
Because
even
we've been
ever use
programmed to know that we gotta take chemistry, we gotta take science, we gotta take history, and we gotta go to PE. You know what I mean? You know?
Rent control should be in there. How to invest should be in there. Psychology should
Real
be in there. Mental health should be in there.
Hey, let's go. That's why we got these ladies right here. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Stripper
Yeah,
poles.
and you know what? I wanted to bring this up because it was just it's a super interesting fact, and it's so crazy that a lot of Americans aren't aware of this, and that is immigrants paying taxes and not getting a return from it, but still paying the taxes, bro. They are paying taxes here. Immigrants have been paying taxes here, bro. Them farmers and shit like that, bro. Hey, they got to show paperwork, dog. They got to show receipts, homie. You know the motherfucking whoop down the street, dog. They got to show receipts, homie. There ain't too many motherfuckers getting paid under the table. They getting a check, homie, and so the immigrants are paying. And so I was watching on Instagram, and sometimes I get educated on Instagram, and maybe some of us do too.
Yeah, of course.
But there was this dude that was in front of a MAGA protest or something like that, bro. And he was saying, hey, do you know, and he had all the numbers. He goes, did you know that immigrants pay taxes? You know what I mean? And he went, did you see it, bro?
Yeah.
And he went from bop, 1 to 1, bro, and none of them knew it.
Oh wow.
Nobody knew.
That makes sense. Only we know, because we know.
Because some of them are your parents.
That's crazy. I never thought about that before. Oh wow.
I mean, check this out, man. They did a study, right? It's not just immigrants or migrants, but there's a study that came out in I think it was last year, the last one they did, because they kept doing this since 2021. There's a study that they did. It said U.S. Latinos, which is raza, if we were our own nation, we'd be the 5th largest economy on earth. So that's just the people within the United States, the raza in the United States.
Wow.
I mean, that's how much of a gift we are to this economy, you know,
amen,
and they don't want us to know this. They don't want us to recognize that.
Immigrants paid billions of dollars in fucking taxes last year, bro, and the year before that, and the year before that, and yeah, man. Hey, you know what I want to do? I want to get Scar right here. Let's get Scar in here, man. I mean, fucking Scar came in with the bulletproof vest and everything. How you wear bulletproof vest and chanclas, homie? Hey, this fool said I got a bulletproof vest. I'm gonna wear chanclas so I ain't gotta run, homie. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna catch all the bullets, bro. What's up, dog? Talk to me. Oh, I know what it is. He's sponsored by FB County, dog. That's what it is. Put the camera on Scar right here. Look at Scar pulled up, man. The motherfucking movie star superstar right here.
Now put it in your ear.
You put it in your ear, dog, or a nostril.
There we go.
Hey,
Man,
put that
what's up,
face.
man? Hey, I hope you guys are getting ready for Saturday, man. You know what I mean? Just come, you know, and
What's going on Saturday? Start us with that.
man, everybody's gonna come out just in
No kings.
support. What was that?
It's called No. What did you say?
Oh yeah,
No
yeah.
Kings
I don't
protest.
understand that reference. Maybe you guys could catch me up with that. But yeah,
No
on Saturday,
Kings.
you know?
Why is it
on.
called No Kings?
I
That's
have
interesting.
no idea, but they have a big website. It's like
I keep
they
seeing
even
it. I
have
thought it
kids
was
in
something-
there.
yeah, I thought it was
like
something
it's
against men.
organized.
Let me look.
It's
No
a very
Kings.
organized website.
So
right,
basically, on Saturday, everybody's planning to protest, and they're
And the
calling
Walmart
it
girl
the No
sponsoring
Kings
that
protest.
That protest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, for the people that got twisted, man, it's gonna be a celebration. That's it, man. We're gonna have some music, everybody bring the carne asada, some beers, man. Let's have a
Alright, here
good
it is.
time. You know, leave those spray cans at home.
There it is.
And the fireworks, because there's gonna be
No
kids, man.
Kings.
You know, I was there earlier with my daughter. I knew I had to leave because I couldn't be there too long as much as I wanted to. I passed out some gas masks, you know, and
So what do you think, Scar? So Scar, you've been out there in the field. You've been out there in the protests. A lot of individuals have been out there on the field right here in this room. Salute to you guys, you know what I mean, for, doing your thing, doing your service to your community. I tripped on this shit, bro, because this is my thought, bro. Scar, I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fill the back of my truck with a gang of water, and I'm gonna pull up, and I want motherfuckers to be hydrated out here. You know what I mean? Like, if I can do anything, bro. Like, I was thinking I'm gonna do that, dog, homie, because I ain't gonna be doing all of that burning shit and all that other shit, dog, because. Shit, I'm the backbone of my family, dog. You feel me, dog? So I gotta pick and choose, you know what I mean, my
Hell
fights,
yeah.
you know?
Hell
But I wanted to know, I wanted to think, but so I say that to say this, Scar. There was a dude that pulled up, homie, in a truck and handed out face shields, dog. And he just got caught on a motherfucking federal charge for that shit.
I heard about
What
that.
the fuck's up with that,
Oh
dog?
wow.
That's not.
And I was like, well, damn, there goes my water idea.
But how come we can't wear face
No, I'm gonna
covers
still
and
do
they
it.
could?
I'm gonna still do it, dog. But I'm just saying, can you imagine? Hey, Luck, what you in here for? I was like, hey, water, dog.
Yeah, you know
Not that kind of water. Not the other water.
And the homie pulled up the other day at the protest with cases of beer too, and we were just passing them out. You know, we just want people to have a good time and just. It's power in numbers, man. We're just doing a demonstration.
So, Scar,
All you
you're
gotta do is
telling
come
me
out,
you're
that's
the
it.
reason why these motherfuckers wild the fuck out. You got them drunk, homie.
I'm keeping them hydrated, man. You know what I mean? That's it. I'm there to document.
It was Bud Light, right, bro? It was Bud Light. Bud Light keeps you hydrated.
It's a little bit of everything. You know, everybody has different tastes, and that's what LA is all
Cisco's.
about. You know, we're all a little bit different, and we can all coexist. But you know, I just wanted to tell the viewers something. Just because you guys, whoever's not in LA, you guys got to understand that this is happening in a 4-block vicinity. You know, it's not all of LA. There might be little pockets, maybe along the way, some graffiti and maybe some vandalism, but you guys got to understand it's 4 blocks of where this is happening. It's a courthouse, it's a federal building, it's all kind the Justice of Hall, the LA Times, and this is just in its 4 blocks from Temple to Aliso to Alameda to Broadway. Like, that's it, you guys. Like, it's not happening all over LA. So when these people are saying, especially these influencers, talking about don't go out there and cause damage because we look dumb, like, trust me, those buildings are going to be okay, but it's the families that are being affected. So when these influencers talk about don't come out and do this, they have no idea what they're talking about. They're not even from LA to even be saying something like that. And if you're not from LA and you're coming over here to record this stuff, just say that, but don't act and don't take the role of a leader. Don't say you're a leader, because you know in the comments everybody say, oh, you're doing it for the people. But like, nah, man, you're just there to document. You better not even try to we can mess up our city, but if you're not from LA, don't mess around and find out. But like I said, just come document, but don't take I've seen a lot of influencers taking the role of leaders or acting like they're leaders and they're not. We got to get that real straight. Just because you're out there, yeah, there's a power in numbers, but don't confuse the people by acting like you're a part of a movement. Like, when you never have done this before, and after this you're gonna go back to your regular schedule.
I want to say this, bro. When you for people that aren't from California, I'll use California as a whole. I'll tell you this right here, homie. This is land of motherfucking gangbang. This is land of murals. This is land of art. This is land of graffiti artists, bro. This is land of just fucking struggling fucking artists. You know what I mean? And they say, the cops will say this one thing. They said, hey, you know, if we want to know what's going on in this section right here, we're gonna read the writing on the walls. Yeah. It's just like when anybody's in the neighborhood, certain sections, hey homie, you know who's out? Oh, there goes Lucky. Lucky's out. Look at him across my motherfucking fence. That motherfucker, fuck him. But I'm just saying, so one thing about this city is just read the writing on the wall, world. read the writing on the wall. I ain't mad about the F-ICE and all that shit because we gangbang on each other and we write how we feel on our skin, on everything. It's the culture out here, dog.
Yep. And
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I seen the homies.
Trust the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and I seen the homies out there, and it's not the homies writing on these walls anymore. You know what I mean? All I see is F-ICE and all these cops and all that stuff, you know, and maybe some homies are, you know, getting a little carried away just to represent, but
I don't even think it's the homies because they'd have a whole lot more nice
yeah,
spray,
right,
bro.
yeah, right.
You know what I mean? This shit is just all fucked up, homie.
Motherfucker
never touched a spray can in his life.
Yeah, it's not the homies, so you see
Super
that.
toy.
We all
I
got that
said
in us to
I
write.
spelled I-E-C.
Toys.
I said, slap the spray can off that motherfucker's hand.
That's
So,
all right.
right? Like, motherfucker, you can't even spell, bitch.
You could tell.
That's all.
And the tip's so far from the wall, like it's all blurry.
I mean, this is for sure not a professional because we know some good graffiti artists from the neighborhoods, right? You know what I mean? And we're like, that shit is
You know what,
beautiful.
Well,
Yeah,
you have
so
a
it's a-
professional right here, homie. And I did a big fuck ice right in
Let's
front
go,
of
man. Let's go do
Who
a
said
piece
that
out
one?
there. So,
Hell
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
I
They're
did a
gonna
big
clean the
fuck
walls,
ice,
man. You guys.
Really nice, right in front of 300 fucking cops and fucking.
Let's go. Let's go. Come
And
on.
I did it nice. I filmed it in.
There you
Oh,
go.
you already
Bill.
did it? Yeah, I missed
That
it.
should be a
And I've
landmark,
been
brother.
doing graffiti for 35 years. and
There you go, Bill.
everybody knows why.
Big
Yeah.
tumor TKO.
Hey, Tumor. Much love, brother.
Yeah,
Appreciate you,
so
bro.
all that could be replaced, man. All these people talking about the property damage, man. You guys are just gaslighting and stop telling people to stay home. Like, follow your own advice and you stay your ass home. We're gonna be out here. We're gonna be out here for our people. All these people. You know what? I don't even want to say no names because I've been seeing so many people come out, but when there's other stuff happening that's not so big, that's not getting so much media attention, they're not out here in the streets like we do, you know?
Yeah.
And you guys gotta understand, this is my backyard. I be out there like, you know, just when I come out there, yeah, people want to take pictures of me and I do it, but I'm there till the end. Like, I'm just there watching out for my people. We gotta, you know, we look out for each other, but you know, I've been getting hit.
Oh, yeah, you got a little, I seen
I
your
don't
video,
think,
bro. You got a little butt cheek shot.
Oh man, yeah, I got shot in my right here.
The
and
buttocks.
right
Say the
here.
buttocks, bro.
Yeah, and
Like he said, show him, lady.
but the
No, I
worst
saw
one,
it. He put a video of it,
man,
bro.
the worst one
You
was
really
right
got
here
hit,
in my
bro?
leg. Yeah, man, the worst one was in my leg, man. I felt like it almost like I lost all feeling, and at that point I was like, damn, I can't really be out here like that.
So are you saying
You know,
people
like,
wear
yeah,
football
that
pads?
hurts. Like that
No,
hurt the
yeah.
most.
Some people are wearing pads to go to the
Yeah.
protests. Seriously.
Yeah, but man, you guys. But you know, other than that, I've seen a lot of beautiful things. Like last night, we were at the Hilton in Glendale. We found out that some of the ICE agents were staying there, and everybody came out with some type of instrument to just make some noise, man, and just to see the people come out there and get together and do something like that. It's like it didn't sound good, but it sounded like good music to me. Like I was like, yeah, like this is the sound of freedom. And on Saturday we're gonna need more. Yeah, the revolution. We're gonna need more of that because we're gonna show the world that yeah, we could be peaceful. There's gonna be a few bad apples, but you know they're the ones that
Appreciate it. Thank you, bro.
make the party a little bit more fun. But like I said, we're just there to demonstrate. We're there to demonstrate. There isn't really gonna be anyone like leading the movement at this point. It's the people's fight. So no one's out there to be taking credit of nothing that they shouldn't. And as far as I heard a lot of talk about getting in the chairs of these offices, it's a little too late for that. It's a little too late for that. We've been saying that for a long time, and nothing has changed. And it's up to us now to show them our power and numbers. And it's just to show them that we outnumber them. We don't gotta do nothing more than come out and just have a good time with each other. Get to know your neighbor. Get to know who these people are coming over here. And they're, like I said, it's not just the bad apples doing. It's a lot of people that instigate or might be out there just for the gram. But like I said, just do you and let them be them. The fakes always get exposed. And I think that's all I gotta say about that. I don't know if you guys got any questions. I can't read what the people are saying in the comments. What they talking about?
They're just saying a whole bunch of other stuff. They're saying, remember when Democrats deported families, so you guys didn't have the same energy back then. I think we still did.
It's happening at a different scale, at a high rate where we can either like get this back into our control or let them control. But you know, I love everybody that's been coming out, and I just don't take these influencers' advices about staying home and about the property damage, man. It's just like I said, it's just 4 blocks. 4 blocks filled with federal buildings. It's no hospital, it's no schools, there's nothing like that. It's that criminal building. If you know about that criminal building on Temple and Broadway, I hate that building. And that building has not been touched, man. That building has not been touched, and that's.
Hey, bring up 20.
Man, City Hall has not been touched. Most of these buildings haven't even been touched like that. It's just the walls, and people want to concentrate on that. So I really want to say, F you to all the influencers advising people to stay home. But you know what? At this point, yeah, stay home. Like the people that do, just wait one more day. Just wait till Saturday. We just got one more day. That's it. Yeah, now it's at high alert. It's red alert. Like stay home and just wait it out till Saturday. We're gonna. They're gonna see what we're all about. They're gonna wake up a sleeping giant. That's
right. I think they already have, brother. Yeah, I think they already have, and the whole world is listening. And you see so many white people saying, L.A., California, hold the line. Yeah, hold the line, sure. Bro. Yeah. There are so many white people that you will see, bro. My algorithm is crazy right now. It's all protest. And there's so many people from different states. There's white dudes with American flags and say, before you scroll up, I'm gonna let you know I'm not a MAGA supporter. You know what I mean? And these dudes are showing solidarity to the movement out here. So that's got to be recognized here, bro.
And I just want to say this.
We're not gonna just shit on a certain. You know what I mean? Because there are good people in all colors, and they're piece of shits in all colors too.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say this: if you're ready to move tonight, come out to the DoubleTree Inn and at the Citadel. They're gonna be at the Hilton in Glendale. Man, I'm gonna go. Just go make some noise and I'll practice my opera, boys, and just
don't let those motherfuckers sleep.
Yep, and that's it. That they ain't gonna they're not giving us peace, so we're not gonna give them any peace until they stop all this.
I ain't getting no sleep because of y'all. Y'all ain't getting no sleep because of me.
And hey, Rev, let's go. Let's drop our beat real quick. Rev will put a whole show on this bitch.
I think that's all I gotta say about that before I start going out, crashing out. But
it's all good, bro. This is Hood Stocks, bro.
Yeah, it's good to see everybody out here, man. I could tell we all got something to say, and I'm gonna let the next person who serves next.
Hey, everyone give us the scar, baby. Let's go, man. Yes, sir. Keep up the great work, brother. Appreciate you, dog. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get
everybody wants to hear from the Marine.
Let's get the Marine right here. We got Prodac, Pistolas in la casa, baby. See, my dog. That's my. Well, you want him? Yeah. Okay. Prodac, go ahead and sit over there, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna break that.
What's that?
Nah, it's made out of steel, bro. You're good.
Damn, well, you are kind of big, bro. God, damn.
5X.
5X, homie.
5X? Holy shit.
5X. I need that goddamn.
Body my Modelo.
Goddamn.
I need that goddamn.
So we got a Marine right here. Hey, thank you for your service, sir.
Marine vet.
Marine vet.
That's right. 0311 infantry, man.
Okay, brother. So you know what I mean? This homie right here he's out of my area, Northeast Los Angeles. Stand the fuck up, baby, right?
Hey.
Nella, man, Northeast LA, Montecito Heights, so
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Yes, sir, dog. And so how do you feel, brother, when you see your own Marine brothers getting deployed out here to Los Angeles?
That's wrong what they're doing, and I'll tell you why. A lot of these guys, they're not trained to police. They're trained to kill. Oh. These guys are, especially infantry. I'm not talking about every single Marine. I'm talking about infantry. These guys are trained to kill, and they're out there. They have all the anxiety to come out and fuck someone up. So it's wrong what the government's doing and putting them out here because they're not trained for that. And if you look at the newscast, all these guys wrestling each other, all that, they got all this fucking testosterone.
Is that a real thing that they're doing right now?
Fuck yeah, it's called line training.
Oh shit, I thought that was, it looked like an old vintage thing, bro, but that's where they're based at, and that's what they're currently doing right now.
So I have no idea what you're talking about, so why don't you tell the people what you guys are talking about?
Okay, so I'll tell it, and then I'll hand it over to Big Serge over there. So they showed a video online of the Marines basically here. It looked like, hey, Loka, love you, girl. Hey, see you at the club, girl. Nicolas down the street. Next up on the stage, Loka.
That was crazy.
So it was. So to ask Reverie's question, I'm sorry, Reverie, is they showed a bunch of like soldiers, and they were out in a field. It looked like a stadium to me, to be honest. And they were just like fucking congregating and going
Here's the video right here.
Yeah, there it is right. No, is that it, bro?
Is this it? You said in the field? No.
No, that's not it, bro. They were in and they're wrestling. What are they doing, bro?
It's called line training.
Why are they doing that?
They're getting ready. If they gotta intersect with anyone, they're gonna put you down and they're gonna break your arm. They're there to break arms. We're trained for that. It's called line training. We get your arm and we snap it.
Oh shit.
That's what it is. We're not trained to police. We're not trained to de-escalate. None of that shit. It's called infantry. You're there to fuck someone up.
Are you a Trump supporter, sir?
No, I've always been a Democrat, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm a Democrat. Because I've always been really close to my neighborhood. And my neighborhood is Chicano, hardworking. And being in the Marines showed me different things. I love my country. However, I've also seen Confederate flags out there. I've been told to put my Mexican flag down, and I told him, you know what? I'll put my Mexican flag down for my barracks if you tell Gilliam over there and Billy to put down his Confederate flags.
Like that. So it was like that in the barracks.
Guess what? They never told me to put it down ever again because they were going to tell him to put his Confederate flag down. So, you know what? Let Camarillo, Juarez Camarillo, handle his shit, but we're going to get that fucker with night wash. So they will find a way to haze me. Because at the end of the day, you're brown, man. You're brown. And white rules in there. It does. Doesn't matter you're from fucking LA, but I came with that attitude. I'm from fucking LA. What are you gonna do to me? That's right. They showed me different in there though.
Yeah,
That's
I bet.
federal land. And I fucking learned quick. Because they were the power.
What did they do to you?
They were the power. Oh, it's called blanket parties. It's called blanket parties. It don't matter from LA if I brought homeboys and all that, it don't matter. They rule in there.
What is explain blanket party?
A blanket party
doesn't
means
sound like somewhere I want.
a blanket party.
Blanket party.
Especially with a bunch of
blanket party means if you're not aligned with what the fuck they're doing, they're gonna corner you up and they're gonna fuck you up. They're all gonna gang up on you,
hold the blanket down,
and everyone's gonna take a fucking shot with a soap and fucking hit you with a blanket. Boom.
And so is that? So
they're gonna kill you.
Has that happened to you?
Oh fuck yeah, it did.
Oh shit.
For speaking up. But guess what? But I had the fucking balls because I'm from Northeast LA, and I was at fucking Pride.
I know that's
I spoke up. I didn't give a fuck. I spoke up. You know, but you gotta understand, there's still the majority. I had a lot of good brothers in there that were white though too.
Yeah, of
and
course.
they felt bad, and they're like, you know, that's not right.
But they couldn't do nothing about
They
it.
couldn't do shit about it. And a lot of the brown brothers in there just shut the fuck up because they wanted to promote. You know, but don't get it confused, man. Whoever's out there is gonna protest, stay the fuck away from the Marines.
Oh yeah, let me show you this video.
These
Here's the
guys
video right
are
here.
trained to kill.
That's really interesting. I
That's
didn't know
the video
that.
right
That's
there.
such a
This one,
that's
right,
a
Lucky? This
very,
one?
very intense, interesting piece of information. That is vital.
We're getting educated right now.
We are getting
straight
educated,
up.
and so is everybody else watching. This is a
I have
great
questions and all
conversation.
kinds
Listen
of
to
shit.
this though.
Ask-
Listen, hold on, before anything. And I'm gonna tell you why. These guys are federally protected. LAPD, if LAPD does something, guess what? They could be charged with stuff. They're local. Marines, who the fuck is gonna charge a Marine? Who's gonna charge a Marine for killing someone? He's gonna get pardoned right away.
Federal, yeah. And so that's why these ICE agents, being the fact that they're federally protected by Big Daddy, Mr.
Exactly.
Donald Trump,
Exactly.
that they are crashing into cars, bro. The boy Justin, he was on this podcast, bro, and Korean brother, he was on here. He knew that, you know, that deportation was potentially in his near future because we talked about it about a year or two ago, right? He's been convicted. He was convicted of a murder. He did a shitload of years. Asian brother, right? And but he, you know, these men get out, and you know they're doing right now. But anyways, he's a changed man, is what I want to say. But today, I think it was today, bro. When they apprehended him. No, that was a different car. That was the white Mercedes. I'm sorry. It was the white Mercedes that got all banged up and shit. They banged him up, and then they smashed out, bro. And she was like, "Shit, what the motherfucker?
So there's
Who
a
gonna fix my
story.
car?"
There's a story behind that white Mercedes. I don't know if you guys heard, but it has to do with the guy in Paramount. That was I don't know if you guys seen. There was a truck that pulled up, not the rock thrower, the guy that pulled up in front of the Home Depot and kicked everybody out in his truck. I don't know if you've seen that. He pulls right in the entrance and he tells everybody, "Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!" So it's him. That's the guy who they arrested and they fucking did the whole maneuver too and shit. You know what I mean?
I want everybody to get it for Prodac Pistola.
Yeah, man, the house, man.
Yeah, bro, so Prodac, you are central in downtown area.
Yeah, man, I'm right in the Santee alleys, man, right on 12 in Santee, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Callejones.
And so, man, talk about how bad business is out there,
Bro,
right?
it's dead right now, bro. Out there, I want to say it's really run by the immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Which is like 80% of the people out
right?
there. Yes, bro. Because somebody with papers goes and gets a job down the street, legit. You know, Walmart, Target, and shit. People with no papers, bro, they look for that Bendix sign. You know what I mean? That big Bendix building. That's where they go and, you know, to get employed, bro. I don't want to say this shit. I'm saying too much right now, you know. But
why you say? I think that's a common knowledge right there, though, bro.
You know, but they don't know that shit. Like, we know that shit. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I'm talking about that bit of information. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
So people, maybe a good conversation is to talk about what immigrants do for this country.
Man, I think that they power this country, bro. The Statue of Liberty, bro. Are they gonna deport the Statue of Liberty too, or what? Like, that's a real question. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing here? You know?
She's a foreign baddie.
Yeah. Oh, damn. She's exotic, fool. She's from. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, man. Yeah. What are we doing, bro? The immigrants are the heart and soul of the country, bro. This country was built on the immigrants, on slavery, bro, on all the fucked up shit. You know what I mean?
Well, they say there was a good post that said slavery built the land, but immigrants maintained the land.
Made it beautiful. Keep it beautiful. That's what it said.
Kept it beautiful.
Yes.
Maintained something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I thought that was really. I mean, would you agree with that, Heron?
I disagree.
You disagree? I knew he would disagree too. He's a tough one, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's okay.
He's got a deep understanding of history and stuff like that. So it's just like I'm sometimes when I fuck with this dude, I'm like I'm with my floaties on the shallow end, dog, and I ain't afraid to say that, dog. You know what I mean?
It's a good place to be.
I mean, we know what we know. You know what I mean? Sometimes, but it helps me live a little more easier life. Because if I knew too much, and everywhere I look, I'd be like, "Fuck,
Lucky, Lucky.
This gonna get me."
This is California.
I hate that shit, dog.
This is California.
As fuck. You don't even need methamphetamine. You just need to know a whole lot of history. Make you paranoid as fuck, bro.
Hell yeah. Listen, this is California, man. We're in walking distance of Mexico. Fuck a car, fuck the plane. We're in walking distance of Mexico, bro.
Yeah.
This is California, bro. Texas, Arizona. There's only certain states where it's Mexicans, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But don't be scared to wave your flag, brother.
Don't be scared to wave the flag, bro. That flag means
also scared to
revolution.
wave the American flag.
Don't be scared of that either.
That's your flag.
Yes,
that's your
cool.
flag too.
Both of them are our
The
flags. You know
American
what I'm
flag
saying?
is your flag too.
Oh yeah, I'm meant to be American. I'm a proud American. For sure. For my community, but I love my country.
Love your country.
What about the
I love
sacrifice
it.
our parents made too?
Exactly. Have
I'm
both
proud of
flags.
that shit.
Nicaragua,
Yes.
Salvador,
And
wave
it's
your
okay
flag,
for you to
Mexico.
wave the Nicaragua flag,
Wave
bro.
your flag.
No one's gonna tell you that
Mexico.
that's wrong. You get what I'm
Exactly.
saying? It's revolution, bro.
Yes.
And like
It is.
Lucky said, they woke up a monster, bro. They woke up a monster. The people are not happy, bro. You can see that shit happening in the streets every day, bro. The people are not happy. Kids are in cages, bro. You get
This is
what I'm
what I
saying?
predict. Look,
It makes me so proud, bro.
hit it.
It makes me really, really proud, bro. To be honest, people,
Hell yeah.
and it's the flip side of maybe the other side of the country, right? That makes them disgusted.
The middle
right?
of the country.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
Yeah,
right.
the
for
middle,
sure.
yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank Rev. The middle of the country, because that's where that's at, right? You know, but to stand for something you love and you believe in, I believe that's within our Constitution. You know what I
Sure.
mean? You know, the
It's
right
the
to
law.
protest. Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just
Yes.
saying, bro. Like that makes us that makes this country why it's pretty strong, bro.
Hell
Because of the freedom of speech,
Yes.
bro. You know,
And the right to assemble.
so now, the right to assemble. Thank you. And so now here we are in a time where man, my bad, dog. I'm sorry, bro. I'll take the 13 seconds, homie. Straight up, dog. You know what I mean?
All right, we're gonna give it to him right now, guys. Everybody.
I'll tell you, I get fucked up by you guys right
This
now.
room, damn. Good luck, Lucky.
I'll be all right. If you can't beat them, cheat them. No, just playing. We ain't doing that, dog. But it just really makes me proud and to be a part of this city, be a part of this section, be a part of California, Southern California, and let the rest of the world that we are not the same, dog.
They not like us.
Majority
They not like
ethnic
us.
group. Just if the majority ethnic group unites against something, then you're fucked.
It's dangerous,
And that's
bro.
what they just awoken, like you just said.
Yes, bro. It's dangerous, bro.
Really quick, guys, going back to the Marines. Yeah, I don't know if he was just stating that, I don't know if it was you or someone else, that Israel just struck Iran today.
Yeah.
So as far as the Marines, or 700 Marines being here, they're gonna be gone soon. I mean, there's a bigger picture that's
Go
going
to
on.
World War III. Is that
Right,
what
right now, Israel hitting Iran is a big deal.
Big
Such
wars
big.
out there.
Yeah, it's a bigger monster out there.
Well,
Yeah.
let's go down the fucking thing. So Iran is in alliance with Russia. Russian is alliance with China, homie.
Yes, sir.
Come on, dog. We don't want that smoke, dog.
They
We
want
really
us all
don't,
together.
bro.
Yeah.
We don't want that smoke.
We gotta
dog.
be together.
We got Andorel, baby, in the UFOs.
He
so
called it
we're
right
good.
here.
We don't need to go to war, bro. I mean, what we are so far in technology, like, you don't want to. I don't want to. I'm 48 years old. I don't want to see my kids, motherfucking,
Man.
be over
Yo,
some.
people in the chat have a bet when Lucky was gonna drop his age on the
Oh shit! I made it on
an
the.
hour and 36 in, guys. So whoever won that one.
Signature line? Obviously.
You know what it is, brothers. This is what it is. This is.
Hey, that's a good number to mention.
This is- no,
That's
this
some time
is-
in the game.
This
game.
is what it is, bro. When I was in my 20s, whoop, I never thought I was gonna get to 40, man. I swear to God, on everything I motherfucking love, the life that I was living and the road that I was going down, I for sure wanted to be dead before then, you know what I mean? And then I got to 40, bro. And then I started thriving and surviving and fucking doing beautiful things within myself and my life and the people around me and shit. And so I like to say, hey, dog, damn, I've been here 48 years, bro.
Hell yeah.
You know, and man, it's been a motherfucking one hell of
Good
a
job.
fucking journey. It's been a lot of lessons, and I'm not done learning, bro. You know what I mean? In the political world, bro, shit, I say I'm 48 on the streets, but in the political world, I'm a fucking newborn, bro. Straight up, dog. You know what I mean? There's levels to all sides of the game.
You're doing
It really,
good,
age don't mean really nothing, even though I do. They really did a bad.
Yeah, they were there.
Fuck that dudes, bro.
They thought I was dying because I was waiting for it too. I was like, is he gonna do it?
Bro, why wouldn't you text me and
Is he
be
gonna
like,
do it?
why wouldn't my
parlay
sidekick text me and be like, bro, don't say your age?
Culture.
Whose side is he on?
Clocking in the parlay.
Bro, he's 100%, bro.
I was in the fucking bet. Lucky
Motherfucker lost. That's some bullshit, dog. Bro, he's always against me, bro.
Yes.
Ever since I talked about boning his mom, bro, he's been no, bro, she's fine, bro. She's super fine, bro. She's bad, bro. You know what I mean? He might be my son, and we're still trying to whip more. Figure that out.
She's happy, right?
Bro, he's not even on my team, bro. I crash out and then gets mad after I crash out. It's like, bro, you could have just hit the button where it turned it off. You know what I mean?
What do you say? As long as I don't call you bad, fool.
It's all good. It's all love right here. Hey, check it out, dog. The streets, this is a tough crowd, baby. It's a tough crowd, dog. They're going to tell you how they feel all the time. And that's what I love about you guys. And please, keep it going, bro. Talk your shit. That makes you guys you, dog. You know what I mean? That's been hood stock since day one, homie. If you can't tell the motherfucker right next to you, fuck you, dog, then you shouldn't be fucking with him and shit. You're too sensitive, dog. You're in a sensitive circle, you know what I mean?
That's what I was
Hell
thinking.
yeah.
I was like, it's good you don't have a yes man right there.
No.
That's dangerous.
He's a
It's
fuck me
good
in
to
the
keep
ass,
people
man.
around that
Every time I see him, he's got a little pants down, little dick out, you know what I mean? I'm like, bro, pull that shit up, bro.
That's a real
You ain't gonna do
homie.
nothing with that little witty, bro.
That's right.
Fuck that dude, bro. All love right here. No, we talk shit right here. We
No,
have
you know I know. You know I know.
That's
right.
And so, man, bro. So we. Oh, go ahead.
Question for Rev.
Yes. Give him the mic. I want people to hear the
Say
question.
it on the mic. Say it on the mic.
Hey, real quick question for Rev. For every artist, for Pistolas too, and in every revolutionary time, we always have an artist that hits us with some dope-ass revolutionary music. Are you working on that right now?
I mean, I'm just gonna say I've been doing that. I've been putting out music, talking about culture, talking about the community, talking about politics. I have a song called Black Hearts, and I made it during Trump's last term. And I start the song off by saying, my city got problems. Mr. President, why don't you solve them? Why you choose to cause vision with precision. Look, the system that's in place ain't fucking working. I've been to Ferguson, seen people live like they ain't worth the shit. My people smoking, tweaking, coding, Percocet, and it's upsetting. And the song goes on just to talk about the state of the world.
Let's go, baby! Fucking go, homie!
So absolutely, I'm absolutely writing about this, and I write about everything that goes on. That's important to me. That's something that I've always done, and I just do it because it feels good. It's my therapy, to be honest with you. It just so happens that everybody likes what I say, which is really fucking cool. And I'm honored to be representing the people, and that's why I'm here today. I mean, I've lost thousands of followers over the past few days of posting about this shit, and it's not the first time. I always speak up about things I feel strongly about. You know, I've been doing community work. I work with the kids all the time, performed in juvenile hall. Like, I've done a lot of stuff, and I continue to do more than I see most other rappers doing, you know? So absolutely, that's why I'm here today. Thank you so much.
Rev, I want to ask you a question, and it's maybe not just necessarily a question. It'd be just referring to something that I saw within your timeline. And everybody follow Reverie Love on Instagram. Follow Reverie Love on Instagram. Fuck all them motherfuckers that dropped out, or 1,000 people. Let's get motherfucking 20, 30, 40, 50,000 extra people that fuck with her right here on Hood Socks. But so I saw a video, and please tell me that it was your video. If not, smack me up the side of the head. But it was your father getting his papers.
Yeah, my dad is an American citizen now, as of like a few months ago. Yeah, it's amazing. My dad's been here since he was a little kid. Like, I don't know how old he was. I think he was like a newborn or something. So he was raised here, but he just had his green card the whole time. And he would always tell me it's because he didn't want to do jury duty. That's what he said. That's what he said my whole life. But he decided to become a citizen. You know why? Because he wanted to get his passport to travel outside of the country, because he doesn't go outside of the country. And they told him that he has to go back to Ecuador and get a new birth certificate, because he doesn't have his birth certificate from when he was a kid, and all this crazy shit. So and then they said, or else you could just become a citizen. And then because he's been here long enough, you know. And then he was like, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And he did it.
Congratulations, your pops, man.
Hey, Reverie,
Yeah.
you're Ecuadorian? Do you like Guatita?
Guatita? You know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm Mexican Ecuadorian, but I don't know much about my Ecuadorian side. I was raised here in LA, and it's like the culture here is Mexican, you know? And a lot of my Ecuadorian family, I'm first generation on my dad's side. I'm third generation on my mom's side. So I don't really know a lot about my culture in Ecuador, because we haven't had many of our family members come up here, to be honest with you, on that side.
Dude, their food is fire.
Yeah,
Try
I mean,
the
everything my
Guatita.
grandma, what is it though? What is Guatita? Maybe my
Guatita's
grandma
like
made
their
it.
Ecuadorian version of menudo.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I
peanut butter sauce, fucking fire with white rice.
Yeah, my grandma. Oh yeah, they use white rice. My grandma cooks good.
I have a question. How was the process for like your dad that was Ecuadorian compared to like, you know, your mom's process? Or
my mom's family came here illegally.
Okay.
So it's completely
So
different. That was 3 generations ago.
I'm saying that to say this. It's harder for Mexicans to get papers compared to other Latin American. You know what I mean? Like
I have heard that it's hard for all Latino Americans. I think it was just easier for my dad because he's been here for decades already, and he's on paper and like, you know, I think that's why.
amnesties and there's all kinds of other little fine print. You know what I mean? That help out other places before they help a Mexican out. Okay. Like the cartel and all that shit doesn't classify them as being, you know what I mean? They're coming over here as refugees and shit like that. So that's a big deal. You know what I mean? There's other countries, you know, I'm just saying because, you know, you're Ecuadorian and bringing that up. That's dope, you know, that your father was able to obtain papers. How long did it take him to get papers here in the U.S.? Like how long?
I'm not really sure, but I just know that it was relatively easy for him compared to what I've heard other people say. But in my personal perspective, it wasn't because he's from Ecuador. It's because he's been here for a while, because I know a lot of other people who are from Mexico and other countries in South America, and they all have a really hard time coming here. Whereas, and I also know European people who come over here,
European
like my homies on
you know
visas or whatever, and they have, it seems to be a way easier time coming over here, and they say that themselves. They say that themselves. They say, "Oh yeah, I know people in Mexico and Argentina or whatever." Like, it's so much easier for my homies from Spain or my homies from France to come over here. It's like crazy. A world of a difference. Yeah. Right. And also, they have more money in general in the European countries compared to South American countries. So obviously, money talks. So that's another thing that our people, our ancestors from our homeland, have to do with. It's hard.
Lucky they have apps where they could just download the app on their phone and get a whole permission and passes to come over here, visas, fucking home loans and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? Where's that at? Like, where do I sign up for that?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure. You know what I want to do is I want to introduce another guest we have right here, and this man, his name is June. He is Japanese. He resides in Culiacan.
fire.
You know what I mean? Let's everybody. He speaks Spanish fluently, better than anybody probably in this bitch. I mean, now I'm bigging him up too much. Everybody, give it up for June.
Thanks for having me.
Kulichi. Hell yeah, homie.
Hey, thanks for having me.
June, how are we doing, brother?
There's a lot of people. Yeah.
June, what do you do? What do you do, bro? Tell people what you do first. For the people that aren't familiar with you, what do you do for a living?
He's a Labubu trapper. That's what he does.
I want a Labubu.
He traps Labubu dolls cross country lines, dog.
I don't know what that is, but I'm a financial consultant.
He's a financial consultant. This dude is amazing with numbers, bro. This dude's brain runs like motherfucking software. Is that safe to say, bro?
Damn, dog. You
Not
do it like that?
but
Got AI in this motherfucker?
This is AI right
He's
here.
natural like the Matrix.
Thank you for
Serge, you out here?
information. Thank you.
All right, brother, be easy.
Hey,
bro.
Serge, I hope your truck's
Thank
still
you.
here, dog.
You see, yeah, that badass truck back there.
Really good, brother. Hey, keep up the good work. Just tell everyone to be peaceful.
Absolutely.
We're gonna be okay.
We're going to be
You guys
okay,
are
bro.
gonna leave. Don't worry about it.
100%, yes.
Hell yeah.
June, so let's get to June right here. June, what message do you have to bring today here at Hood Stocks, bro? The Japanese man amongst all these Latinos right here.
happy times, sad times. I'm here with you guys. The Hispanic community, especially Mexicans, they've always been, very, they've been down for me. So it's just like, I'm here to support, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
You said you had and sometimes me and June talk, because June be hanging around with the motherfucking crazy motherfuckers out there in Mexico. And June tells me sometimes that, when he's with these dudes and they see Mexican Chicanos, Mexican Americans go through there, bro, he hears them talking about, like, plotting on a motherfucker's wallet type of shit,
Hell yeah.
And
Easy money.
so we have these type of conversations and stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying it from to speak on it, but June, I mean, what did you want to bring to the table right here, bro? Besides a solidarity within the community.
Not just Culiacan, but I'm in TJ as well, and Tijuana has a lot of deportados, and I got a lot of homies that are deported, and it's just like, shout out to the homie Green Eyes from Canoga Park, but like what he said is, hey, they smell us out here, you know what I mean? And it's just this different ball game over there, and it's just like, America's a great country, we get to express ourselves. Like over there in Culiacan, they got this thing called retenes, and it's like a military fucking checkpoint, and that shit is scary as fuck, and I don't know, I'm just living a different life. I actually pulled in tonight, and
You're getting tatted by Freddie Negretti tomorrow?
Yeah.
Our boy Freddie Negretti. Shout out to Freddie Negretti, man.
shout out to all the homies from Sangra too, respect.
Absolutely. Hey, June, thank you so much. You know what I want to bring Patty on here. Patty, let's go. Let's
Thanks,
bring Patty
June,
right
thanks.
here. Yeah, thank you, June. What do you got for me, June?
I got that commission. It's Jesus Malverde. If people don't know his work.
Yeah, that shit's
Oh my
hard.
God, it's so pretty.
Yeah, that's pretty
You made that?
No, that's from Cam Records, but I commissioned it. I got the original.
Oh, it's really
Hey.
nice.
Thank you,
Yeah, that's
brother.
101, baby.
Thank you, my dog.
That's so
I'm
cute.
gonna frame that, dog. I'm gonna frame that and put
Jesus
it on.
Malverde, baby. That's the place for the trap lords.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so this is how Hood Stocks works, man. We are so, like, sometimes, man, I'm this type of dude. You know what I mean? Like, we were like, hey, look, can you come to this Bible study? And I'll be like, all right, dog, I'm gonna go to that Bible study. You know what I mean? And the next thing you know, we're smoking a joint in the parking lot. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, we're drinking some beers. Next thing you know, we're at the strip club. I'm a spontaneous motherfucker and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna go with the flow, and if this is what we doing, and this is what we doing. We got Scar in the building, right? You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
And so this woman, I don't know her. She reached out to me on Instagram and she said, hey, whoop, this, that, and the other. And I was like, okay, pop. There goes the fucking address. Pull the fuck up and let's hear what the fuck you're talking about.
Period.
Here we go with Patty right here. Let's go. So I'm saying the spontaneous hood stock. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I saw your post, and I appreciated the fact that you even put that out there, because a lot of people don't want to have real discussions because they're too worried about what their followers or their donors are going to do to them, whether they're going to drop them or not. So I'm listening to everyone's thoughts here, and it's great. I love to see the unity between our community, because our community is really divided, unfortunately. Like I have conservative values, so I get shitted on left and right, but I have conservative values because my big thing is family. My big thing is family. And right now what's going on, sorry, I look toda arrastrada because I've been crying off and on all day. So I'm born and raised in the city of Santana. And if those of you that are familiar with there, it's been getting hit hard. Their surrounding cities have been getting hit hard. So you have a lot of parents that are afraid to go to their children's graduations. You have people that are afraid to go to the grocery store. You have people that are afraid to go to work. But yet people continue to disregard them because they're not in some fucking stupid political narrative that they want to push them in. You have a lot of conservatives that keep saying that discussions like this are stupid. They keep insinuating that protesting is stupid when I think it's extremely powerful.
It is.
You know
It's
that.
working.
It is.
I reached out to farm workers because I marched with the farm workers. A few years back, the farm workers redid the Cesar Chavez march over 300 miles. I marched it with the farm workers. So I met a lot of people that work out in the campos. And a lot of them, they're running in these campos. Why the fuck is the government throwing people in the fields, the people that pick our fruit and vegetables? Why are they running? Why are they running? That's bullshit. So I'm here because I'm hoping that people can get together and create a solution. I hear people saying, these are our circumstances. I refuse to believe that we're all stuck in some fucked up circumstance where we can't educate our parents, we can't educate our grandparents, when in reality, most of us, we fucked up. We know that our elders can't do a lot of stuff, so why aren't we supporting them? If they don't speak if they don't speak English, why aren't we helping them? If they want to get their citizenship and they don't have rights to get to these different classes, why aren't we offering it to them? Or people in our communities, why aren't we being proactive to make sure that our neighbors are getting the paperwork that they need and supporting them more?
She's cooking. She's cooking, baby.
And another thing. Why the fuck are people putting up signs saying to report an illegal alien? Who the fuck is anyone to create a sign like we're some fucking animal? There's signs that are being posted. Report an alien.
That's crazy.
We're not fucking dogs. We're human beings.
Yeah.
And people need to start treating us. Again, I have conservative values, and I know I'm going to get shitted on left and right, but I don't give a fuck. And I apologize for all the swearing, but
this is hood sucks.
Yeah. Also, you might get shitted on in the chat. Just don't read the chat right here. It's cool.
Oh,
you
no,
know, we're all respecting each other's opinions and
a lot of conservatives are fucking assholes.
Yeah.
But
yeah, speak on it.
But what's wrong with being conservative?
You know what?
Just because you're conservative,
just
because you're conservative doesn't necessarily mean you have to support Trump.
No. There's
It's
nothing
a value,
wrong.
right?
There's nothing wrong
It's not
with
an
being
ideology.
conservative.
You could be conservative and still care for.
You can, but when it's addressing this issue, if you're looking to see how most people are addressing it, they're disregarding people.
Yes.
They're disregarding us. And you know what? Our fucking vote is going to be the biggest vote on the next election cycle, whether people refuse to see it or not. It is.
Yeah.
Midterms.
So it's about time that people start appreciating us, because we are people to be appreciated instead of looking down upon us. But as a community, we have to come together and put our differences aside, because there's too many people. They need us. They need us. Okay, one of my neighbors, I talked about the graduation. She helped raise her grandson. The mother's not there. Why should my neighbor not be allowed to go and see her grandbaby graduate because she thinks she's going to get picked up? Or her husband because he works in a freaking place that continues to get raised. So that's why I asked to come on here.
Thank you so much, baby. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. We in church right now. Real shit. We in church, and I love your emotion, because without emotion, you ain't speaking from your heart. You know what I mean? You know, because that's coming from an emotional ass food. Sometimes I'll be just like feeling like, you know, a certain way, and my heart moved me in this direction, opposed to a statement that I made earlier in the year. You know. But,
a lot of people are feeling like you guys. A lot of people who consider themselves to be conservative or side with the right side, they are very upset about what's going on in this current situation with the ICE raids. You know, you guys are not the only ones. So personally, I know you're saying like, well, I'm gonna get shit on, and that's what this was saying too. But I think it's really good that you guys are saying it, because that's how so many people feel right now. And it's good that we're opening up this conversation so other people can say, damn. I did fuck up, they got me. And you know,
sometimes it's good to get shitted on, because I'll tell you,
we all need it.
I'll tell you this. Once upon a time ago, I was in motherfuckers like, this is another bet. Let me know right now. This is another bet. Dog.
I don't know what you're gonna
cash it in.
Let me cash this bet in real
He's
quick.
gonna tell a story about.
No. I'm just saying. I'm talking about being shitted on. You know what I mean? They said I was on a yard once upon a time ago when I was in my very young adult age, and this one dude, as soon as we walked out to the yard, the dude got shitted on by a seagull. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Literally?
And yeah, no, he got shitted on. And when a seagull shits on you, a seagull can shit on you one time, and it's like them hitting you 5 times, because it hits your head, and then it slops onto your chin, and then it pop. You know what I mean? Like that. Seagulls got that sloppy shit. You know what I mean? My cousin's like, bro, where the fuck are you going with this shit? I'm really going somewhere with this. But they say it's good luck. You know what I mean? But anyways, if you're not getting shitted on, then you're not living life. You know what I mean? If life was perfect, we would be fucking miserable, more miserable than we are right now. So, you know, this is life. This is life, bro. Like, straight up, this is life, dog. The highs, the lows, the peaks, the valleys, the drama, the happiness, the bomb-ass nut, the argument.
You're cooking.
You feel what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying, like, this is life, brother. And without all of this, which creates history in life, personal or global, or then we're not living, bro. So thank God we're living, because we're here to live life right now. If you're alive right now, dog, and you're able to hear this, and you're able to get your emotions turned a certain way and shit, you're living life. You alive, my dog. So be happy for that. And I just wanted to say a little bit of a silver lining within the bullshit. You know what I mean? We're living life. We good.
Absolutely. We're letting ourselves exist. We're letting ourselves experience this moment. You know, a lot of people are just at home, not looking at anything because it's just unbearable. But the people here, we're all experiencing this moment, and we're all trying to shape it. And that's what we're doing by being proactive about it, by being here, by going to the protest, by posting about it online, by educating our people. You know, these are really important steps that we're all taking.
One more suggestion. While people are protesting, I think it'd be good for people to start talking about immigration reform. I mean, I don't care if this man made his statement. There's a lot of activists that have been trying to push for immigration reform. Unfortunately, that particular thing doesn't get highlighted.
Yeah, you're right.
If anything, because then it helps when you start talking about immigration reform, it starts educating people about the immigration process, which most people don't understand how hard it is.
And you know, but you know why most people don't in the United States? Because most people don't have to deal with that. And so sometimes once again, going back to what I originally said, if it immediately doesn't affect you, then I think it might be human nature that you sometimes you could potentially look past it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like not in a like just innocently look past it. You know, and so, but this is an awakening to all of us that immigration is humanity. You know what I mean? People's lives ain't to be fucked with or played with, especially when they're the backbone of this motherfucking country, dude.
Yeah. And you know, earlier you were asking, one of you guys was asking, what do the immigrants who are here illegally do? And they are doing a lot of things that no Americans want to do. Even children Americans don't want to do. They're cooking in the back of the restaurants.
The jobs.
Sweating.
Yeah.
You know, they're changing your dirty sheets at the hotel. They're on their hands and knees cleaning your fucking toilets. They're in the fields inhaling pesticides all day, picking your fruit.
Under any weather.
They're doing all these jobs that no Americans want to do. So when people can't realize how important that's just a few 5 things that I mentioned, but there's so many things that they're doing that Americans feel too good to do or don't want to do or are not getting paid enough or wherever their reason may be. And that's fine. But I just think it's important for us to talk about that because people need to realize how important all of those jobs are for the economy. Our economy is a structure, and there's people at the bottom, and there's people in the middle, and there's people on the top. And if you eliminate the bottom tier, the whole thing's gonna fucking fall.
Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes. Reverie, I know you gotta be somewhere, but would you stay for phone calls?
Okay, sure.
Let's start on phone calls.
I never do phone calls
Yes.
ever. I think this is gonna be the first time.
Nobody's
ever.
gonna disrespect you. I'll tell you that. Anybody calls in and disrespects Reverie, I swear to God, dog, I'm gonna do an AI slap through the screen, homie. Grab your booty, grab your girl's titty.
That was wicked. I like that. The AI titty grab.
The AI titty grab.
The screen, baby.
Patty, you're gone. Thank you so much, Patty. I appreciate you.
Thanks so much. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Shout out to Patty,
Santa
man.
Ana, baby.
Yeah, man. She came in.
Hell yeah. A lot of love for Santa.
She came in with the heat. Let's go right here. We go phone calls. Bob.
Yes.
Hey, you're live on Hood Stars. Talk to us.
That's right, look. That's right. Hey, first of all, check it out, look.
Yes, sir.
I want to say gracias, homie. Gracias for giving us that voice, homie. You know what I'm saying? And opening up all those lines. And, you know, man, so I just wanted to say that. And the next thing I wanted to let you know is, just, man, we got to educate our people, homie. At 100%, we got to educate our people. There's a lot of people out there that are followers, and there's some of them are leaders. But right now, we have a lot of followers, homie. And we got to guide them the right way. We got to show them education is the number one in a situation like this, dog, because check it out, Raza's not alone right now. You know, a lot of people with power on our side that are going to help us out, dog. So just imagine if we didn't have nobody to help us out, we were alone, dog, we would have lost this fight a long time ago. I'm not even going to call it a fight, but you guys know what I'm talking about. No violence, only violence.
Yes,
we got to
sir.
educate our people.
Education is key, bro.
It's dangerous.
We got to educate our people.
Thank you so much, my boy.
We cannot be out there doing violence, bro. We cannot be out there doing violence.
No violence, bro. Peaceful protest.
The next thing is, check it out, Doggy. They're taking our people. All those people that are out there right now hiding, they're counting on us, bro, to make a difference. We gotta stand up, bro.
Yes.
Us right now. We're the next ones up, dog. The ones that have papers, the ones that were born here. We gotta change this, dog. We gotta fight for our people. Right now is the time, dog. Fight for our people. We gotta show our youngsters education on how to do it. We gotta lead the way, dog. That's what I'm saying. That's for opening up for us, dog.
Appreciate you, my dog.
Right now.
Much love, my dog.
Hell yeah.
Much love, my dog.
Power.
Hey, you're on Hood Stars. Talk to us.
¿Qué onda, homie?
Wait, hey, what up, my dog? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Mikey from San Diego.
San Diego in the house. Mikey, what's up, dog?
Hey, homie. On a serious note, though, do we really care about these fights, us, homie? These are the same, homie. Not disrespecting. Nah, listen, homie. Nah, listen.
Come on, paisa.
Nah, these are the same fools that our whole life told us we weren't Mexican, homie. Remember? Come on.
What are you talking about? What are you
I haven't
talking
had
about?
that experience. Whenever I go to Mexico, the people that live in Mexico, that are born and raised in Mexico, they're so nice. They're so nice
You
to
got family out
Americans.
there,
So I don't
fool?
know why people say that. I've never
Yeah, you
experienced
ever been
that.
to Tijuana?
And
I've been to Hong Kong,
I've been to a
puto?
lot of places in Mexico,
lot
and I've never had that experience.
Well, it's kind of a common thing that it's kind of like paisas don't like Chicanos, bro. That's
Facts.
known, bro.
Hey,
That's known, bro.
yes, look,
That's known, bro. And I've spoken on that in the past. I've spoken on that in the past before. just because I'm doing what I'm doing right here in real time. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say what I hadn't said in the past, and that's a known fact that, come on, bro, you go to Mexico, bro, you getting jacked the fuck up, homie. You getting shook the fuck down, dog. Hey, I got
that's real shit. That's real. This is for the kids, though, Lucky. Like, this ain't for the paisas.
As a Mexicano, let me speak on that. As a Mexicano.
The
families, the families.
But the paisas have families, so.
Hold on. As a Mexicano, I'm gonna speak.
They're criticizing you down to the last word, dog.
Hold up.
Let the homie speak real quick. He's gonna give you a rebuttal.
As a Mexicano con raíces Zacatecas, right here. Let me tell you. Yes, they look at us like pochos, right? Pochos. That means that we don't really understand their language 100%. They look at us with privileges. We have privileges, and those privileges, they fall heavy on them. They just fall heavy. So the same way we feel that Israel ain't getting no shit because they're waving their flag, but we get shit because we're waving our flag, is the way they feel. It's the same shit. The same shit we feel when someone with blonde hair, blue eyes, is not gonna get pulled over and their life is at risk. That heaviness we feel when we see the fucking sirens behind us, like heart starts pumping, like fuck, I better get my fucking white voice on because I want to survive.
It's called animosity.
Same
dog.
shit. It's the same shit.
So there's animosity within all sections of cultures.
But what happens when you go down there? They're gonna teach you how they live, and then they're gonna teach you, hey, the United States tells you about freedom. We live freedom. We have freedom down here. They have real freedom. Do you
believe they have real freedom down there? Because
you can't
honestly,
even buy land there.
It seems like it's pretty
We're talking about the people in Mexico right now.
It seems like it's pretty scary to live out there if you were to try to move out there.
No,
bro.
it depends what part and what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah,
just like in every country in the world.
That's right.
Depends what city you're going to and what is your job in that city.
And what you're doing.
What are you doing?
Yeah, if you're a thug, you're gonna be.
Every time I hear
I don't like to be scary about nothing, bro. But I'm just saying, outside and what I hear, bro, and what this motherfucker June tells me right here.
Well, he's in the war zone. That's definitely. He's in the fucking war zone. Yeah. I'll say that much.
So June tells me he's gonna take. June, you say you're gonna take me out, and I'm gonna be the only person to shoot a vlog in what cemetery, bro?
Jardines de Maya.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's another conversation.
Hey, about
Wait a
danger
minute.
zones. Let me ask you
see,
this.
that's why he thinks it's crazy because he's over there trying to do crazy shit.
Yeah. Hey,
Sounds dangerous.
That's why.
It sounds dangerous.
Let me put up a scenario.
No wonder you think it's crazy.
They tell us to stay dangerous, right?
Hey, man, hood styles, man.
What's more dangerous? Let me ask the question, because I've traveled most states in the United States. I've been to almost every state in the United States.
How you do that, bro? What the fuck, homie?
You
gotta play with a passport, bro.
Let me tell you what's more dangerous. If I dropped you off, Lucky, if I was to drop you off in my hometown, Zacatecas, Jerez, Zacatecas, you'll be loved. If I drop you off in Louisiana, out in the rural area,
country,
baby.
Who's gonna make you feel more dangerous?
Well, I want to tell you, bro. My family's
Louisiana.
Oh shit, my
right at home, baby.
Yes, my Mexican side's from
That's
Zacatecas.
right. Hey, by the way, the Zacatecas was named by the indigenous people, the Zacateco. That's right.
Let's get this next phone call. Thank you for calling, my dog. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us, doggy.
This with that hard fucking.
Hey, first of all, I want to say that last part was a stupid motherfucker because he lost the whole human element behind this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like,
For real,
fucking
dog.
stupid, fucking lame.
Idiot.
Like, hey, let me say this, homie. Like, I'm from Santa Maria, where predominantly like field workers and shit like that. I grew up with my mom and dad like fucking taking me to the field when I was a little kid because they had nobody to babysit me. My mom and dad came here at 16 years old. They were teenagers when they had me in 1986, and fucking since then they've done nothing but fucking elevate and done the right shit. So seeing this shit doesn't mean that none of these people are fucking criminals or anything. The way that they're fucking labeling them is straight bullshit. Reminds me of Nazi Germany, to be real with you. You know what I mean? To a certain degree. So my dad has never been arrested. He's never been fucking. He's never even drink alcohol, bro. Put it that way. I'm the fuck up of the family.
You sound like the fuck up of the family. Go ahead, though, bro.
I'm a crash
Stand
out.
on it, baby.
You about to crash out. Crash the fuck out, dog.
Own that shit. Put the.
That's why I fuck with hood stocks, fool.
That's right,
bro. We good right here, baby. The city loves
Hey,
us.
Now that's real shit,
but
though.
you know what I'm saying, homie? Like, but having a fucking stupid motherfucker say some shit like that makes you want to slap a motherfucker, bro. Like on some real shit, like.
Go protest on Saturday, fool.
That's right. Take that energy on Saturday.
Pull up on Saturday, fool. We outside.
Oh, I'm gonna be one of the fuckers with the helmet getting arrested with my arm broken.
Hey, the feds are watching. Careful.
Next phone call. Appreciate you. Love, brother. Love. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us.
Hey, brother, this is Esteban out of Fresno, man.
Fresno in the house. Let's go, baby.
Fresno.
Nothing but love for Fresno. Let's go.
Just want to show respect to everybody that was on your panel today. It's been a good podcast, one of the best. I just want to say much love to our raza and our history.
That's right.
That's right.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, dog.
Amen.
Thank you for calling in.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us.
Hey, what's up, man? My name's Dante. I'm a white boy from San Diego.
White boy from San Diego. Let's go. Wait, hold on real quick, bro. Hold on. What's
They
your
call me
name?
Ghost.
My name's Dante. I wanted to show my support to all the homies out there, and also the immigrants, and all the struggle that everyone's going through right now with the whole process and the Trump administration. Really messed up, and it's so solidarity.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Jonathan. Did you vote for Trump?
No.
No.
I'm
Okay.
a felon.
No, bro. People tell me that all the time. I'm a felon, bro, and I was able to vote, bro.
Now you can't vote. Can't vote. Hey, bro, don't say that shit on there. Don't say that shit on there, bro.
Bro, I'm not
say-
worried about
He's
saying
already said it
anything on
plenty of
there, bro.
times.
Especially that, and that's a known fact, bro. Everybody always tells me I'm a felon, I can't vote, bro. Homie, I got strikes and all that shit, dog.
You don't
know
need
what I mean?
ID to vote.
Six times.
You
You
don't.
don't need ID to vote, dog.
I've been in the penitentiary 6 times, baby.
California does have a law. California does have a law from the other states that allows you to vote after you've done your time and you're completely cleared.
Well, I'll tell you this: the first time that I've ever voted in my life was just this time, bro. And I'm sorry for making the first vote ever the worst vote ever. But I'll say this, bro. I mean, you know what? I just kind of like, I was slipping up on my game. You know what I mean? I was doing a lot of petiques. You know what I mean? I was hanging out with these Lexit dudes, dog. You know what I mean? They're brainwashing me, dog. I swear to God.
They got
No, you know what? Life got me, bro. Life got me and what's in front of my face, bro. And honestly, I'll tell you this, dog. There's no way in hell I would have voted for Kamala Harris, bro.
Nah.
Yeah, no.
Bro, come on, dog. It's crazy, dog. So at the end of the day, the what I wish I would have done is just not voted, period. You know?
I'm just trying to stay in the middle.
Hey, we're back to you. Hey, thank you for calling, bro.
You're still there.
See you later, bro. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us. Let's go, baby. Game time.
Hey, what's up, Lucky? Nice to finally talk to you, bro. This is Junebug from South Central.
South Central. Let's go, Junebug.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for him the first time around. This second time around, I just felt like I had to. You know, we had Biden. He had the Senate and the House at the beginning of his term. He could have done the reform. He didn't do it, bro. Then we had Kamala Harris, who pretty much just went in there to get our vote. It was all bullshit.
Facts.
You know, and now, dog, I'm stuck feeling guilty, you know. And, you know, our people are getting mistreated, dog, and that shit's fucked up.
Thank you for having the balls, bro, to call in and admit that, dog, because, you know, there's a lot of people that voted for Trump. They you know what, bro? They can't come. They're so stubborn, bro.
Palabra.
Life is stubborn, bro. People are stubborn. Sometimes people, bro, I am the most apologetic person I've ever met in my life, bro. Myself, dog. You know what I mean? Like, when I fuck up, I own my shit, bro, because I've done it so many goddamn times. It's ridiculous, and it's in my DNA to admit when I'm wrong, bro. And fuck, if I'm right, I'd love to admit that shit too. You know what I mean? Don't play with it. Yeah, but you know, thank you for calling in, brother, and saying, hey, I voted for Trump, and damn, you know, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm stuck in a situation where I want to regret it, but I don't, because I feel like this is power for us, bro. Because we showed the Democrats, like, you guys ain't doing shit for us, and we had to go with somebody else. And now, yeah, we're being fucked, but hopefully, like they're saying, like, we're gonna pick it up now, and the Democrats are waking up, like, damn, they're not just gonna get our vote like they've been getting. You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
You know what, I want to say this, and I said this.
Very interesting argument.
100%. No, 100%. And I want to say this, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to say this or want to say this, because it's such a hard time and a very touchy time that you really got to watch what you say. And I want to be like, I don't know, I want to be respectful and mindful, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I'm not. You know.
You're human.
But I wanted to say this. Maybe it took this to reset the world, bro.
That's right.
Honestly, I was thinking this earlier. I said maybe it took this to reset the world and get it back in the middle, bro. Where we see both sides.
But at whose expense?
It's always at somebody's expense.
At
It's
whose
war.
expense?
War. There's blood.
The most vulnerable.
It's always
The most vulnerable.
And I want to say this, Lucky. The last thing, I know you got a lot of callers. To these ICE agents, you guys are fucking pussies, man.
That's
I want
right.
to tell all of you guys. I know one of you got to be looking at Lucky. A lot of you probably are.
That's right.
Bro, you know what? They're doing their job, bro. They're doing their job.
So are the Nazis. So are the Nazis.
Exactly. And you gotta hold them accountable.
That's right.
And you gotta hold everybody accountable.
That's right.
But damn, bro. I guarantee you, there's a bunch of these fools that are just like half-ass doing that job.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you got a
because
choice.
there's a lot of Latinos, bro.
Actually, I want to build this.
But yeah, no, bro, for reals, dog. But you gotta weigh out feeding your family, bro.
Man.
But I get it because we sell our soul to a lot of different things in life, bro. You feel me? We sell our soul all the time, bro. Even when we don't think we're selling our soul to something, homie. Every time I pick up my fucking phone with the reaction that I want to see what this post got back, bro. That's me selling my soul to something, bro. A fucking device, dog. Who the fuck am I? I ain't shit, dog. I ain't a gangster, bro. Because I gotta pick this bitch up every single time because it controls me, dog. So we sell our soul to a certain extent in all areas, dog. All the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my little.
No, you're right. You're right.
No, but he's right about fuck the ICE agent though.
No, 100%.
He's
So
absolutely
everyone
correct
can be
about
right
fuck
at the
that.
same
Yes,
time.
but they're still doing their job,
They're
right?
human, but fuck.
No.
Yes, but it
they
is
are
an interesting
human.
career choice, though. It's an
Interesting
interesting career choice, you know?
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
like,
That part.
like if somebody chooses to be a hitman, okay, like it's
feel
their
me?
job, but they kind of sign up for something a little strange, you know. If you're an ICE agent, you kind
Okay.
of sign up for something
feel
that's
me?
a little
You feel me?
that way.
Come on.
Reverie got me on this
Come
100%,
on,
bro.
baby.
Thank you for spinning me the fuck around because you're 100% right. Because that is a career choice.
It is.
Yeah,
And it's not
didn't-
easy.
You wanted to go
It's a
chase.
process.
You didn't sign up for bagging groceries,
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah. You feel me?
It's like a
Let's
fucking
go.
parking enforcement.
Yeah, fucking
Oh, it's way worse.
The most hated. Hey, but let's talk about that real quick. They made a choice not to follow orders by a dictator. This is the choice they made. They gave an oath to protect the Constitution. That's their oath. They gave an oath to protect the people by anyone who's breaking the law, which it could be the chief breaking the law.
Bro, they're loving their job, bro. They love you. Could tell, bro. They love their
the
job,
white
bro.
supremacists for
Yes,
sure.
bro.
White supremacists for
Yes.
sure. And then some, coconuts in there that are, they really look at themselves with that Anglo view, even though they will never be accepted. Look at what happened to Alex Padilla.
Some of those fools wish that those pellet bullets were real, bro.
Oh, you could see
know
that.
what I'm saying? You could see
you guys
it in
saw
their
that trigger-
eyes,
You
bro.
could see that trigger happy motherfucker who shot the girl, a white girl too, a
Yeah.
white girl just trying to
Yeah,
go
yeah.
home, and he just straight bam, straight.
Yeah, bro. They're
5
out there
feet away.
angry, bro. Yeah, there's those Chicanos, wearing the uniform or whatever. And yeah, they feel
That's not
some
a real
type
Chicano,
of way.
by the way. That's not a
yeah,
real
they feel
Chicano.
some type of way. But bro, the ones that are sitting there covered like this, bro, and doing all the
Minutemen.
kidnapping and all that shit, they're happy,
Let me-
bro.
let me-
Them
let me-
motherfuckers.
Minutemen.
Let me tell you about people that are victimized, bro. Okay? You said the white girl that got shot, bro. You know what they just did, bro? They created a fucking monster, bro.
That's right.
Because that white girl, you know what she's gonna do from here on out in life? Her life is now fucking just planted, bro,
Wow.
in this shit.
her
homie.
trajectory.
Yeah. Thank you, dog. Thank you, brother. Bro, so everything happens for a reason.
That's right.
Dude, these people that are getting shot, the homie that got shot in the butt chucks.
Oh, the homie Scar.
dog.
He took
like,
4 shots.
Like, bro, like, yeah.
I was there, by the way. I witnessed it. I was there.
He's been
I was
got
with
gas
him
bombed.
in the moment.
I couldn't breathe for like 10 minutes.
That gives people shit like that, bro. Gives people purpose in life, and without purpose, you're not living life, bro. You know what I mean? And that's what separates. That's the fork in the road for a lot of different people, and with the path that they take in life. And honestly, there's something they call a blessing in disguise, bro. And that white girl will move on helping Latinos.
That's right.
On the community
By the way, let's do a shout out right now. All the allies, the white allies that are putting their bodies in the front line. Hey, congrats to you and respect, because we need you.
brothers and sisters, bro.
And the blacks,
the
and
black
the
community,
Asians,
bro, coming
and the
out there,
Middle
bro.
But let's
Eastern.
not get it twisted. We need the white allies right in the front, because they're most likely not to get hit. And we
Yes.
put black people in the front, they're gonna get hit.
Yes,
And we
yes,
put
yes.
Asian, it's 50-50 depending what part of Asia. It depends what. If you're Cambodian, you're getting hit. If you're Filipino, you're getting hit. If you're Japanese, maybe not. If you're Korean, maybe not.
Yeah.
You know, let's keep it real.
You're right.
Because
Let's
it's a
keep it
skin
real.
tone around the world. It's about your skin tone. The darker you are, the more of an
cooking,
enemy
homie.
you look to them. The whiter you are, and Koreans, let's not get twisted. Koreans, they do powder baths to get lighter. This, they
No, this is
proud of it.
real. This is real.
proud of it.
Okay, they
So
promote
there's,
this.
there's
Facts.
racism
Yes.
depending on your skin tone all
Yes.
over the world. All over the world. But they don't know that the more darker you are, the more kissed you are by the sun. The more you can survive on that hike. The more you can go on a journey and just be out in the desert and survive. You don't need no fucking water. You don't need no fucking backpack with a little ice pack. You don't need that shit. You got your ancestral skin
yeah.
to fucking protect you. And the sun is beautiful. The sun gives you life. Without sun in Alaska, they commit suicide because they ain't got no sun 6 months of the year. So it puts you in the depression mode. You need the sun. So that when they ask me, "Oh, where's your native card? You claim to be native." My skin, motherfucker, that's my native card. I reflect the land, and the land reflects me.
Hell yeah.
Let's go, baby.
And you know what? I wanted to go back to a point that you made about like these Ice Asians. This is their job, and you're saying that they are choosing to move forward with this direction that they're going in. And I just want to point out that today I saw a video of some local policemen. I think it was in Orange County, if I'm not mistaken, but they got down on one knee, and they were like, "We're not gonna push this
Was that
fucking
real, bro?
message."
That was real.
I didn't know that was real.
So you're right.
I
They
didn't
do
share
have
that, and
the
I don't fuck with
choice.
police, and I shared it because I
Of course not.
respect
I mean,
that
I
moment.
don't think anybody here
That's
does.
right.
But that was
I
a
respect-
beautiful thing
Yes, it was.
because it's
Yes, it
just
was.
like you're saying, they have the choice to
That's
move
right.
forward, or they have
That's
the choice
right.
to say, "I'm here to protect my
Look,
community,
you got
to
a
protect my
choice,
people."
baby.
That's right.
And by doing
You know what I'm
that,
saying?
I think
That's right.
that's what that displayed, and I was just really appreciative of that.
That's
you know,
right.
and I don't have many moments where I'm like,
Exactly,
"Oh, I love
exactly,
what the today,"
exactly,
you know.
exactly.
But that was really cool.
Exactly, because that's a human moment. It's not.
It
the
is a human
At that moment,
moment.
I was able to not look at the uniform, not look at the enemy. I was able to look at the
Yes.
human and the humanity within that person.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Let's get this next phone call right here. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us. You're live on Hood Stocks. Go ahead, baby.
It was good.
Hold on. Hold up. You're live on Hood Stocks. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Let's go next call. It's blowing up. You're live on Hood Stocks. Go ahead.
Big dog.
What's up, my dog? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Frank from Riverside.
Riverside.
IE in the casa.
IE.
Hey, I've been trying to get on for a minute.
You here, baby? What you got to say,
It was
dog?
good, dog.
Hey, so I'm Mexican, man. I voted for Trump. Let's get that out of the way.
Shame on you, bro. Kill yourself right now. I swear to God. If find the busiest street and just jump in the middle of the store, bro.
What's getting
Someone
me?
put the coconut emoji in the chat.
It's all good, bro.
You feel guilty.
Talk
That's
your
good
piece.
enough. Fuck it.
You feel guilty, bro? You know what I mean? You like Lucky right here, bro? You know what I mean? No, I'm just saying. Like, go ahead.
Confess.
You confess a feeling, brother.
These are your confessions.
This is,
No. What's getting me, man, is this powwow about me having to feel regret for voting for him, man.
We can hear it in your voice, fool. We know.
Yeah, we're starting to realize you really don't give a fuck, bro. What's going on, bro?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, dog.
No, so what I'm saying is there's a lot of misinformation out there, man, and it could be about an hour phone call. But
no, what is that? Hold on for a second. What is the misinformation? Because real-time videos is not misinformation, especially when it's amongst our community, within our Instagram followers, bro, which is our neighbors, dog. So that's not That's not misinformation.
Really happens,
please, right now in this time, bro, explain what misinformation you are talking about, dog, so we can understand what it is.
Yeah.
So let's start with the downtown LA race.
We were there, yeah.
Why was that? Why was ICE there?
Why were you there?
Why was ICE there?
Because it's full
why
of
was
Mexicans.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about June 6th?
Like, come on.
You talking about June 6th where they raid the Korean apparel spot where he owed like $118 million.
I saw that.
And he put his.
I'm talking about the callejones.
Yeah.
I'll take the bait. Go for it. I'll take
you're
the bait.
talking about the lady.
Okay,
now we're cooking.
Huckleberry. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I can barely hear, man. But
That's okay. Talk,
anyways,
because
I
everybody
was
else
there, man.
hears. Tell
Yeah,
us what you're gonna say.
put Lucky onto
Why
this
was
one.
Ice there?
Yeah.
hey, ICE was there serving warrants.
No, not you. The
money
homie right
laundering.
here.
Yeah. No. I want to hear his
Okay.
reason. So ICE was there to serve warrants. Okay. Let me. I'm your Huckleberry.
Serving
We're
warrants.
talking about ambience.
Okay. That's all
We're
I need
talking
to
about
hear.
ambience.
I got it.
We're talking about ambience,
So I
right?
get your point. They were there to serve warrants, right? To do their job, to get these supposedly illegal immigrants out. Okay. When was
Rapists and criminals.
When was ICE created?
No. I'm
Washington,
talking about
D.C.?
these raids that happened.
Right. But we're talking about ICE, right? They're the ones with the authority to do so. When were they created?
Homeland Security.
No, ICE. Specifically ICE.
Oh, it was after the Patriot Act.
Okay, the Patriot Act. There we go. Someone's educated.
9/11.
And what was their purpose?
Well, I'm trying to connect the dots. Let me connect the dots.
All right, go for it.
So ICE was there serving warrants for an organization that was laundering money and funding the cartel.
Ambience. He's talking about
Along the way,
ambience.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, along the way, did they capture some innocent raza? They did.
Okay, now,
But
if you're saying they're
why
there
are
for...
we talking?
Okay, let me answer that. If they're there for catching criminal activity of laundering funds, right? That's the language. Whose job is it to do that? Is it ICE? Is that their job? Or do we have another agency in charge of that?
Sounds like it'd be a federal thing, right?
Federal agencies, they can work together.
I want
Is that an ATF thing or no?
But it's funny that they're bringing up that when that wasn't the only ICE raid that was going on all over the state.
That's right.
I don't understand why people are bringing up that one
I've
incident
got
was supposedly
I
illegally
went to
done.
Santiago's for selling fake shit.
I want to tell this dude
I didn't
something.
get hit by
I
ICE.
want to tell him something, bro. What's your name again, dog?
My name is Frank.
Frank. So I hear what you're saying. I hear where you're getting at, bro. And there's a lot of minds right here that are just they click and
I can't
hard.
get a word.
No, you know, because this is you entered a passionate conversation right here and passionate individuals, bro. I want to say this, brother, and I hear what you're saying. I already hear what you're saying, bro. And I've used this analogy before. And so when the homies pad gets raided and they're looking for Lucky, you know what? All the homies that are in the pad, bro, they got warrants. They going in too,
Damn,
right? That's the way it goes, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Collateral damage.
So that's what you're saying. But that is not necessarily the case. That might be the case in certain sections, bro. But if you're from this city, my dog,
that's right.
You know what I mean? What's happening here, dog, is they don't even have a name.
Preach.
They are going, bro, to where you might think illegals work at car washes.
Preach.
Home Depot parking lots. Go, bro. Check it out. I'm gonna tell you this, dog.
Sweatshops.
My pops.
Graduations.
I'm gonna say this again. My pops is a Russian Jew. He voted for Trump, and he looked at me. He came to the crib the other day, and I wanted to fuck with him. I was like, "What's this fool really think?" And I asked him. I said, "Hey, this fool out of control, man. This fool out of line. This fool doing some grimy ass shit." And he said, "You know what? I'm all for immigrants, man. This shit right here is fucked up." You know what I mean? And this is from an 80-year-old fucking man that voted for this man. You know what I mean? And we back to right and wrong, bro. We back
That's
to
right.
It's just right and wrong. It's just
Clear.
basic math,
No,
dog.
I
black
get
and
it,
white.
and I want to make it clear that I'm saying that it's wrong. What
Okay.
I'm saying is that
You're
no
misinformed,
one's
fool.
talking
Yeah.
about.
You're misinformed,
no
fool.
No, but
He's
let's
saying it's
understand
wrong.
what he's
Let's
trying
get
to
his
say.
point. Say your whole
Say
point.
your point,
Yeah,
bro.
that's right, bro. Get
say
to the
your
point.
point, bro. You're not getting to it.
What I'm saying is that no one's talking about why ICE is there, man. And another thing,
ICE is here
I'm
because
not-
it's California,
That's a
bro.
single event, though.
You missed the point.
Yeah.
You missed the
It wasn't
point.
like they hit that and they all scattered.
They were at Home Depot kidnapping
Next
people,
phone call,
fool.
dog.
We're
Next
waiting
phone
for the
call.
point,
They're
but I don't
everywhere,
think there's
fool.
a
They were
point.
just there,
No,
fool.
I get his point. I want to answer his point though, because I got his point. He said that the reason ICE, hold on, homie. He said that the reason ICE was there was because there was some illegal criminal activity under laundering funds.
To the cartel or shit
For
like
that
that.
certain scenario.
In
There's
a
a-
warehouse in
and that-
downtown called Ambience.
Correct.
Just to
you
give
were
you
there.
guys some.
I saw you. You
Yeah,
were there. Scar
yeah.
was there. But there's an agency dedicated for that.
Yeah.
That
There you
employs
go.
the, that employs the
I
people.
think it was both though.
FBI, but hold on. But what we gotta understand, why do all these agencies exist and what is their focus? ICE was, like the brother said, they came right after 2001, and their focus was to look at people that are not from this land, that might be from a land that doesn't like the United States, and then they have some kind of terrorist act planning. That's it. But even back then, there was pushback for ICE because they were like, we already got the FBI, we got the CIA, we got the DEA, we got the NSA. That's their job, the National Security Agency. Okay. National Security Agency. If you go to any building, there's a security in the front and checks you, right? That's security, right? United States has their own. It's called NSA, back to Edward Snowden. So why was the ICE created? Because they knew they would play a role later on to continue the ethnic cleansing.
What is it? What does ICE stand for? What is ICE? Crazy. I don't even know what that stands for.
Actually, that one I don't know top of my head.
Come on!
What does it stand for?
Let's get the next phone call. We can Google that. We can Google
Immigration, Customs, Enforcement.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, EFO.
Hold on. You're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us. Go ahead, brother. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Lucky, this is Esteban once again from Fresno. My last call got disconnected for some
It's
reason.
gonna get disconnected. We hung up on you, but what's happening, Don?
I just wanted to say, when I was a kid, I worked in the fields with Raza, illegal or not. They were the strongest people that we worked with when I was a kid. When I was a young man, I worked in Texas in the fields with them as well, picking onions, melons, and everything else. And then as a young man as well, I worked at Harris Ranch with Raza, illegal or not.
Hold on real quick. Let me ask you a question, bro. People don't understand what it is to work that type of job, bro.
Damn right.
You feel me? They hear it. They don't understand what it is to work that. You understand what it is to work that type of job, bro. Like, is that a fun job? Does that come with perks? I mean, do they give you guys, coffee within breaks? I mean, like,
are you sitting in the AC?
Yeah, health benefits. Tell me about that job that feeds Americans, bro.
Yeah, let me put it this way: we work those jobs because of survival.
That's right.
And there's people that would get those jobs and walk out during the first break because they couldn't handle it.
Were they American?
Yeah, well, they were American, but they were Caucasian and other races. But our Raza stood fast and took it.
That's right.
And because that's a means of living. And that's what they have. Right. That's what they have to work with at the time. So if this is what you have to work, and this is what's putting food on the table, you're gonna do it with, dignity and honor. You know what I mean? You may not fucking necessarily like it, but you're gonna respect it in a sense, right? And so you're gonna do this work with pride and knowing that even though it may not be 100% respected throughout the country, but you know what? You're doing your part in serving the country with produce and so on and so forth, correct?
That's right. That's right. And then over the years, me working those kind of jobs, I elevated myself to go to school and ended up landing a job with the state.
Good for you, bro.
We have some people that are DACA that work for the state, and federal government is trying to send them back to Mexico and stuff like that.
Unbelievable.
It's really jacked up.
You know what's crazy? That also they keep saying we're focused on the illegal immigrants, but they're now taking people away from their hearings to become a citizen the right way.
That's right.
That's crazy. So it's not about being an illegal immigrant. It's about being brown.
That's right. AOC spoke on it today. AOC spoke on that today.
Good for her.
Yeah, she said.
Yeah, I live in a neighborhood that has a bunch of like Punjabis and Indians and so forth. They're posted up in the parks, like maybe 20 at a park bench. Nobody's messing with them. It's all about messing with the Raza.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
That's why I say, okay, so here's a reference for everybody. Go on Google, look up the Raza Killing Database. So I know the organizers behind this project. Did you know that there was no number? You know why BLM were coming out because of police brutality, right? And getting the highest numbers killed?
Yeah.
But did you know that there's no actual there's no actual like say overwatch on who's getting killed and who's not. And when it comes to raza, majority are going under unknown, white, and other.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what this group did, they really looked into it. They did their homework. They got a database. The home group that was just here earlier, she knows that group. I marched with her and the farmers.
She's good. You talking about Patty?
Yeah, Patty.
She good people.
She knows Jesus, who's a database analyst that did the numbers. So,
hey, I did good by just like not knowing her and bringing her through. Huh?
Yeah, and also she is a real conservative.
Good job.
Yeah, and she's a real conservative.
I'm just saying, like, but yeah, exactly.
She's a real
bro.
conservative.
She got it. So many people got at me in my DM, but like, the people that I said, hey, if you know me, come through. But she was one, and I'm so glad.
And she
I had
spoke
her
up on
she
it.
was so passionate, bro.
Yeah.
She was almost to
Well,
tears, dog.
she spoke as a mother. She spoke as a mother.
Yes,
dog.
And it's happening over there in
Let me say
Santana.
this,
It's
brother.
going down.
Hey, let me say this, brother. My father, Al Madrigal, he actually helped Cesar Chavez and Yolanda establish the union that they have now for the field
UFW.
workers.
Yeah, United Farm Workers.
Yeah, back in the day, my father, but when he was alive, he was an international union representative for the steel workers. He helped them actually establish that union way back when it first started.
That's right, with Dolores Huerta. Let's not forget her.
Hey, appreciate your call, bro. Let's get the next phone call right here. We got some good people right here. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us.
Hey, what's up, Lucky?
Hey, what up? What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Esmeralda.
Esmeralda. Yeah, girl, what's happening?
Not Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? No, I'm just calling in. I didn't really know what to say because it's just so controversial.
Say what's in your heart. Say what's in your heart.
Say what's in your heart. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
You know, my feeling is that, this is just something to kind of make everyone argue and fight. And instead of agreeing to disagree and coming to some kind of way to unify and make something better, we're just sitting here arguing, which is what they want us to do.
No, we're uniting.
Yeah, we're.
No, but we're not
We're breaking barriers right now.
Dude, I want to no, we are, because the people in this room right here are united from here on out. Straight up, because we understand that we, after this conversation, we understand that we're here together.
That's
you know what I
right.
mean?
That's
This
right.
room right here.
That's right.
And so if you're in a room
Yes,
and watching
but we
this,
need to unite in a bigger.
But it starts in small circles.
That's right.
It starts in
You're
small
right,
circles
you're
and
right.
in little places where you become like-minded people, and then you meet other people that are like-minded
But you guys
people.
are arguing.
No, we're not arguing.
No, we're passionate. This
No.
is all passion because it fucking affects us. We see people that look like us, and we remember. I was a kid once. There was a mother. The homie was walking up, but he was showing me a video of a mother. Hold on, let me speak right now. There was a mother.
It's more.
Everyone wants to speak, and you keep speaking over everyone.
Okay, so you got beef with the homie Heron right here.
No. I'm just saying, a lot of
Tell them how you really feel.
As
Esmeralda, you've been calling here for
can't have a conversation
you've been
with
calling here.
someone.
You've been calling here for years, and I'm sorry for talking over you because you complained about other people doing that to you, and I'm sorry. But I want to say this,
No,
though.
I'm not
No,
talking about
I
you,
want to
I'm
say.
just
I
saying.
want to say this. How do you feel? Say it
There we
one
go.
time. Say it loud. Say it proud.
There we go.
No, I just feel like there needs to be a solution to this, but what
And
is the
that starts
solution?
with conversation,
Educating
love.
ourselves.
That starts with
Educating
conversation.
ourselves.
Exactly.
Okay, and this is what I'm gonna say, and this is one thing I'm gonna say. I think as Hispanic people, we have hindered ourselves in that we aren't educating ourselves. Look at Black people; they've come up. Asian people have come up because they go through the due process of making a ruckus in the legal.
No, the culture
legalities of
is
things.
quiet. The culture is quiet and
Yes,
hard
you're
working.
right.
You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
not. And
We
I'll
gotta
say
step
this:
it up.
if I'm okay to say this, being half
And partially
Jewish
ignorant,
and partially ignorant. Thank you, Casey. If you're talking about me,
No, not you. I'm talking about. At least,
But
at
I'm
least
just
the
saying.
Mexicans. They don't get a lot of education.
No, but also
man, bro.
no, they
So-
do, bro. They do and they don't, bro. But I'll say this: just like blacks do and they don't. There's some dumbass
That's
black
right.
motherfuckers too,
But they
bro.
go
Let's
through
be
the
real about
United
it.
States, school system though.
Because they
Let
can
'em
play
cook.
basketball,
Hold on.
bro. You know what I mean?
That's
And it
right.
puts them to the higher education.
We haven't been accepted
You know what I
yet.
mean? And I don't want to be racist right here, but I just want to say this, man. You know, like we can figure this shit out. You know what I mean? We can all figure this shit out. I had a different thought process before I said this right here because I lost my thought process. But I just want to say, like,
hey, well, let me jump in while you recollect
brother.
yourself.
Thank
now
you,
you're saying
brother.
we don't educate ourselves. What have I been doing? Have I not been dropping historical facts?
You have educated me so much
Yeah.
the past couple hours. I want to say thank you. And I'm sorry that some people obviously are going to perceive this discussion as an argument.
Yeah.
But I want to assure that those people know that there has not been anything offensive that has been said. Even when the conservative woman over there was speaking there, we treated her with respect.
That's right.
This has been a conversation, an educated and formal conversation. And I think it's going really well. I haven't felt argumentative or attacked
That's right.
whatsoever.
And again,
I think that it's really important for adults to be able to have these tough conversations without feeling offended, without yelling, without getting crazy with each other. This is very important.
Passionate. It's
That's
okay
right.
to be
It is okay to
passionate.
be
It's okay
passionate.
to feel some type of way for what they're doing to the families and the communities because it's happening.
That's right.
Some people are just watching it on TV and they don't, but it's really happening.
We've seen it with our eyes,
bro.
Yeah.
We're
They're
out
really
there.
being
We
kidnapped,
out here.
chased down, thrown in cars.
That's
and
right.
They're not coming home. The kids are crying. The kids are right there, bro.
That's
it's not
right.
just a TikTok video. It's not just an Instagram post. It's really happening outside.
That's
and
right.
It's upsetting. My bad.
I'm part of a group where we actually go out and patrol our neighborhoods. We do our due diligence. And you said a due process. They're eliminating the due process.
Yeah.
Are you not updated on the news
They're
right now?
arresting people right at
They're
their court
taking
dates.
away the due process.
Come
when the
on,
attorney's
man.
telling them, hey, their next court date is a month from now. They got to stay out here. Nope, they scoop them up. They prevent from them actually following through with the dates, with the court dates.
I want to know what would she suggest? Like the caller, right? What would you suggest? What do we do, right? What is your move? What would we do? Do we go protest? Do we not go protest? Do we allow them to just continue to run the streets and take all the people and do whatever they please? What is the call about? You know, like what?
I mean, to be honest, I don't have an answer. If I
Is
had
this
an
still
answer,
Esmeralda?
She's just criticizing us.
I love you, babe. Next phone call.
I'll criticize you.
You're on Hoods Talks. Talk to us. Sorry, Esmeralda, I love you, but you gotta go.
Yep.
Hold on.
Keep watching.
We
on
got
TikTok,
the homie
girl.
Jojo from Puente right here. Jojo, what's up, my dog?
Hey, what's up, Big Lucky?
Hey, bro. So this is Jojo from Puente. He's an ex-lifer. He was on this podcast. Great dude, crazy dude. Jojo, but you're a conservative, correct? Because you're Christian. So Christians make people conservative and vote for Trump. Is that correct?
Some.
Yeah, but it wasn't so much.
I just blasted
Right
off
on the
red,
dot,
bro.
right there.
It was like fucking
Bullseye.
no warning shot. Pow, 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 pow.
Headshot.
Well, let's get to the point, right?
Hey, okay, so the point is this, Lucky. Like you said earlier, for sure, I wasn't going to vote Democrat.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, man, it was bad.
And let me just say this, you know what I mean? I wasn't impressed with Trump talking about deporting dudes from MS and this and that. That wasn't my main concern. I wasn't moved by any of that. I could care less.
I don't really care if they deport dudes from MS, but go ahead, bro.
Exactly. I wasn't moved by any of that.
Bang, bang.
But when it does come to immigration and the open borders and all that, it did have my attention because I'm affiliated with different agencies that are involved with human trafficking. And then when I saw reports about the 32,000 children that never showed up for court,
They
that
go
are
missing.
32,000?
You feel me? All the little immigrant kids under the ages of like 11.
That's our raza as well. You know what I mean? That we're being brought here through human trafficking.
They just get lost, Lucky.
What's that?
They just get
You know what I'm
lost.
saying?
Yeah, no, I
The
feel
kids.
it. I feel it.
Oh.
I feel it.
That was my big thing, Lucky.
Hey, Jojo, I love you,
them
brother.
women.
I thank you for calling in, brother. Nothing but
But I
love
don't
for Jojo.
think I think he's like doing the opposite right now because he's actually separating families.
I want to do this right now. I want to.
So like, what the Jojo? What the fuck?
Any callers that like don't like what's going on? I want to hear them.
No,
like,
I need to call
Hey,
my.
Lucky.
I need to call.
Lucky.
Yo, what up, dog? Oh, he's still there. What's
Hey,
that?
let me close with this. Let me
I almost
close
hung
with
up
this,
on you, bro.
Lucky.
Go ahead.
How I feel about these families, right? Being torn apart right now. It reminds me of, I don't know if you shared the story or one of your guests shared the story, but you talked about when homies would steal a G-Ride
and then they started, cleaning it, washing it, hooking it up like it was their own.
Yeah.
You remember?
You steal a car, bro, and you start taking care of it like it's yours. Go ahead, bro. What's that?
Yeah.
I know that. I've been there, bro. I washed the car, bro. It's not even mine, bro. Let's go.
I've never done that.
Hey,
You watched stolen car?
girl.
That's fine.
this is
never
what's
had-
going on right now with, all the illegal immigrants right now. Is that they've gotten comfortable over the years because nobody was enforcing the law. And it hurts, bro.
But there's
for real.
proof
I feel
that they
like
have
you
been
understand?
enforcing the law, though.
No, I think Biden deported more, dog.
Yeah,
Like,
there
he
is
just
proof
did it
that
secretly,
Obama-
his own little
Obama-
version. Yeah,
Obama.
right. Obama, yeah,
But
Obama
let me
deported.
speak on that. Let me speak because he said one thing, right? Enforcing the law. Slavery was enforcing the law when slavery was happening. And by the way, the history of police. Here goes more knowledge for those that said that we're not learning. Do you guys know where police come from? The birth of police in the United States. There
For
was
bounty hunters.
slave patrols.
The slave bounty
There were
hunters,
slave
right?
patrols.
They're catching the
slave patrols.
Yeah.
And why were they given that job?
Up. No
Yeah,
way.
yeah, that's where it comes
That
from,
was
for
the
real.
first
The
police.
sheriffs
With the
and all
same
that shit.
sheriff
For
start.
slaves?
With the
Yeah,
same sheriff
to catch
start. That
slaves.
same sheriff start. Slave
For
patrols.
sure.
They just changed the name. Same department. But why were they given that job? Because when the elites had everything running, the poor whites were suffering just like the blacks, just like the slaves. And they started uniting. They started gathering together, protesting together, hitting the front lines. And what did the elites do? Shit, we got to let them know they're white and they're black. So let's create this idea of racializing them, and then let's give them white privilege, not that they're white, and let's give them a job. Now you're gonna be patrolling and you're gonna be catching these slaves, and that's your job now. So you're gonna be middle class. They're gonna be down there, and that's where you're at. And that created more racism than anything else. And what is that called? Capitalism.
And created
Capitalism.
classism, too.
Classism it comes from
Wow.
capitalism.
That's
rich,
crazy.
Racism
What
is
the
capitalism.
hell?
I
I'm
knew
so
it.
glad I came to this class.
Dude,
For real.
this dude,
I'm
like,
learning
dude,
today.
Reverie was like,
I thought I was involved already with the protest. Now I'm like, let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Harder.
No,
marching.
Yeah, this is crazy.
When homie got at me and shit, I was just like, dang, I ain't heard from this fool for a cool minute. He was like, "What's up, Luck?" And I was like, "Shit, what's that? Homie, pull up, fool." You know what I mean?
Right.
I know
This is a beautiful moment.
I know what you do,
Beautiful
bro.
moment
I know
for
what you
Chicanos.
came like, dude. This dude's a real G and shit. We gonna talk some shit about doing further podcasts and shit like that with you, my dog.
Wow,
Thank
the
you, brother.
first call.
I want to. You know what I'm gonna do? Sticks from Lomas wants to call in. Sticks from Lomas. Yo, you familiar with Sticks from Lomas?
Not him.
Okay, Sticks from Lomas is this dude right here is an interesting.
But shout out to the homie Statics.
You should call fucking Jesse. That's what you should call.
Where's my common sense? Monkey on the fence. I wanna make amends.
This whole shit, you know what I mean?
Hold on, let me do this. Let me try.
Remember me?
Damn, the dude. I can't make a
Half
phone
of the
call.
soap, you the season.
Hey, Sticks, if you're listening, call in, bro, because these dudes ain't letting me, bro. There's so many phone calls coming in. It's ridiculous, dog. They're
That's
like,
that's a good problem.
Hey.
People are listening. People are
Right.
interested.
They're
We're educating
engaging.
people right now.
They're
That's just
engaging.
great.
And
You're-
that's how we
great.
solve this problem.
That's
by
how it
engaging.
I
starts.
can't even make a phone
And
call.
let me
That's why we're
confess
all
real
here.
quick. Let me confess real quick. When you voted for Trump, I unfollowed you like I did many people.
As
But
you
then-
should, bro.
But then someone, a mutual homie, shout out to Statics, a mutual homie that still follows you and still fucks with you. He's like, hey, check out this apology. And mad respect after that apology. Mad respect.
Thank you for that, bro.
Hell yeah.
I fucked up, dog.
Hell yeah.
I fucked up, dog. I fuck up a lot of times in life,
Speak
bro.
on it.
Talk
Speak
about
on
it.
it.
Talk about
I
it.
fuck over my family. I fuck over my kids. I fuck over my whole life, bro. You know what I mean? I make
But that day,
I'm-
though,
I-
that
I-
day
I-
you went
I
to go
got-
vote.
Yeah, dog. Yeah.
I want to hear about that day.
That that day, dog. I'll tell you about that day, bro.
Speak on
That
it.
day was a day of uncertainty. You know what I mean? Because it took me to that day to make a decision. So it was a day of uncertainty, dog. You know what I mean? But what we were in, brother, and so my family doesn't have to deal with any type of deportation because they've already dealt with that, dog. You know what I mean? Third generation, both sides. Russian, Jew, Mexican, bro. You know what I mean? Zacatecas to be exact, dog.
That's right.
You feel me? They don't have to deal with that no more. So sometimes we are selfish within our priorities, brother.
That's
We are-
human nature.
We are selfish for what's best for us at the time, dog. And you know what, bro? That was the biggest lesson that I've had in a long time, brother. That you know what? Shame on me, bro. For not just like shame on me, brother. For of course I wanted great for my family. But if great for my family, his family's getting stripped, motherfuckers that share the same bloodline as me getting chased down like dogs, bro.
That's crazy.
Then I'm just good where I'm at, bro.
Yeah.
What I have right now is good enough, bro. Because I don't want to see that, bro. I'm a real dude, bro, that has real feelings, and I go with my shit, and it can be day to day sometimes, bro. Spence on my boy. You know what I mean? It can be day to day sometimes, dog. I think that's just how people are. People's emotions can get struck within a minute, bro, and your whole trajectory of life is changing, bro. Just like the girl that got shot in the leg. She was just reporting, bro.
Yeah.
You feel me? Now she might be
fucking leader.
A leader in a certain movement that reflects not her skin color.
That's right. That's right.
And it's so powerful. Life is so powerful. Lessons are powerful, brother.
That's right. That's how we grow.
You know what I mean?
I got Isaac on the phone.
Huh?
I got Sticks right
Tell
here.
him to call me so I can answer his call.
Hey,
Why don't you just pass the phone?
Yeah, pass the
No,
phone.
because I want to get him on there. Sticks is my
sorry.
dog. I love this brother so much.
Yeah, call Lucky's phone real quick.
Yeah, so I can answer his call. You know what I mean? So this is Sticks from
FaceTime.
Lomas. Bro, he's a G. He's a gangster, bro. He a real dude, but he changed his life. And
Good for him.
And he's living good, brother. Because,
for him.
you know, we promote changing your life. Like, you can still be a gangster and do great things.
by the way,
And I just want to say I'm very proud of you because I remember I was there when you just got out, and that was around the first time that I met you. And to see the
Hey, he's
progression of
calling,
your
Lucky.
life, it's really been a beautiful thing.
Right.
Congratulations.
Thank you, love.
That's right.
I
Flowers.
appreciate Rev. Me and Rev have had we've had like a little whoop-de-whoop between us, but we figuring it out, and this is just the beginning of many great
It's
things.
all love.
That's
It's all
right.
love.
Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Is this Sticks?
Yeah, it's me.
Sticks, let's go, baby.
What's up,
Sticks.
dog? What's up, man?
Lomas, baby. Let's
The
go.
Man.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. Shoot, like that. He like you, bro. He like you with his history and everything.
Hey, I think he on you too.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. So first off, we want to say shout out to everyone. Very good conversations, very enlightening conversations. Do I agree with everything? Of course not. But I just want to say, before what I'm going to say, I love my people. I love being Mexican. I thank God he made me Mexican. But I think there's a deeper issue, and so I just want to share a little bit. With all due respect to everyone's views, everyone's stance, we all have our beliefs and our, where we stand. But Casey said something earlier, and I believe he hit it 100% on the nail, or however you say that. Everything that is being played out, I believe personally is planned out. Like he mentioned the New World Order or the Great Reset, whatever you want to call it. And I mentioned before on your show, I've been on your show plenty of times, that I used to consider myself a revolutionary for many years. I did many years behind the walls, prison, the LA County Jail, fighting the murder, all that. And so I no longer have those views, but I still hold to certain things. And to me, it's pretty clear what's happening. There's an agenda that's being played out. And a lot of these things are distractions. A lot of these things are carefully orchestrated and meticulously planned out. And from my stance, from my worldview, our only hope is putting our faith in God, because he also has a plan. He's the King of Kings, and he's sovereign. He is behind the scenes. He's moving pieces around, and he allows things to happen. And so things I believe are going to actually get worse before they get any better. And prayer is powerful. We spend our time praying. We'd be surprised at some of the things that would shift. And I know it's not the popular view. Most people would scoff at that, but I know I'm a product of prayer and of God's grace. And I just want to share a few things. Like Israel, they just attacked Iran. And we don't know where that's going to go. But Lucky, you mentioned something earlier. There are a lot of other moving pieces, a lot of other countries involved. Another thing, AI is evolving like crazy. All right, that I don't know exactly where that's going to go, but it's probably not going to be good. And I believe that there is one book that foretold everything that's coming and that is happening. And faith in the one who wrote that book, I believe, is the key, because like I said, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
I want to read something to you guys real quick. This is from Matthew 24:6. It says, "And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation." That word nation is the word ethnos. And that word ethnos is where we get ethnicity, which means ethnicities are going to rise against ethnicity, kingdom against kingdom. There will be famine, pestilences, earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. I'm going to skip to verse 10. "And then many will be offended." Check this out. "They will betray one another and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. And because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold." And the reason I wanted to share that is because God's track record is flawless. If you go and you study it out, I used to be into a lot of stuff, and when I started looking into the Word of God, I couldn't ignore the evidence.
Same.
And a lot of people, like I say, they scoff. They scoff, and that's fine. But I just wanted to call in and give you guys a different point of view, and to encourage you guys, and the viewers to just step back a little bit. Step back and just look at everything that's playing out, because I believe it's been foretold, and like I said, it's going to get worse. And a lot of these things are distractions to pit us against each other. If you think about it, just look back in the last 10 years. We've been divided over all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
With the Trump, the politics, Republicans, Democrats, COVID, the vax. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that just keeps everybody. And I think that's what the lady earlier that called in, I think that's what she was trying to say. She maybe didn't have a solution, and I don't have a solution, but I know the one that does. And so placing our faith in him individually, he changes our hearts. And love overcomes that hate, man. A lot of people, they're going to grow. They're going to get colder and colder. You already see it happening. And so that's why I wanted to call in and just give you guys a different perspective. But these are all good conversations, man. There's a lot of knowledge being put out.
Hey, Sticks, what do you think of the homie Heron right here?
I think he's got some, he's obviously did his homework on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Do I agree with every single thing he's saying? No, I don't, because I have my own views. And like I said, I used to consider myself a revolutionary, and I was heavily into that. The American Indian movement, the Black Panthers, Malcolm X. I studied all of that stuff, and there's a lot to it. When people rise up, those people more than likely they're gonna get torn down, because we already know the powers that be. You ain't gonna beat them. The protest and all that's cool. It's gonna happen, but I believe it's planned out. I believe they want this because it's gonna create more chaos. It's gonna create more division, and we might be being distracted from something else. There might be something else happening.
It's always distractions, bro. I've never felt in my life, bro, played, bro.
Yes.
I've never, because it's the first time, and talk about, these fools clown me about saying my age, right? But my age is a toddler within politics, and I've never felt played in my life, brother.
Yeah, bro.
I've never felt played, bro, in my life. And what this dude is doing, bro.
Look, bro, I believe personally that people are placed in certain places for specific reasons. And it's just being played out, bro. That's why I'm saying, ultimately, what's the answer? We could come up with all these different things, but at the end of the day, the hearts of men are wicked, bro. The pride, the jealousy, the envy, that's why nobody can rise up, bro. That's why everybody's going against each other. And so it's a heart issue. That's how I feel.
Sticks, I love you, brother. Thank you for calling in, bro.
Hey, I could go in on what he said, though.
Do you want to rebuttal on it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I wanna clarify.
Hey, Sticks, listen to this right here.
All right, you brought up American Indian movement, AIM. I'm connected with them, too. So, do you know what the native told the Christian when the Christian showed up and tried to teach him his Bible?
No.
He said, you're a Christian, and you think you're going to heaven, and you fear hell because it's an afterlife thing. We're living hell right now that you brought onto our lands. We're already in hell, so we're not scared of the afterlife.
Wow.
because we're living in hell right now.
That's very strong.
There's an indigenous rapper that he has a song, I think it's called Devil's a Motherfucking Lie. Look him up, he's from Canada. And he said, the devil's a motherfucking lie. Why? Because the devil is the one in those residential schools that forced indigenous people into, I don't want to say the word, but it's grape, right? You know the word. Infants being burned in ovens. Infants being burned in ovens. If you don't know this, it's look up Native American residential schools in the history.
Oh my God, I never heard that. Never.
The only reason that the Europeans, and this is the Spanish first when they first arrived, here goes some history lessons. The only reason that they claim that this is legit, the United States, every country here, is because of a doctrine called the Doctrine of Discovery, written by a pope that said, if you discover new lands and they're not Christian, then they're not children of God. Therefore, you can take their land, you can enslave them, and you can do whatever you want with them. So when they showed up and they say, you believe in Jesus Christ, and obviously we don't speak the language, we're like, what?
Yeah, what
and
is
they're
that?
okay, exactly, who's that?
Yeah.
But if you look at the diary of Columbus, he said they're the most Christian people that are not Christians. They're the most Christian people because they live the book. Everything the book preaches, they live it.
Yeah.
They showed hospitality. They fed them. They gave them clothing. They gave them ceremony. They gave them everything they needed. And how were they treated? They were treated with slavery at first, and then our people said chales tamales, and then genocide. Do you know what's the largest genocide in the world?
The Native Americans.
Yes, but which one do you hear about all the time?
The Jews.
Okay,
The Jew, yeah.
who has a museum in downtown LA?
The Jews.
The Jews.
Museum of Tolerance.
And what's the number they put out there for the Jews on their Holocaust?
5 million, 10 million or something like
They claim 6. Now, I don't want to go too deep into if that's a fact or not. But do you know what the number is for the Native Americans?
upward 25 million.
Way low,
25
bro. Way low. Way low. Academically, this is academically, it's between 90 and 110. But that's academically, and that's coming from their side. On our side, because we have our own creation stories, we have our own stories, we keep everything in-house. On our side, it's over 200 million.
Wow.
Over 200 million.
And you said the Nazi thing was 5 million?
The Jews, the
Holocaust was 5 million.
6. The one
6 million. But
and I'm not gonna get into
200.
But you got to think about the length and the history along how long it regards to like the
hundreds of years versus the Nazis only had like a couple
years. A few years, exactly.
But let's get to this point. This is my point.
Okay.
Whose land are we on today? We're on our land, and yet we don't have no self-governance. The closest we are to self-governance is actually not Colombia.
Washington, D.C.?
No, the one right next to Colombia. No, we're talking countries.
Rain comes down.
The countries, the country right next to Colombia.
Peru? Is it Peru? Ecuador? Isn't Ecuador?
Right next. No, Bolivia. It's Bolivia, yes. So Bolivia in 2019, it was Evo Morales who said we're going to have 2 nations within one. We're going to have the nation we've always had, and then we're going to have the indigenous nation.
Yeah, and they legalized the cocaine leaf, so you could go down there, just like tobacco leaves, you could get the
It's medicine.
Leaf.
It's medicine. It's actually medicine, yeah.
You put in your lip.
Yeah.
No one knows about that.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you could. It's actually medicine.
It's legal there because it's the indigenous side.
It's yerba buena. It's nothing different,
Let's get this next phone call. Hey, you're on Hood Stocks. Talk to us.
What's up, man? Ruben from Baldwin Park, man. What's up, Lucky?
What's up, my dog? What's your name again? Ruben?
Ruben from Baldwin Park. Yeah, man, fuck you, Lucky, for having me on hold for 10 minutes, dog.
Hey, I love you too, baby. Let's do a virtual kiss right now, dog. No, go ahead.
Nah, man.
I say rap in my peripherals. You did
Gotta
it for
give them
me.
what they want.
Yeah, give them what you want. We show love, baby. What's happening, dog? Talk to us.
No, man. Everybody's doing their thing, man. On the top, man. This is one of the best spots that I've seen, man, in a long time. I think another
Necessary.
one was with Bozo, man. But this what's going on right now? It needs to be out there like this.
That's right.
And you know, like I just love the conversation on this part, bro. Shout out to everyone. Homegirl was right on this, like the conversation, because we like the education and our people in these schools. Like some of these schools are like they're not even teaching the real history for these kids, man, and they're making our own children, the new generation, lost. You know, so
Even our
You know, it's like
generation,
you
not
got-
even just the new generation, like our generation. I grew up thinking
Our generation,
Christopher
of course,
Columbus
but I'm talking
discovered
about the
America.
next era.
That's what they
Right.
taught me.
That's right.
And everyone
Yeah.
my age.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial. I'm a young millennial. We all believe that.
We're old enough to know that now. It's these scientists that spit you out. They invest more in our failures than our success. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, because, but yeah. Anyways, like, man, you guys are all doing your thing, man. Shout out to all you guys. This is a good part.
Gracias.
Look, man, fuck you anyways, but that 10-minute hold, man, that's how I was in, bro. You hung up on my ass, bro.
Hey, bro, you know we're gonna hang up on you right now. So
Hey,
let's
look, I got a question for you. Hold on.
Let's shoot the question.
I got a question because I see you tied it up. I see Rev tied it up. I see Homie tied it up. And I'm sure everybody here got some tat, right?
Yeah.
This was told by the homie Statics, who's an artist. He tats people up, and he's like, hey, he asked me, someone asked you, how do you feel about Raza that gets the Aztec calendar, that gets Cuauhtémoc, that gets Tlaloc, right? Olin, all that culture stuff, but then votes for Trump and is okay with the treatment of how ICE is doing right now?
He's just doing it. He's just stealing. He's a culture vulture. You know?
Well, you know,
he
you
doesn't
can
even know what
see-
he's doing. He's doing it for clout, or he doesn't know what it's about. And some of those tattoos, homie, you can't get them on.
That's right.
Well,
You're
you
locked
know,
up with some
I
of those
want to say
tattoos.
this, so bro. In
You're gonna
regards,
get
I don't mean to cut the homie off, and we're gonna introduce the homie right now and give him a proper introduction because he's sitting here now at the table. But I want to say this, like in regards to like what some Aztecas tattoos stand for in prison or on the streets, bro, doesn't necessarily coincide with what tattoos stand for within other individuals outside of that realm.
That's right.
I mean, you know, so so for if you were to ask me, dog, that's my response to that, dog. You feel me? Because so tattoos, unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, I don't want to go against the program because I'm not above the program, no how, no way. But sometimes stand for something else within these streets. You know,
I understand that.
You know, and so tattoos that other people outside of the program get, bro. Man, I can't police that, bro, and neither can the streets that are a part of that culture, which is the gang culture, the double S. Don't play with that shit, right? It is what it is, dog, for the good and the bad. You know what I mean?
That's right.
But it remains a solid cause. You know what I mean? For good reasons. You know that they keep these streets in good positions.
And I'll speak in a positive way because I've also been a youth mentor in Watts, Compton. Again, I grew up in Compton, and I've been locked up too. So I always say, when you say when who's the ones calling us gangbangers and who's the ones calling us that, right?
Yeah.
Who's controlling the narrative? Do you know the first actual gang in the United States? The first actual gang, it was in California. It was in Torrance, and it was white supremacists. That was the first actual gang. And what they would do, they would go into brown neighborhoods and they would fuck shit up. So then what happened? El Barrio got together and they did a resistance, and then that became the first Chicano gang.
Wow.
It was the resistance.
You know what I love so much sometimes, and I hate to cut you off, my dog, because it's nothing but respect for you, brother. I don't mean nothing otherwise, but sometimes when I see these white supremacists doing certain things in different states, bro, that shit's cool, bro, because you in your comfort zone. You feel me? But if you bring that shit to Los Angeles, dog, homie,
please,
like you ain't gonna do that, bro. You gonna get the smoke, you gonna get the heat, dog. You can get the whole bean burrito, and I hate they use that thing all the time, and I hate to say it like that, dog. But it's the truth, brother. People do things in areas where they can get away with that, dog. Where there's no resistance, dog.
They're in an echo chamber.
And right here, bro.
Echo chamber.
Yeah, and right here, bro. There's resistance on these streets, bro.
Resistencia.
Extra large,
La
man.
revolución is right here waiting for your ass. Come out of Yucaipa.
Extra large, man.
But they're over in Yucaipa. I've gone to their, Lucky, I've gone to their towns. I've gone to Ohio, Findlay, Ohio. I've gone to Yucaipa. I've stood on business.
Thank you, brother.
In Yucaipa, there's a YouTube video. You can search it up. Search up 2021 protest Yucaipa. I'm with a megaphone. There's about 200 Trumpsters. And I'm talking my shit on the megaphone. And the cops are holding them back. They're holding them back. And I'm talking my shit. I'm talking mad shit because I just saw the brown berets get arrested when they were defending an hermana that was going to get hit in the head with a baseball bat by white supremacists. And when the cops pulled him away, did they pull out the gun on him? No. Did they shoot him? No. and they're fighting, and we're like, hey, he was about to hit her with a baseball bat on her fucking head. So they finally pulled out the guns and they held him on the ground, right? Play the part. And I'm like, shoot that motherfucker. Shoot him like you do black people and brown people. What's the fucking difference? He's there with a violent act. What's the fucking difference? Not that I want people to die, but I want you to realize the way you double think that and you're inconsistent, then why aren't you like that with everybody? Because someone asked me, a white bagger asked me, so what do you want? Okay, you're indigenous, okay, all that. What do you want? I want the promise that was given when this country was supposedly given to everybody. Freedom and justice for all.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, dude. Thank you, brother. Say it like that. Let's get this next phone call right here before we end it out this.
They're going to introduce the homie right here.
Oh, yeah. My dog. You know what? I'm going to let Reverie introduce the homie right here.
It's Big Tumor, TKO. What's up, T-Lo?
What's up, man?
Let's go, baby.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, no.
Thank you for being here, brother.
Thank you for inviting me. Because I wasn't going to say anything. You know that when I came.
I was like, the streets want to hear what T-Lo has to say.
After hearing all this, I had to jump in.
You were inspired.
I was very inspired, yes.
Yes.
And though I don't have all the solutions, I have some actions that we could take right now. Number one, I think Homeboy said, or somebody else in the panel said, that we're 5th economy in the world.
That's correct.
Do you know what that means? That means we're like our own country.
That's right.
You know how powerful that is? Because what we need to do is stop giving the people that hate us our money.
That's right. Speak
Number
on
one.
It. Speak on it.
Number one.
That's right.
Stop giving them our money.
Speak on it.
Okay? Use our money for us.
There
And
you
you'll
go.
see they will change their tune real quick. Because
all.
this is not a country. This is a business.
That's right.
And the only way to hit, you look, homie, you could be as down as you want. You can have all the weapons you want. They got AI that will kill us in this room. And they'll pinpoint
now.
exactly how many people we are here. And they'll fucking drone bomb us, and that's it. You're not going to win with fighting guns or any of that shit.
Nope.
You'll win with your fucking wallet.
There you go.
Okay? That's how you beat this monster.
There you go.
Stop fucking giving them your hard-earned dollars. Stop thinking that their shit is cool. Their shit is not fucking cool. Stop fucking going to little videos and, Louis Vuitton and all that shit. Fuck all that noise.
That's
okay?
right.
Spend your money in the barrio with your people, and that's it. Stop
That's
giving
right.
Walmart, McDonald's, stop giving all that shit. That's
That's
one
right.
action.
That's right.
Action number 2 to help right now, all these migrants, all these undocumented people, they're scared shitless. They can't even go to their kids' graduation that they've been here their whole lives waiting for it. Okay? They can't go get groceries. Build community. Go buy them the groceries. Go help them out. Go buy it for them. Go give their kids a ride if they need it. Help out your community. See what's going on. See who's scared. See who's hiding. And then help them out. Go get them, groceries, because they might be too scared to leave. Not everybody's a light-skinned Mexican. I'm a light-skinned Mexican. And yeah, I've been to Mexico a bunch of times, and I didn't get the same kind of reaction that some people
That's
got.
right.
I got a lot of love over there. You know what I mean?
Go.
I go there all the time.
Because you're too big, bro.
Well, it's not. It's part, yeah. But I'm also.
I'm tiny. I got a good reaction.
I've also been all over, parts of Latin America, and I've been all over the United States, and I've been in Europe, and I've been, all over the world. Jeez. Thank God, and so, but screw all that. Back to the action. Now, one thing that we are not talking about here is why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Well, let me tell you. Somebody brought up the fact that, next election, we're going to kick their ass. They fucking know that.
That's right.
See, this government, they think in 30, 40, 50 years. They're not thinking about next week. They're thinking about 40 years from now. They understand that we are the majority. Now, they count us as whites or others. So it looks like there's more white people in America. But no, man, they're not having kids, dude.
They're not.
We are having kids.
That's right.
And by the time it's the next election, they already know that we're going to fuck them up. Because they're not going to get the majority of blacks to listen to any other shit. And every other group is like, yeah, you guys are fucking crazy with this Nazi shit.
That's right.
And we are so deep that they'll never, ever, ever win another election again. And that scares the fuck out of them, dude.
That's right.
It scares the shit out of them so much that they're sending soldiers down the streets of where I grew up, Huntington Park in South LA. They're sending them all over LA, man, because they're scared shitless because they know that if they don't do something now to break us, like they can never break us, number one. Mm-hmm. They ain't gonna kill all of us, and they're not gonna send us all back anywhere because this is our country. First of all, I'm an American from the Americas.
That's
all
right.
And when we're talking about migrants, well, yeah, I was born in LA, but I'm a migrant too. I should be able to migrate up and
That's
down
right.
the Americas
That's
because
right.
I'm a real American. My mom was from Yucatan, Merida. Her backyard was Chichen Itza, bro.
Sure.
Okay? My grandma and her used to take tourists with their horses to check out the cenote and all of them. I grew up with all that.
I've been there.
She spoke Mayan, bro. I grew up with her talking to my grandma Mayan how they're gonna fuck me up because I don't want to go to church and shit. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you,
That's dope.
back to the action plans. One, stop giving these people that hate you because you're brown your money.
That's right.
Stop it. Knock it off.
That's right.
Two, help out your community. Go see what's going on in your community. If you're somebody's scared that they can't go to, get their kids from school, and you're a Chicano, you're born here, you're light skinned, and you know the fucking ICE agent, fucking pussy ass motherfuckers ain't gonna fuck with you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Then
Right.
go do that, man. It's not gonna kill you to do that shit. You know what I mean? Today, coming here, pick her up, there was like 40, I got the video right here, 40 fucking cops behind me going somewhere with ICE. I fucking pulled my car over and I delayed them by half a fucking hour. You saw that
That's
video.
right.
I delayed them by half an hour.
That's why
half an
Reverie
hour is not a
was
lot.
late.
Half an hour is not a lot.
Hey, something.
But for
It's
one
something.
person, that was enough for him to run and get away. So
Maybe
we could
40
delay.
people.
We could. You see it on the freeway, pull the fuck over, move it to the sides,
Yeah.
delay them.
Hey, all
They
you gotta do is
cannot
act confused.
arrest
Act
all
confused.
of us, bro.
Yeah.
They
Hey.
cannot arrest all of us.
I want to do something right now, brother. So this is a dude that I was in the penitentiary with. His name is Bugsy from Eastside Torrance.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna bring him into the conversation right here, and he might be giving you guys some pushback.
Bring it.
That's okay.
Okay.
This is an open discussion.
Exactly.
You know, we're not saying, oh, we're right, we know everything. This
Exactly.
is just how we feel. And we're not telling people, you have to feel like us.
We don't
We're
have
just
all the
expressing
answers.
ourselves, right? It's good to have these discussions.
Hey, yo, Bugs.
What's up, Lux?
You live on Hood Stocks, bro. I just introduced you, bro. I said we were in the.
I'll be
I said
quick. I'll be quick.
I introduced you. I said we're in the penitentiary. This is a real dude right here, and it's a dude that I respect, bro. And he's about the business and life. You know what I mean? And so, Bugsy, go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. I just want to say this. First and foremost, I just want to say that
Without?
I have empathy. I have empathy for the raza.
That's right.
Everything that's going on.
Bugsy, what is your nationality, first and foremost?
I'm Mexican.
That's
I was
okay,
born
are
here in California, but my parents are from Mexico, Zacatecas and Guanajuato. And my wife, just to put out that my wife also was born in Mexico.
Go ahead, brother.
So, yeah, so as you know, like my views are conservative. You know, I agree with sticks, and I just want to say this. I just think like us as a whole, we just got to remember we can't have amnesia. You know, I know that the orange man is a bad guy, all that good stuff.
Bugsy, are you good with what they doing, bro? Let's get straight to the point. Bugsy, you my boy. We were in the yard together, bro. We were playing handball. We were having spreads together, bro. We spent a bunch of years together in the penitentiary, brother. And this my boy is a Trump supporter, bro. Let's just cut to the chase, dog. My boy's a Trump supporter. So now that you see, bro, Bugs, now that you see.
Like this, I'll be quick. You can hang up if you want. I'm gonna be quick.
No,
Look,
I'm not gonna hang up on you. My boy, dog.
Okay. What trip on this? Look, I'm gonna put it like this and put it in hood terms, right?
You put it in hood terms.
We got enemies, this and that. One of the homies, lets off on somebody, happens to be the wrong person. Somebody innocent gets hurt. The neighborhood's hot. Now we got injunctions. Now there's, we got feds and we got stuff going on. And for something that happened, innocent people are getting caught up in the mix.
Are you good with that? Are you good with that though? Are you good with the innocent people getting caught in the mix?
Let me say this. For me personally, yeah, I think that the administration before Trump has more fault to do with what's going on right now because they opened up the borders, bro. They opened the borders up. They let bad people in, and now the good people that are here, just doing their thing, working,
whether it's the fields, and I can use an example that happened yesterday, where I get my strawberries and my 30-something. I met a señor, been here 25 years, has his wife, has his kids, laid low, works the fields, and sells the cherries and stuff like that on the corner. It's a nice farm. And he told me this: it kind of sucks that us that are trying to do things right, try to lay low and kind of get out, stay out of the way and do our thing.
Exactly, are getting swooped up, bro. So are you still standing with Trump?
Am I still what?
Are you still standing with Trump, bro? After you do these doozies?
Yes, I am.
Why, bro? Why?
Wow. He loves Cheetos, dog.
Why? Look. No, I'm not standing with him on getting innocent people. But
so there's got to be a point in time where I use the analogy that the straw that broke the camel's back, bro. This is not breaking the camel's back to you, my dog. You a gangster, homie. You from Eastside Torrance, homie.
Wait, and the wife is from Mexico too? And the parents are born in Mexico?
But look, you're not letting me talk, though.
Okay, go ahead. And I don't want to cut you off from talking. Go ahead, bro.
I start off by saying that I don't agree with them taking people that are not breaking the law. I'm saying that, right? And then people can say, breaking the law is just coming here illegally. Yeah, I understand that, right? But people who are just minding their own business, that are getting caught up, like you mentioned Home Depot and all that stuff, yeah, I'm saying I don't agree with that. But I'm also saying that the repercussions, why that's happened is because they flooded the borders, and a lot of people came in that weren't supposed to come in.
Okay, we get that, bro. But right now, bro, what's happening, dog, is people that work at car washes, homie, dudes that aren't rapists and criminals and murderers are getting swooped up, dog. So are you still with Donald Trump?
Where's your humanity, bro? Where's your fucking heart?
Because there's got to be a point in time, right and wrong. And I know you know right and wrong, Bugsy. You know right and wrong, dog. Tell me right now, bro, that shit's not wrong, bro. Say it's wrong, bro. Say it's wrong.
Look, there's a third time I'm gonna say it. People that are minding their business and doing nothing wrong. Yeah,
but they're getting swooped up. So now where do we go? But they're getting swooped up. So now where do we go, bro? They're getting swooped up. They're getting taken out, bro.
Yeah. The only way.
You know what I mean? So where do we go, bro? So do you still stand with Donald Trump?
Yeah, because of other issues.
Enough said.
Yeah, let me educate him for 1 second. Let me educate you for 1 second, okay? You could Google tonight or any day of the week United States intervention in every fucking part of this planet, and that's why they're coming. There is not open borders. We as a country went and fucked up every of those countries that are coming here. We fucked up every single. So look, let me go to your house, burn it to the fucking ground. I bet you're gonna go to your neighbor's house, and then your neighbor's gonna be like, "What the fuck you doing here? Why are you here?" You understand? Like, you're missing the entirety. You're listening to the bullshit media telling you bullshit. We went as a country and we fucked up with everybody's elections. We put up fucking dictators. We put up puppet strawmen, and every fucking country anywhere near the United States, bro. And we made it so impossible for them to work and eat and survive and not get killed over there that they have no fucking choice but to migrate, just like animals, just like humans have done for millions of years on this planet. Okay, so if we fucked up the fucking world so much that they don't have water and they don't have food, and we took all their fucking resources, where the fuck are they gonna go? Where the fuck are they going? Of course, it's not about open borders. It's about we fucked up their shit. We broke it, and now we gotta buy it. Just like Iran, just like Iraq, we broke it, and now we're paying for it. And every time we get into a war in this country, we're breaking a fucking country, and now we gotta pay for it. That's right. So that's what we're doing. We're paying for it. But these fucking clowns, like fucking Trump retarded ass, and all these other idiots, they're trying to come over here and fucking blame it on them. No, dude. They're trying to take away what's really going on. And what's really going on is that we are fucking the majority. Period.
And we don't know it.
And we don't know it. That's so crazy. We are a sleeping giant. One day when we do, they're going to try to kill us all.
That's right.
Period. Period. Like, it's not
happening.
open borders, bro. It's not about open borders. That we went, we broke their shit, we destroyed their countries, we put fucking puppet leaders, we took their money, we let them borrow a little bit of money, and then they became slaves to us.
What's that term called of that? What's the term?
Stockholm syndrome.
That's what he's going through. Yeah, when you're a hostage, you start caring about your family. And that's what all Latino Republicans are, man. If they're not self-hating, brown people, they're suffering from Stockholm syndrome.
All right, you could get a word in now.
I'm sorry.
Let me get one word in.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that we can't be emotional. We're forgetting. I'm gonna say I'm riding with Trump because there's more issues than just immigration, but we are the majority. We're not a minority anymore here in California. And as you can see, the protests, they're not really organized, but there's a lot of people out there. So we're pretty much the raza, Latinos, Central Americans, South Americans.
They looked organized to me. I don't know. To me, they've been organized every single day.
We should be talking
There's been a lot of people talking about it.
Can we name one leader, though? That's where we're lacking, really.
Yeah.
Have you guys paid attention to what's going on with the white liberals, with all the signs that are not, they didn't make them at Hobby Lobby, or they didn't make them at Dinah Center. These are signs that have been printed already.
I got one question for you.
It's called kilos, dog.
I got one question for you.
Popping up the raza on the streets to
I
protest.
I got one question for you. I got one question.
Don't protest, but
I want to say this about Bugs.
there's
right?
other issues. I can share this if you want me to share one or two issues.
He loves
I can tell you.
his position is he likes Donald Trump because he wasn't down for the women playing in men's sports
He's
or
a
men's
father,
sports
bro.
playing.
He's a father.
So that's why
wasn't
he's
down for that
riding with
either.
him.
I
So
wasn't down for that
that's
either.
why he's still holding on to it.
He was brainwashed.
So what I did, Bugs, I want to tell Bugs. I want to tell Bugs what I did,
No,
dog.
Lucky, you can't.
Hey, I'm not just so you know, Lucky. I'm not riding Trump's nuts, bro. Trump's just a man, bro. He's just a pawn. He's a pawn and all this stuff.
You know what's
1,024 people may believe
I
you
think
are.
it's safe right now to say. I think it's safe to say right now that yes, he is a man, bro. And men make mistakes.
Does he also breathe air?
Did he make a mistake?
Oh wait, I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt. I don't know if this is true, so sorry if it's not. But I just seen this online. It says, federal judge orders Donald Trump to return control of the California National Guard to Gavin Newsom.
I said that 2 hours ago.
I said it in the beginning.
I didn't hear you. Okay. So let's keep protesting. Let's keep let's keep these conversations going. It's working. It's working. Power to the people. Don't ever let them make you believe that protesting doesn't work. Protesting stupid. Hell no. We've had so many changes in the laws and the policies and our liberties over the course of America. Why? Because of protest, because of people fighting back, because of people demanding change. So that's what we're seeing in real time. So let's keep this shit going.
You know what I want to say? I want to say this.
But that's still work for the men and women's sports.
Let's do this real quick. Let's do this. Bugs, I love you, brother. See you later.
Okay, love you too, carnal.
Bye. So people want to see influencers, right? And they want to see their real reactions in life. And I think right here, having Reverie right here, which is like a super like rare moment, you know what I mean? That we should really like hear Reverie, you know what I mean? And what she feels and what she's saying, because it's important, because she is like, she's a badass artist, bro.
Thank you.
And she's a very influencer within the community right here. And so sometimes people are like, you, me, Lucky, shut the fuck up. We want to hear what Reverie wants to hear, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And so let's hear what Reverie thinks in all this. Her thought process.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I've kind of been chiming along this whole time a little bit. So, but I guess to summarize, my most important point is that I am an American citizen and I grew up around Mexicans and Mexican American people. And those are my people, and I'm gonna fight for them no matter what happens. And that, like I said, I've lost thousands of followers over the last few days.
Why did you lose so many followers, love? Tell me about that.
People get upset when I speak about political issues, and I'll be honest, I'm not a big political advocate. I only speak about certain things But this is something that I felt really strongly about. I feel like if people are getting ripped away from their children, if they're doing raids, immigration raids at graduations, if they're saying we're going to get the rapists and the criminals and the murderers, but then they're going to the callejones and picking up the sweatshop workers, if they're going to the Home Depot, you know, it's like the taquerias, that they went into a club, like that's not really what you said was going to happen, or what you implied. That's not what was implied, you know?
There was a lie.
Yes, and I don't think that's right to be ripping apart people. And I can also admit that, yeah, maybe I am biased because I am Chicana, I am Mexican, and I have no problem saying that.
That's right.
And my people are big here, like we've been saying, we are the majority, and we will keep fighting for our people regardless of what's going to happen. And I stand by that. And if I lose followers for that, if I lose endorsements, if I lose opportunity for that, I don't really care. I'm doing pretty fucking good, and I built a platform being me so I can say how I feel. And I will always ride for my people no matter what. And I was talking to my homegirl earlier, my homegirl Kelsey. People sometimes will say things like, oh, well, you don't need to worry about those problems anymore. Yes, I do. These are my fucking people.
That's right.
And I made a video last night, and I was in Highland Park at the CVS on fucking Fig, and I was saying, this is my fucking home.
That's
no matter what, I've been around the world, and it's great. I love it. I love that I get to represent my people everywhere I go. But that's what I do everywhere I go. I represent us. I represent our people. I represent Los Angeles. I represent Chicanos. I represent women. I represent millennials. There's a lot of people that I represent, and I will never stop doing that. And I don't care what the fucking price is that I have to pay. The price of me speaking my mind, the liberty for me to speak my mind and stand up for my people means so much more than any dollar amount can give me. I don't care about that. And I've gone through places where I've made a shitload of money. And what did I do? I went back to making art. Because I realized that I want to like what I'm doing. I want to fight for my people. The money is not the big objective. Sometimes I wish it was. I would be rich if I could focus just on money. But for me, money is not the main objective. I want to represent my people. I want to go down in history as a person that the brown people, that the American people, that women are proud to have represented for them. And I'm not perfect. I never pretended to be perfect. I don't pretend to be, you know, I came on today with no makeup. I'm just chilling in my sweats, you know? And that's important to me. I want the people to be able to relate to me. Thank you. I know that my voice is important, and I'm trying to be responsible with it. And I also want to say, like I said, I'm not perfect. I have a lot of fucking problems that I don't post on Instagram just like all of us do. But when I get to represent for my people, I'm honored. And that's why people like me.
Fire. Fire.
And thank you for having me.
Reverie, man, she's just a different type of human being. You don't play with this shit. I mean, she's a real one, right? You know? And, I mean, thank you for being honest.
Yeah.
Thank you for being just, like, transparent. I mean, because sometimes, like you said, artists that are transparent, they can lose followers. You know?
Which means we lose income, which means we lose opportunity. That's okay. Because I'm not in a scarcity mindset. I'm in the mindset of abundance.
Speak on it.
And you don't lose your soul.
Yeah, I'm not going to lose my soul. I'm not losing my soul doing this shit. And you know what? I am Latina, and I am Chicana, and I come from a Mexican family, and my dad wasn't born here. But I just want to say also, besides the personal connection, I'm also doing this and standing up for this because it's the right thing to do.
There you go.
Even if that's why you see all these white people, all these black people, all these Asian people, these Indian people, they're also standing in solidarity with us because it's the right thing to do. And everyone wants to, where was that energy with Biden? Where was the energy with Obama? I've been saying fuck all the political leaders. I've been saying that on the left or the right. It's been the same narrative the whole time. And you know what? These people were deporting people, okay, but they were not going into our homes and taking our people to where they're doing it right now. This has never been done in the history of America as far as I'm concerned.
Never.
That's what it seems
like. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the history, once again, about 48 years, I've never seen that.
Yeah, this is some crazy shit going down.
And Obama did it with respect and dignity. And,
I mean, how do you do that with respect and dignity?
Because they weren't going to graduations, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
They weren't going to. They're not taking kids away from foster homes, bro. He wasn't doing that shit. He wasn't doing any of that shit. You know what I mean? He wasn't doing any of that shit. And to return another thing that you said earlier, like I wasn't gonna vote for Pamela, and I was gonna. But look, man, this is what we did. Okay, the people that voted for Trump, I didn't vote for that piece of shit, and I knew about he was a piece of shit way before he even ran for the first time.
Gracias.
Okay, the first time he disrespected us.
But even amongst hold on real quick, bro. Let me give you a little pushback. But even amongst, are you a father?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, he is.
I mean, to an enormous empire that I run, yes. To an enormous empire that I run, yes. But not my blood. Not my blood. But worldwide, yes.
So as
people I care about and would die for, yes.
Okay, I hear you, but let me just tell you this right
He has
now,
an
bro.
army.
For the first time in my life, bro, getting my life together, brother, as a father.
Yeah, you wanted. I get it. I heard you.
No,
I heard
it
you.
ain't money, bro. It's just.
You said you voted for your wallet.
The economy.
No, I said
time.
that was one of the things.
Yeah, for the first
100%.
time, yeah.
We want the economy to be up, bro. We need to make money. We need to pay the bills, brother.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
We need gas to be low, bro. We need eggs not to be fucking.
But he's not in charge of that.
P game though, bro. You know what I mean? You know
The
what I mean?
president is not in charge of that, just so you know. The president's never been in charge of gasoline prices.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a whole other department. That's another thing people don't understand.
Who's in charge of that?
Well, senators. Okay.
Legislators.
And who works? Who works under the Senate? Who works?
No, but they make bills. They make laws.
Legislators.
They will let the president waste X amount of money or not. You understand? And that's what causes inflation or doesn't cause inflation, and that's what makes the gas prices go up or down.
And
You
each
understand?
state
He
has their
coulda-
own
And
taxes.
Trump, because he's a businessman piece of shit, he could have told his friends in the oil industry to raise up all those prices. Okay, because that's their fucking buddies. Billionaires hang out with each other.
right.
So we could think, oh shit, the gas prices are crazy. I gotta go vote for this idiot. But this is
What
what we
do
did.
you think about the tariffs?
So I'll get it in there, but let me go to the first thing, and I need to get this out. What we did essentially, voting on Trump, not me, but people that did, is this: you invited instead of inviting the cousin Pamela that's gonna drink up all your beer and you're gonna be mad about it, you got the neighbor that shot your mom and tried to rape your kids. That's what you fucking did. So I'm serious when I tell you this. If I had a chance between not voting on Trump or voting on the devil, I would have voted on the devil because
Who
at
did
least
you
I
vote
know
for?
what the fuck is gonna
Did
do.
you vote for Kamala Harris?
I am a huge Bernie supporter.
But did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Bernie Sanders.
Yes, I
wasn't.
did. Yes, I voted for her because I wanted the guy who was going to drink my beers at the barbecue, and not the person that's going to rape my kids or shoot my mom.
Let me tell you this, bro.
Period.
Why did the majority of
because
Latinos?
they're uninformed. They're uninformed. There's
Well,
a
also,
giant propaganda
yeah.
war happening today and every day.
Yep.
And since I was a kid, we've been being destroyed by everything we hear and see. Everything.
Bro, what were we supposed to hear from Kamala Harris, bro? Bro, she didn't
She was
give,
boring, right?
She didn't
She
put
was
me
boring,
nowhere,
right? Yeah.
bro.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
she wasn't boring, bro. She was She was a part of the wrong agenda.
What agenda was it?
Huh?
What agenda was it?
The agenda's of fucking taking rights from schools with kids,
No,
bro.
she wasn't taking no rights.
Transgenders,
Okay,
women,
listen.
dudes fighting in motherfucking dudes.
That's all propaganda bullshit, all right? At the end of the day,
No, it's not propaganda
listen,
because it's happening, bro. It's happening, bro. There's dudes. There's dudes that are fucking getting gold medals,
but
bro.
But that has nothing to do with
No,
them
it has
coming- hold
everything
on,
to do with
listen.
everything.
That has
As a
nothing to do
father.
with them coming
As a
and
father,
taking-
it's got everything to
but
do,
now,
bro.
But now you could go now too. So
Where?
your kids-
Where?
They'll,
Go
they'll
now
deport
where?
you. They'll take you to fucking. They're
El
taking the
Salvador.
people to Guantanamo
Salvador.
Bay now.
Yeah.
So they'll take you too.
I
So
don't
your
give
kids
a
will not
fuck,
have a
but I
father.
don't want my
But your
girls
kids not
competing
having a
against
father
dudes.
because somebody used a fucking bathroom that has a fucking penis, maybe.
Fuck that,
Fuck
bro.
that.
Do you
Fuck
have
that.
daughters?
I mind
You
my
don't have
business.
kids,
Okay,
bro.
I understand
So
that.
you can't
But not
speak on
every
that,
transgender
bro.
person is a rapist.
Bro,
You're
you
getting
ain't got no
confused.
kids, bro.
You're getting confused.
You
I
ain't
get
got
it.
no
Okay, I
kids,
wanna
bro.
speak. I wanna
You
speak.
ain't got
Let's get
no
out of
kids,
that.
bro.
Let's get it
You
out of
can't
there.
speak on
When
shit,
when
bro.
I see the
Nah,
numbers,
fuck
when
that.
I see
I
the
ain't cool
numbers,
about that
when
shit.
I see the numbers that there's a fact that all these children are
Fuck
being
numbers,
raped,
bro.
if I see the numbers that a bunch of kids are being raped by transgenders, okay. But
Oh,
when
we
I
gotta see
the
numbers?
yes.
We gotta see numbers
Because
for
it's
dudes
facts.
with
Because
dicks
it's
walking in
facts.
girls'
Because it's
bathrooms?
fucking
Get the
facts.
fuck
First
out of
all,
here, bro.
I never said
You're
I
dumb
was
as
good with
fuck,
it. I
bro.
never thought I was good with that.
That's
No,
horseshit.
you're dumb as fuck, bro. You're dumb as fuck. You left as fuck, bro.
I never. No. Yes, I am. You're right. I'm
He's not
super
left
left.
as fuck.
I'm
left.
super left. But
You
I
super
never
left, bro.
Wait, don't. Let's get
That's
this
just
clear.
that's unfortunate.
They can make
Children,
3 fucking
bro.
bathrooms. Hold on. They can make 3 bathrooms.
You have to bring it down to numbers.
They can
Well,
make
then-
3. Hold on. They
well,
can
then
make
who
3
cares?
bathrooms. Okay, number 1. I never said let's have fucking dudes taking
That's
pisses
my
with girls.
homie.
You said
I'm just
so
saying,
what if they have a
3.
dick?
I care
You
about
just
him.
said that.
Exactly.
good.
Exactly.
Okay.
It doesn't make them
Thank you.
rapists. Number 1. Number 2,
It doesn't
they
make
can
them
make 3
rapists. That's
bathrooms.
true.
We
It
have
doesn't
enough
make
money.
them rapists. That's
We have
true.
enough money to make 3 fucking bathrooms. Or 4 or 5.
What the fuck? What bathroom do you need?
Hold on,
I just
hold
need a
on.
guy
Hey,
one,
let me
homie.
speak on it.
I need a guy one.
What the fuck?
Hold on,
What
hold on, let me
bathroom
speak
this
on it.
fool need?
Let me speak on it. I've
Get the
actually.
fuck
Those are
out of
talking
here,
points.
bro.
Those are talking
You
points.
tripping,
I
bro.
wanna speak
Republicans
next.
You
that voted for
tripping.
Trump.
How many
They're a bunch
bathrooms
of
you
idiots.
want to
I need
need?
1 for guys.
You for
I need
guys?
1.
Okay,
I need 1 for
thank you,
guys.
bro.
I need 1 for
Thank you,
guys.
bro.
I need
Get the
1 for
fuck
guys.
outta here,
1
bro.
for guys. That's it.
Let
Get the
Rev-
fuck
I don't know-
out of
I
here,
don't know
bro.
if that's stand
Hey,
up to
check
pee,
it out, dog.
but I stand
I'm
up
gonna
to pee.
denounce Donald Trump as being a bitch ass dictator, but I ain't fucking with this dude and what the fuck he's talking about, dog. But we all have a platform right here and respect to you, brother.
Rev.
Respect to you, bro. Respect.
Let-
That's a good conversation.
That's a good
But
heated
until,
one.
but until you see the numbers of how many dicks got pulled out on little kids in the bathroom, then it's
No,
it's
they
true.
can have 3 bathrooms.
bro.
They can have 3 bathrooms. They can have 3 bathrooms all
fuck outta
day.
here.
But
I
that doesn't
think
mean I'm
3
gonna vote for this
bathrooms
piece of
is
shit.
Hold on, let
You know what I'm
Rev
saying?
speak.
I'm not gonna vote for that
Bro,
piece of shit because
no,
of that. I don't know what happened.
Speak
I
on
wasn't
what he's
there.
talking about,
I
bro.
will,
Go ahead.
but Rev's been waiting.
Bring out the oracle. Bring out the oracle.
Go ahead.
No, Heron.
I got something to say, but respectfully, I will say this as an indigenous person. We forgot how to respect our women. First of all, we forgot how to respect our mujeres.
Okay, I first want to say that I know you're saying we can't say anything because we don't have kids, but I want to say when people say that you can't say anything because you don't have kids. I was a kid. I was a kid for 18 years.
That's right.
And I have nephews and I have little children that I can see on the playgrounds and my friends' children, and I don't have to specifically be a mother to understand what it was like to be a child. And I also do want to say, I don't think it's right that they're taking away parents' consent. That they tried.
right.
I don't think it's right that we're letting kids take sex-changing pills that are gonna sterilize them and change the course of their life permanently.
And I don't
I
either.
think
They're
that's
not
wrong.
even old
enough, bro.
Yes,
And I don't either.
And we don't let kids get tattoos. We don't let kids drive. We don't let
drink,
kids
or do
drink.
drugs.
We don't let kids have sex. Why are we letting them make this decision that's gonna
Rev,
sterilize them for the rest of their life?
Rev.
I don't think that's right. And also, as a woman, I don't want to see a dick in the bathroom.
No.
As a woman, I don't know any woman who has not been sexually assaulted or touched or groped in one way or another. None. I've never met a woman, including
By
myself, that has
heterosexual
not.
males, though, right?
But yes. So when I see a man in the women's restroom, I'm not talking about a transgender woman that looks like a woman. I'm talking about men who look like a man, just like a man, in the women's restroom. That makes me very uncomfortable. And
Get the fuck out of my bathroom.
yeah, I think that there needs to be
Just
3
make 3.
bathrooms.
Yeah,
3
just make
bathrooms
3.
would be great.
Fuck 3
and
bathrooms,
sometimes
bro.
people will say,
you gonna take a shit or you gonna take a piss? Stop playing with this shit.
I don't want to disrespect anybody. I think that they need their own space, and I think that would be a great solution to the problem. But I also want to say that since there has been more freedom for transgender people to go into the women's bathroom, I have seen more men in the bathroom. And I'm not talking about transgender women. I'm talking about men in the bathroom. I'm not going to say anything. I'm 5'4", 130 pounds. What the fuck am I going to do? I'm scared when I see that shit. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. So I think that 3 bathrooms would be a great solution. But I understand why people who have daughters and why women went that direction because of those things that are happening. Also, like with the whole women in men's with transgender women in women's sports. I don't know how people can say that transgender women have the same strength that cis women have, because you guys must have never had brothers, you must have never had male cousins, you must have never had homies, because there is no fucking way that a boy that has gone through puberty is not going to be stronger than me or my strongest homegirl. There's no fucking way. And I also want to say, with that, I propose that we should have a transgender league. There's enough. There's enough people like that. I think that would be great.
And I agree on everything you're saying. My point was, it wasn't enough to scare me to vote for that fucking Cheeto head piece of shit. It wasn't enough.
I respect your opinion.
You know what
for
I mean?
sure.
It wasn't enough. They weren't going to scare me. They weren't going to scare me with the scary gay shit. Like, the gays are going to kill you and shit. Like, I wasn't scared of them fucking. I'm not disrespecting them either, but I wasn't scared of any of them.
My household is filled with females, women.
And you gotta protect them.
Little girls, bro.
And you gotta protect them as a man, as a father.
Check it out. My name is Lucky Sonzu. I'm from Highland Park, and I take care of a family of women. Of women. We got my lady. We got her daughter, which is my stepdaughter, Emery, and then we brought two girls in the world. You know what I mean? Which is Shyla and Liana. We call her Lily.
Liana.
We call Shyla Shy Shy.
Beautiful name.
You know what I mean? And so I'm as me as a father, as a gangster, right? A gangster father, you know what I mean? Ooh, I'm super protective towards them, bro.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Those are my babies, bro. You know what I mean? Never ever do I want them to compete with one of us, right? Me and you, dog.
Yes.
You feel me?
I agree.
Yes.
Because
yes, right.
and so that's what just pushed me, brother, because that's what the left was pushing, brother. They were pushing acceptance on that, dog.
That was the right was pushing. The right was pushing the propaganda.
No,
bro,
but can you tell me? Can
They
you
went
tell
by
me?
fear,
Can
bro.
you tell me straight right now, bro, that the left wasn't pushing that to be accepted, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is that the right. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if they were bringing laws. I don't know if they were bringing laws into the fucking table for
Let me hold on.
Because we're talking about laws, right?
You said your thing.
We're talking
You
about
said-
laws,
no,
right?
Hold on. You said
we're
your
talking
thing.
about laws, or we're
Let
talking
me-
about, I saw it on the news that somebody said it.
Let's
Yeah,
stop.
we're talking
Let's
about
stop.
laws.
Let's stop right now.
Laws.
Let's stop.
By law,
Let me
there was-
rephrase the question.
Good.
Reverie. Was the last administration pushing the agenda of boys being able to compete with girls?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Which I completely
And
disagree
he just
with.
denied.
No, I didn't deny it. I don't know. I said,
Why don't you know, bro?
Because I don't pay attention to that stupid shit.
Then why are you talking right now?
Wait, this is why we're having this
You
discussion.
don't know, but then you'll read
Let's
numbers
keep
on
it
how many
calm.
dicks got shown in women's bathrooms.
No, I
So then
don't,
you
I'm not
wanna-
looking at your porn, bro. I don't know what you're looking at. All I ask for is I want to know how many women got raped or kids got raped. That's it. I don't know what you're looking at over there on your computer, but let me tell you.
Oh, don't change the
I'm not
subject,
changing
dog.
the subject. I'm
Don't
just
change
saying.
it.
I'm not saying that shit. I'm saying this. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I know that we've been attacked by a bunch of propaganda to scare you because the only way the Republicans win is by scare
Let me elaborate.
tactics.
Let me elaborate.
That's why
Was
all
that
these white people went
propaganda?
and
That's
voted.
true. Let me
All the white
elaborate.
people went to
Elaborate.
vote for this
That's
fucker
true, though.
because
There's
they
not
said
that
we were
many
gonna
trannies,
eat. There was
Yeah.
people eating
There's not
dogs
that
and
many-
cats,
Can I
and
elaborate?
we were gonna rape them, and we were gonna
Where
fucking
we at
kill
right
them,
now?
and we're taking their
Elaborate.
jobs and all this other shit. They went by fear.
The trans
Period.
shit is
So I don't
fear.
get scared. I'm not
the
scared of a
trans shit is
transgender.
fear. Yeah.
I'm not scared of some fucking
is.
any
Are
of that
you
shit.
scared of a
So I'm not gonna
transgender
vote for that
teaching your
dude.
child?
Again,
But Lucky,
I'm not a
that's
child,
you ain't got
but
a
I'll
child.
fuck them up.
It's so
Listen,
isolated
I'll
that
deal with that
what he's
situation when
saying
it
is-
comes. I'm not gonna vote for an
Exactly.
idiot.
And we
I'll beat
dealing
the
with
shit
it
out of
right
him.
now, bro.
No,
We're
no,
dealing with it
no,
right
no.
now.
But listen,
For you, it ain't came, but it
Listen.
came for us right
It
now,
didn't
bro.
come for you
It's
because
not
none of
a
your kids have been
majority
touched.
problem. It's not
None of
like-
your kids have been touched.
Wait, but I have
But I get what
experienced
you're
men
saying.
in the
Okay,
women's
so then
bathroom.
they gotta get fucked up. They gotta get fucked up. They gotta get arrested.
Myself
They gotta do all
experienced
that
it
shit.
more
But
than
it's
But I'm not
once.
gonna.
But
You know what I'm
delivering
saying?
It's a
conversation
real
was really
thing that
wrong.
was happening.
Delivering
Yes,
the
I agree.
conversation was really wrong.
I agree.
Okay,
100%.
let him clear it up.
Well,
bro.
because 100%, because transgender problems isn't something that is on 100% of the population, right? Let's say it's 1% of the population.
I think it's like
That's
0.1.
not- That's not a
0.1
big problem. And there's
Absolutely
not that
not.
many people that would enter a bathroom. So yes.
Wait, I disagree. It depends on where you live. It depends on where you
Of
live.
course.
Because
Yes,
we're in a
but it's
liberal
not
city.
everywhere.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
we're in a
everywhere.
liberal city, so it does direct us.
Yes,
It affected
no,
me
that's true,
directly.
though. No,
It's
that's
affected
true.
me directly because we are in a blue state.
100%. But I understand what he's
Hey,
saying.
what I'm
Yeah, for
basically
sure,
saying
I
is
understand his
millions of
point,
people, thousands of people die from deer every fucking year. But if somebody comes out like, yo, we gotta vote for this dude because you're gonna get hit by a fucking deer, like, homie, check it out.
yo.
The second I see a deer, I'm shooting that shit.
Yeah.
So to me, that situation was like, yo, transgenders are gonna touch your kid. If they do, I'll blow their fucking head off, homie. I'm not gonna vote for this idiot because of that. I'm not scared. I'm not
they weren't
scared
saying they're
of
gonna
that, any of
touch
that
people.
shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Let
I
me-
think we're all like going off on the topic, man.
No, I think we're having a great conversation. Salute to you, bro, and I respect you, brother.
No, I mean too.
Yeah, bro, I love this
He didn't
conversation.
shit.
It's 100% propaganda.
We turned it up at the end, right? We turned the temperature.
No, hold on, bro.
Somebody had to fucking kick it out.
Exactly, bro.
That got
and
you.
let's pass it to the homie right
The
now.
Oracle's about to speak.
Oh, here comes Oracle. Go
Oh,
ahead.
he is the Oracle.
Hey, I got something to agree with all of you. First of all, fear tactic. I believe you. They push fear, just like the vaccine. You know, oh, you're afraid of the vaccine? You're afraid not to get the vaccine. Fear on both sides.
You're afraid to wear a mask.
And
Why are you
it's
wearing a
great
mask?
example because you could see Lucky is living in fear because it's close to him because that's his family. So that's how the propaganda works. You see the propaganda working in Lucky 100% right
From my baby.
And I'm sure that his phone, and I'm sure his phone was giving him that shit all day long.
Yeah.
Because that's how they target you. The algorithm, your algorithm.
My algorithm.
Okay. The algorithm is evil, bro. But let me no, bro. But let me
It's
tell
been
you.
giving me so much anxiety the last few days.
Me
No,
too.
Like, I can't
bro.
look at my phone. I'm like,
Let me
I can't work. I'm just like,
It's ridiculous.
I'm emotional now because of my algorithms giving me all this shit. You know, I'm stressing about all the people I love that are not born here.
But let me tell you.
Hold on, guys.
Casey, hold on. No, hold on. I want to say this. I want to say this to the homie right here. I want to say this to the homie.
All right, go ahead, Lucky. Sorry.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Tumor.
Yeah.
Bro, my dog. I respect everything you're saying right here, brother. Even though we may not agree on everything. I'm battle tested, bro. And it's not me trying to flex about being a gangster and this, that, and the other. And when someone says I'm battle tested, you've been through some things.
Yeah.
You know?
Definitely.
And so not everything really just like you can punch at my face, bro, and I'm not gonna like flinch to everything, bro. Is what I'm saying.
oh yeah, none of us are.
You feel me? But it's a natural reaction, you know. But you know,
You're a concerned father. I get it. You love your kids. I get it.
Highly
So-
protected.
And I will defend your kids to the end too. And any kid.
And that's called
and any kid.
brilliant marketing.
But again, I wasn't going to fall to the fear at all of any of it. Because I was paying attention years ago.
Now let me
Years
continue
ago. I'm
on
a
that.
convicted street terrorist because of shit like that. And even being on this shit, I get in trouble. You know what I mean? Trust me. I know what you're saying.
Right.
I wouldn't vote for that piece of shit because of any of that fear, because I know what the game is. I know what they're trying to do.
Who did you vote for?
The only other person to stop him was Kamala.
You voted for Kamala
Yeah,
Harris.
to stop him. Not because I liked her.
How did you feel that she did within the campaign and everything? How did she feel?
I want my politicians to be boring. I want it to come back to that. I don't care if the dude is
Boring?
in a
Why?
wheelchair.
What is boring?
because
Boring doesn't sell nothing,
booty
bro.
shaking
Listen.
concerts not enough?
No, boring.
Bro,
This is what I mean by boring.
answer the question, bro.
I'm answering the
How
question.
does she do with the campaign and the what do you call it, bro? They do the things.
Oh, like fundraising. Campaign fundraising.
They got a lot of money.
No, fucking
Democrats
campaigns.
don't.
No.
Okay.
How do you feel that she did against
Policies?
Donald Trump, bro?
Because she
the
lost.
debate. The
Obviously.
The debates. Thank you.
The debates.
How did you feel she
The
did?
debates. She did something that America's not ready for. She gave him facts, and he lied and bullshitted and put fear. And what the thing is, if you want to fight fire, you have to fight fire. We need a Democrat 100%. That's going to go over there and lie to us too, just like them. We need somebody that's going to go in there with balls and make fun of him like a child. Because we don't have any adults running this country. We have fucking children that are just fucking, oh, look at your fucking tiny hands. Or, oh, look at this. And just talking all kinds of shit. So we need to be childish, just like they are. You know? Then we're not going to go high because they go low. We got to go low too.
Yeah.
We got to go low too because that's the only way it's going to happen. That's the only way it's going to happen. If we fight fire with fire, you know what I mean? Because we already had a smart person that had a good fucking plan.
Who was that? Who was that?
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
Bro, he's never been in office.
What do you mean? He's the oldest fucking senator.
We're talking about
his whole life
we're
is in
talking
office.
about presidency, bro.
Yeah, okay, but the presidency
He is in office.
No, he's not in office right now. We're talking about presidency, bro.
And he's done more for all of us
Exactly,
than any of these other.
How did you feel about when he got called out about taking money from
I thought it was
pharmaceuticals?
great.
Just
I
like
thought it was
every other
great.
fucking person in
Everyone
the
should be be called
runs,
out, and it's okay.
Yeah.
but
And I'm
every
still a Brave
single,
fan,
every
and
single
I'm still a
candidate
RFK
has to
fan.
get money to run their campaign, and that sucks. We should have that. We should have a minimum amount of money for
right.
every single campaign, so people can buy presidents. Like this fucking idiot Tesla that bought this moron, and now they're fucking girl fighting it out and fucking talking shit about each other, and
But let me tell you, the product's great though. The product is fucking great.
Hey, it is.
The Tesla.
Yeah,
He's
it's
got
fucking great, though.
Except for the truck that's
Hey,
falling
can
apart and it's just glued in by fucking tape. And the only reason you say that because you don't know what the Chinese have. You don't know their
Mexico.
fucking cars,
Or Mexico.
their fucking or the new one coming from Mexico that's gonna
right,
fucking shit on all that.
But you can't. They can't. They
Oh,
can't.
and
shit
back
on
to
the
your
self-driving,
tariff.
though.
Back to the tariff war. That was just Trump being a fucking idiot, and he tried to fucking play a Russian roulette with China, and China was like, "Fuck you, you fucking Cheeto head idiot. We don't give a fuck." The Chinese, they could be like, "I don't care if we don't have internet for 5 years. I don't care if we don't need steak for 5 years. But do that in America, these fucking kids will commit suicide if they turn off the internet." If they can't go get a Labubu for
Everyone.
Christmas this year, there's gonna be
Hold my
riots.
line for the Labubu,
But the Chinese will be like, I don't give a fuck about that. Well, let's do the tariffs. Let's do 7 billion tariffs. Who cares? We don't need. Look, any house in America, there's Chinese products. Any house in China, there's no American products.
Let me ask you a
Why would
quick-
it care? Tariffs are us. We're gonna pay that.
Let me ask you a question. No, I want to say this real quick, bro. You're a very an opinionated dude, and I appreciate that so much,
Yes.
dog. Because this is what
My girlfriend hates that.
And my and my objective.
No, she doesn't.
You talk to her. You know her.
My objective is never to shut
thinks
you
she
down,
does. She
bro,
loves
because
it.
conversation creates everything else.
And
you know what I mean?
understanding and knowledge. Yes.
Yeah, if you're on it or not, you know what I mean. But so
But don't fall for the propaganda. Lucky is what the fuck he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
So
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Republican or
They tailor it for each side.
Yes.
They're great at
That phone of yours is,
They're great.
is
Can I
scaring
continue
you.
now?
Great at it.
The oracle must speak.
Oh yeah, the
Can I
oracle must
continue
speak.
now? So I agree with you on the fear, right? They always have an agenda, and they use fear because they know we're reactionary. Especially us, especially people that come from oppression, people that come from genocide, people that come from persecution. Do you guys know what the Texas Rangers, the Texas Rangers from Texas, do you know their
Native
history?
Americans.
Yeah, Minutemen.
No. Actually, it's a little different. They lynch Mexicans.
Yes.
They lynch more
More
Mexicans,
Mexicans in Texas than any
black
other
peop-
race.
Than black people
Yes.
altogether.
Yes.
who's that again? Say it
The
again.
Texas Rangers.
Yes.
Well, how do they do it?
You know,
Because they were
how do they do it?
they were just
Yeah.
straight lynching people.
They were
They
just
would
going
snatch
out just
you
like
up and
ICE.
lynch you.
We know we're talking
Just
about
kind of like
history.
how ICE is doing
No,
it.
we're talking about history.
Except
right?
you don't see them hanging on a.
Not right now. though.
Yeah,
Not
back in
right
the
now.
day.
But
Okay, back
in
in the back of the day.
But that's something people don't even know, that Mexicans were lynched.
Yeah.
And we had the biggest numbers in Texas.
Yes.
They still have the tree right now. You could go to Texas and look at the tree outside of the courtroom that you're guilty because you're brown,
Yeah, no,
and they'll take you
I'm-
outside and lynch your ass.
Correct.
Lynch, just like ICE is picking us up right now, they'll lynch your ass.
They're just
in
missing
Texas.
one step.
So-
What do you think Heron, what do you think, brother, if we did this, bro? What if we said, you know what, fuck it. You guys want to claim this shit? This is your shit? What if we went to Mexico and we just empowered the fuck out of Mexico?
We're already
Well, they
doing
weren't
that.
doing it.
We're already doing that. You know how? Like the brother said earlier, spend within your cultura, spend within your people. I've been doing that for years. Every girl I've ever dated, I was like, hey, let's go eat. And then they're always like, oh, let's go to Olive Gardens, all these nice places. I'm like, nah, Charles, I'm gonna go to Papas and Mamas right here. I'm gonna go support them because that's raza. I'm gonna go. And if you wanna go fancy, we got fancy shit too.
Yes,
Look
we
up
do.
Oaxaca.
Downey.
Look up
The fucking,
Oaxaca. No,
the
Madre
Mexican Beverly
Oaxaca.
Hills.
Madre Oaxaca. If you haven't been to Madre Oaxaca and you want to feel fancy as fuck, go to Madre Oaxaca. You're going to pay $25 for a little ass enchilada, but it looks fancy as fuck. And you're going to impress.
You know what was so sad, bro? And then I get it, bro. We deep in this conversation right here. But even me, my girl, you know what I mean? When we want to go get our shit, right? We want to get our motherfucking carne asada burrito, you know, so
That's
on and
right.
so forth, right?
That's
I mean,
right.
they ain't there right now, dog.
Nah, they snatched up a whole taco truck today.
They ain't
Did you
there
guys
right
see
now,
that?
though.
They snatched up. You know how the taco trucks be on the street? They snatched up all the workers that left the meat grilling on the grill. They
Yeah.
left the taco truck
That's what you
open,
said, right?
and then they had a report like, "Hey, what the fuck? What do we do?" They just took every worker.
And didn't they take all those workers from that factory and all their lunch pails?
Right down the block.
Yeah.
Right down the
Hey,
block.
This morning, let me give you a personal one. This morning, because I'm part of a patrol crew, right? Hey, we got a call that there's some suspicion activity at San Bernardino. The homie went over there. Guess what happened? Eyewitness said, "You see that truck with the door open and the emergency lights on? They snatched him up. They left his truck running with the emergency lights in the middle of the street. The homie had to, take care of it. And we don't know who that person is.
And if he has kids waiting for him at school,
they don't
Which
know.
he probably does.
They don't
or somebody they
Most
take care
likely.
of, an elderly person that needs 24 hours care,
just
and he just went to go to the grocery
Just
store.
to put this
There's a million
left
fucking things.
Just to put this left-right gender thing to rest, right? Because I said I agree with a little bit with everybody here. Now on what Hermana was saying right here, I'll give you a personal story. Me and my girl we're going to the store. She uses the restroom. There's male and there's women, right? So I did my business. I'm waiting for her, and I see a white dude that comes in, and he looks at the male, and he looks at the female, and he tries to go in there, and I stop him. I put my hands on him. I'm like, "Hey, bro, what the fuck you doing? That's the ladies' room." I identify as a woman. He wasn't even dressed like one. He was playing the part.
Yeah.
So again, let's just be clear. He was not dressed. He was playing the part. Now I'm like, bro, if you don't fucking step the fuck out of this store, I'm gonna fuck you up right now.
Good for you. Thank you for
And
doing
he
that.
stepped the fuck out.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. And I have no problem sharing the restroom with transgender women who present themselves as women, but I feel like the door was open for just men to go into the bathroom with us, and it's fucking scary.
Who are not a
And
threat.
one of them even got crazy with me one time, and it was really fucking scary.
That's right.
He was like as big as you.
Lucky, I don't know if you heard this.
I didn't have an eye.
You get crazy.
I didn't have an eye as big as you. I'm never gonna try
but
to try a man as big as
that way
you.
Lucky knows. I have a little agreement with everybody. So I was just telling them on the whole gender thing. I had to kick out a dude who told me he identified as a woman that was going to go into the girls' restroom while my girl was in there, and he wasn't even, dressed as one. He was playing the part, and I had to get brother to fucking step the fuck out of there before I lose my shit. So when it comes to that,
that's what pushed Latinos to vote for
and
Trump.
I agree, and that's where I agree with you.
Bro.
And brother, I know you like Bernie, right?
We're protecting our kids,
So let me say this. I know you like Bernie. Bernie just actually spoke on this.
Bro.
He actually just spoke on this. Look it up. It was the interview with Schultz, the comedian dude. Yeah. He said, they asked him that. He said that point. He's like, hey, but the left pushed us to this woke shit, and we didn't like it because we had to accept this, like, all this gender shit and transgender shit and other stuff like that, right? Bernie said, and they asked him, is it true that the Democratic was pushing that agenda? Let us know. Bernie said, that is 100% true. Yeah. And he said it from his mouth. They made you believe. Hold on.
Bernie to tell us.
Right, but it's powerful when a politician
yes.
tells you, right? And he said the following: don't give me shit, give Bernie shit. He said the following: they made us believe, or they wanted us to believe, that black people are always innocent and black people are always correct, and they wanted you to believe that transgender and gay people are the best people in the fucking world. Put them on a pedestal. He said that. Now, hold on. Doesn't mean that I'm against transgender and transsexual, because there's also two different things there: transgender and transsexual, right?
And
I learned being in very progressive groups, and now I'm gonna twist your mind on this one. Gender, it's a lie. Gender's a made-up idea. It's a social construct. Gender is a social construct, but sex is not.
Yeah.
We're physically born with either a dick, right, or a vagina. In some rare cases, some people have both. Rare cases. Gender is how you identify. It's a social construct. So it's not even real. And they have us fighting over some shit that's not even real. And I was told this by the LGBT community. They told me this. And I'm like, you know what? Let me go back to my indigenous beliefs. I went back to my indigenous people. Like, how do we deal with this shit? Because we have a lodge for men where we do ceremony, and we have a lodge for females. So how do we deal with this? And they said we never had this problem because we respect people and we trust them when they tell us their true spirit. And if they identify with this, or this is what they call it, they go in there, but they're not a threat. They're not those sick fucks that are trying to fuck
They're not
with
American.
you.
Exactly, American.
Yeah.
Americans are sick.
Propaganda.
If they are attracted to same sex, that's what they want. They don't want kids. It doesn't make them pedos. It's just they're attracted to the same sex.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Now, but it's true that the Dems were pushing that agenda. And why? Because that's how they cause division. There's always this agenda of division. And that's the smoke and mirrors right there. So
system.
There's always red flags. There's always false flags, right? Like right now, all the attention is where? Where's all the attention right
on
now?
the riots, quote unquote riots,
Quote
on the
unquote
quote unquote
riots.
riots.
But where's the Epstein files?
Exactly.
Who was on the Epstein files? Who was homies with that fool? Who has pictures with
Who has pictures with them?
The president.
Who's not releasing? And who said I'm gonna release them and then release them? Just like the JFK. Why are they not releasing the JFK? I listen to Candace Owens. She's conservative as fuck, but I like her.
I like Candace Owens. I'm a fan.
I like her because she got into it and she's like, it's the scientists behind all that shit. The scientists are behind Epstein. They're behind the JFK files. That's why they won't release them, because then you're gonna learn that the CIA, the Mossad is behind all that shit.
What's Mossad?
The Mossad is
It's
like
like CIA for the Jews.
CIA, yeah.
Or NSA for the Jewish people.
Or like for Russians, they
not
have
Jewish people. I'm sorry, for the Israeli.
For Israeli, for Zionists.
Because there's a difference between
That's
Jewish
right.
people and Israelis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is there secret
Country
service?
and a race.
Is there intelligence service?
Okay.
Just like Russia has what is put in
KGB.
KGB. There you
Kremlin.
go.
Okay.
So,
What would you say this, brother? And you and talk your shit and say with your chest, like I know who you are, bro. Individuals like myself, bro, they voted for Trump. I mean, real shit, dog. Like, give me the smoke, bro.
here's what I said. You fell for the trap. You fell for the propaganda.
Yep.
You fell for the algorithm.
Yep.
You fell for the knowing that they
For the
know.
fear.
They know. Hold on.
I never fell for the algorithm, but go ahead. Because I'm against the grain type of dude. Go ahead.
Okay.
Because I don't ever clout chase, bro.
No, I didn't say you're clout chasing.
Yeah,
I didn't
there's
say
a
that.
difference.
Because the algorithm is a clout
Well,
chase.
what do you know
No,
the
no,
algorithm
no,
is?
no,
It's
no,
designed to.
I want you to give me the heat, bro.
Okay.
Ooh, the algorithm, that's its own story.
Can I still bro,
Hey, get him, dog.
No, I want you to get me, bro. But I want to say this, bro.
You know what
I
algorithm
mean,
is?
do I like individuals like myself that are here now that voted for Trump, Chicanos that voted for Trump.
Right.
I'm one of them, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a Chicano, bro.
That's right.
I mean, I'm a badass Chicano, bro. And but
I'm gonna ask you
makes
like
mistakes, bro.
Yeah.
It makes mistakes, bro. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I'm a Jew. All this shit, bro. I mean, the individuals like me that made this move for the people that knew better or felt different, you know what I mean? Can individuals like myself, you know what I mean, still be redeemed? Or?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Absolutely.
100%.
Tell us no, dog. That's what we're doing right now.
But it comes down to a easy question. I'm gonna ask you like I did the homie. Now I had a homie who was a Marine vet, right? And he had terrible PTSD, but we would smoke all the time. And I would tolerate some of his fucking PTSD. But then came 2016. He was a burner too. But then Bernie didn't pass through, right? He went for Trump, and he became a hardcore Trumpster. Now we have kids in cages. And I asked him, man, homie, how do you feel about that? I was still fucking with him here and there. And he's like, well, they're parents, but I can't fuck with you no more. The minute you said their parents put them, and you can't accept the government is putting them, ICE is putting them, they're putting hands on those kids and they're putting them in those cages like animals. You can't accept that. You can't see that. You're too fucking blind to see that. I cannot fuck with you no more. And that's it.
You're drinking the Kool-Aid too much.
That's it.
That's like they said about like if you're more concerned with the Waymos being on fire than kids being separated from their parents, you have fallen into the matrix.
There you go. It goes back to what's right, what's wrong. It's simple. Politics out the fucking window.
Yes.
What's right, what's wrong.
Yes.
And that's how I felt, bro.
Yeah.
I felt like, bro, this is simple math. And where I'm from and who I am, bro, like, and I got smoked off my own homeboys from my hood. OG homeboys from my hood. I'll name one dude right now, Hector. You know what I mean? Joker from my neighborhood. You know what I mean? I got smoked. I mean, because they said, hey, Luck, what's up, fool? You didn't think about me when you voted? And honestly, in all due respect, no, dog, I didn't think about you, bro. I was just thinking about the well-being for my family. And since it doesn't regard like deportation, I was just thinking about money, bro.
You have that blind side because you have that privilege.
Yeah.
So right now,
it's privilege.
It's privilege and it's a blind side you have. It's an automatic blind side by default because you don't have that concern. It's not on top of your head. To this day, I'm here. My status is legal, but I'm not a citizen, so I can't vote. And at any point, the government. That's why I'm kind of careful what I say, because at any point, point, they can take my status away. All they got to say is conspiracy, conspire to overthrow the government, conspire to be a spy for another country, your alliances with another country. They could trump up anything. Like the homie that was just passing out masks, he didn't tell them go fuck shit up. He's just like, hey man, cover your face. Yourself. Who's covering
your health?
Who's covering themselves right now? ICE. How come they're not
All
being
of
fucking
them.
exactly? How
Every
come
single one.
So how come we're not treating them like the terrorists? They're the ones coming into our neighborhood. Now let's speak hood politics. Anybody comes into your fucking neighborhood with a ski mask and they start snatching your people up, what are you gonna do?
You light them up. And don't get this shit twisted, homie. They're going after the paisas and immigrants right now, but they really don't like us.
Yeah,
we're the ones with the tattoos. We're the ones that are like, oh, the gangs and the fucking drugs.
We're the legal dudes.
We're next.
We're the legal dudes that
We're
are
next.
backing it up.
And plus, we're the bigger problem because we can vote because we're born here.
Yeah.
And they want to terminate that. So today, you're sitting there and you're watching take an immigrant or a paisa down, and you're like, well, that's not me. That's not you today.
Yeah.
They're practicing for you tomorrow, and they will come for you. And you don't have the guns. You think you have all kinds of fucking arsenal? You ain't got shit. They'll have a fucking drone smoke your ass just like they did everywhere in Afghanistan, Iraq, like they're doing right now, and Iran.
I want to do
That's
this.
it.
I want to do this. What do you feel about what he's saying?
About what?
What this dude?
Oh, he just said straight facts, dude. Yeah.
Exactly.
The
You,
government's
homie.
coming for you. Yeah.
They got a double. You got a double one, homie.
And
You
I
were
just-
scared
I-
of your
I-
kids, of people going in the restaurant, but now you gotta be scared of them coming for you because you have tattoos, homie, and you're not gonna. You know,
And your
punk,
kids
homie.
too, and
You
your
ain't no
kids.
punk. When the cops come and they
Yeah,
push your
look,
kid out of the
you're a
way,
punk right now.
you're gonna
Coming
sock
for
one of
you.
them up.
You know
And when
what?
you do, they're gonna take you, homie.
But you know when that happens, brother? When that happens, dog, you know who I am, bro? I'm a motherfucking survivor, bro.
Fucking around.
You know what I mean? And you can put me anywhere in this motherfucking world, dog. And I'm gonna live my best life.
We're gonna put you to transgender bathroom.
Nah,
Afghanistan.
bro, you put me in a trap.
He's strong.
He went there.
No.
He was waiting.
I ain't that strong, bro. No, check it out, bro.
Let him know. Let him know.
That's medicine.
No, you know what? This dude wants me to. He wants me to put it in the transgender bathroom, bro. Because you know what? I'm gonna be there with nothing but his people, his family, bro. 'Cause this dude represents nothing but trannies, bro. He's a tranny motherfucker.
I thought you represent Hitler for a minute.
But you know what, bro? But you know what,
Put
bro?
the camera over there. There you go.
This, everything is a blessing, brother.
Yes.
Everything is a
Yes.
blessing.
Even being here.
Everything is a blessing, bro.
Absolutely.
Every breath is a blessing. And someone tried to, because they know Luck is half Jew, right? And they said, hey, Luck, this is almost like hiding Anne Frank.
It is.
It is.
No.
A lot of people are making this
And what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do really when it comes to that? Are you gonna be a punk, or are you gonna let people come into? Because I make sure I'll cut through my whatever the fuck my house to make sure I can help them. Period.
That's right.
Can I say this, brother?
Period. That's what I'm gonna do.
They can say this.
You
is almost,
said period.
they can say
I got you.
Lucky said that you could stay in his
But
bed.
you said break yourself.
hold on.
So I got you.
They can say this is like hiding Anne Frank minus
No, the diary of Anne Frank.
minus the ovens, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you were to get the Jews and said, hey, we're not gonna put you in the oven, we're gonna deport you where we feel like you belong at, those Jews would have taken that shit, dog.
Well, they're still
but
putting them in
that's-
detention centers.
But that's just
They're
because
still going to detention
they did that to the Jews in the beginning. They didn't just start
by
killing them.
the
now.
way, we gotta stop calling them detention centers. They're fucking concentration
Exactly.
camps. They're concentration camps because
You're
they're
right.
concentrating humans into a small
and
little space.
stop calling it deportations.
living
It's kidnappings.
conditions.
Very inhuman.
Kidnappings. There is
Yes.
no judicial law. And earlier somebody said something about like, oh, they were serving warrants. I have not seen one.
No,
Not
not
one
really.
fucking one on
Let's
television
be clear.
holding a
Hold on.
fucking warrant.
Hold on, let's be clear. There's two types, but for people that don't know, there's two types. There's a judicial warrant, which is legit, signed by a judge, and they're not gonna knock on your door if they have that one, because that's the legit one. They're gonna knock your shit down, like they did in Paramount yesterday.
Yeah.
And then there's the ICE warrant. That's not real. That's a ICE directive saying, yeah, go see if you can catch them. And then they waive it as a real warrant, but it's not a judicial warrant. It's not a real one. It's not signed by
And another thing we have to make clear too
judge.
about calling them criminals. Google what it is to be here illegally. It's not even a fucking felony.
It's a
My boys
misdemeanor.
fucking
It's a
commit felonies.
misdemeanor.
Try to wake up.
Ticket,
By the time
right?
they go to
It's the
sleep.
same as
It's the
jaywalking.
equivalent of
America
jaywalking.
commits
The offense.
felonies here by the time they wake up and go to sleep every fucking day. White collar criminals steal billions of dollars from this economy and fucking people and destroy people's lives, take people's homes, and put, you know, elderly people out of their own houses and they die like that.
To elaborate, not only is it not a crime, it's a misdemeanor,
It's
right?
misdemeanor.
Not only
Fucking
that,
misdemeanor.
but then why are they not allowed to ask for asylum?
And they make us pay for the freeway.
Hold on. Let's get in some real talk right here. Why are they not allowed to be asylum seekers like the Ukrainians?
No,
or the South
forget that.
Africans?
The Africans,
It's a fake,
that nobody's
it's a
dead.
fake genocide.
They have not been killed. Not one have died. Zero have died.
No.
They're not white.
100%. The president of South Africa came to the White House and told Trump in his face, that shit is a lie, homie.
But
That's
then
Zero white people have died.
things that he
Zero
showed
white
them.
people have died.
You know who has died more in
Zero.
South Africa?
Black people.
Yeah, exactly.
Black people.
course.
And we got Malcolm X.
It's black people, then great white sharks.
Okay, hold on real quick. Okay, so where we at in this podcast?
We're 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Okay, so
We're
let's
supposed to be here now.
let's chill real quick. All right, let's
Well,
chill
it was
real
just
quick.
because of my vocal
I'm about to
cords, but they're
sleep
doing it
real
right.
quick.
Since everybody's talking
let's
with
chill
me,
real quick,
The
and
smoke's not
I
fucking
just
with you?
wanna,
Huh?
I
The
want.
smoke's not fucking with you?
Hey,
It was
look,
earlier,
look,
but okay now.
I wanted to answer one of your callers, the one that you say you did time with, and he spoke a lot. I want to answer one thing that you brought up. Why are they coming over here, right? Because we went into their house and we burned their shit down, and now they got to come over here. Look up for people that don't believe that. There's a general. His name is General Butler. General Butler was one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated generals in U.S. history. And when he retired, he wrote a book. In that book, he confessed. My job, I thought I was keeping, I was fighting for freedom and liberty of this country, and I was going to other dictators and taking them apart. He's like, nah, they lied to me. What I did, I went to other countries, and we stole their resources, and we dismantled their free democracy.
Yeah, that's what he says right here. Essentially confesses to being part of a system he now sees as inherently unethical and harmful.
Goodness.
I want to say this. Thank you guys for tuning in. And before we end this right here, we're gonna go through every single individual to give their last rebuttal, their last statement. Excuse.
Sharpton for president, y'all.
What's that?
Nelson Mandela, let's bring him back.
Dude, this has been an absolutely amazing experience for me right here. You know what I mean? Because I'm just like, I'm right here at the liquor store, baby.
We
A little bit
outside.
of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm just like, all right, fuck these fools. They're talking shit. Like,
Someone send some white man pizza to the studio.
Hey, we can't. Hold on. We
Nah.
can't leave the podcast without giving Lecky a bomba for voting for Trump, though. We gotta give him bomba.
That's fucked up.
I'll take it 100%, brother.
Shame.
I'll take it. I'll take it for I'll take it for everybody, bro. Bro, what a dumb mistake, bro. And I apologize to my community.
We
That's right.
appreciate that. I think
Yeah.
your
That's
fans
right.
and everybody appreciates
Takes a
that. And
big man.
everybody else who voted for Trump that didn't realize it was going to happen, it's okay.
We
That's
didn't.
right.
We all make mistakes. I made a
It takes a pair of
million just
balls.
this year. It does. It does. This is a great conversation.
You're gonna get the burned piece of carne asada at the barbecue for many years, but we gotta respect. We gotta respect that you at least we're man enough to apologize. I know you made a mistake,
A lot of
but
these-
every carne asada for a couple of years, you're getting the burn or whatever when you fell to the ground. That's what you get in your
That
plate.
rusty one.
Sorry.
With the rusty
That's
tortilla.
fair.
the burnt
That's
tortilla.
fair.
Burnt
The
tortilla,
steel
too.
tortillas
The
with
one
the
that fell on the
burnt
floor.
asada.
With the watered down salsa.
Period. And the hottest beer.
You're getting the Corals.
with the black
Whoever bought the
avocado.
Corals beer. Corals Light. You're getting the Corals Light.
You get the black guacamole.
Not the black guacamole.
Yeah, the one that they left the top open. It looks like gray.
They didn't put no lime.
You can't drink any beer.
That's it.
The meat with the flies all over it.
You get the
The
Zimas.
last
You only
one.
get to drink the Zima. That's it.
Oh, you know what?
Nah, you guys stay on business. Was that beer from Stater Bros? Was that fucking white beer that everybody all white?
Coral's
straight?
Light?
Nah. The one from
Pabst? Yeah, Pabst.
Pabst Blue Ribbon. Blue Ribbon. You only drink Blue Ribbon. That's it. Nothing
Hey,
besides
Loki,
Blue Ribbon.
Blue Ribbon's kind of fire.
You're banned from the car shows. That's it, homie. No car shows. Can't cruise down Whittier.
You can't claim your Mexican side anymore. Only the Jewish and Russian.
That's it.
No, let me catch you at the taco stand.
No esquite.
You see him at a taco stand, he has to buy your tacos.
Yeah.
Let him pay for it.
No
Fuck
more
that.
churros. No more churros.
No more churros.
He's banned from churros.
No more elotes.
No more
No more fucking elotes. That's it. You're fucking dumb.
No more
You're an elotero. Don't give him shit. Don't give him shit.
If you see him, don't serve him tacos.
Hey, take that
No, serve him tacos with no salsa.
Get that shit
No more
out.
meat cheese.
No more meat cheese.
No more modelos. No more tequila. I see you want
Take the
tequila. No
fucking
more
tequila.
tequila. Everything over here is Mexican. Lucky.
Give him a root beer. Give him near beer.
One more. He has to spend a month in the cell with Diddy.
All Diddy.
I love
Damn.
He loves Diddy.
Like that.
And a box of fucking baby oil.
But they throw
Baby
you in there,
lotion
baby
and
oil.
Diddy.
All
Pa' que se le
Diddy.
quite, pa' que se le quite, cabrón.
I'll say this much. Just like the homie fucked up, right? And we had some heated debates. We can still have dialogue.
Yes.
We can still find middle ground.
Yes.
I'll tell you in Ohio, guess who was my roommate in Ohio? A Trump supporter. And he was my roommate. And he told me, I gotta vote for Trump because it's our legacy, it's our heritage. I can't go against the grind, I can't go against my family, but I don't agree with that shit he's doing, so I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna tell you where to go, who to talk to, the progressives. He knew the whole town. I'm an outsider. He gave me all the fucking shit I needed to turn them to vote against Trump. And he was a Trump supporter, but he didn't agree with the values, right? But he said, this is how I want you to see how we think, how we live, so that you understand us. Because
That's so important.
it is, and it's finding middle ground, putting your pride aside, putting your hate aside, because that's just no good for your heart. It's no good for your corazón.
you're right.
And just see the humanity in people. One of my elders, I want to say this. He already passed away recently. He's an elder. He's actually the director of the Raza, the Raza killing database, which shows you that our numbers, brutality and kills by police, are actually right up there with black people, right up there, because they were putting us under unknown, white, and other.
Okay.
So the director,
Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense because we're labeled as white on all the forms.
Look it up.
Oh,
We're the
wow.
majority because they don't count us.
It came out on Democracy Now.
Oh my god.
That's right.
All this is about.
Oh my god.
That's right. You can search
All
it.
this war is about.
Man, my
Exactly.
mind's been blown so many times on this fucking podcast. Holy shit.
So look,
This is
please
great.
look it up.
This
They
is
have
great. Yeah. Like,
please look
speak
it up.
to me, Oracle.
It's called Raza Killing Database.
Unfortunately,
Project. PBS made a special on it recently. Democracy Now covered
Shout out
it.
to PBS.
That's right. By the way, they're trying to take them down.
No.
They're trying to take them down.
Of course, of
They're defunding Sesame Street. Yeah, that's right. So, but why? Because they're putting out information like this that no one else will touch. Only Democracy Now, because they're people owned. They don't have no special interest. Only PBS and NPR. Those three. That's where you can find that project.
NPR.
Also, they gave a presentation at the University of San Bernardino. So the elder who was the director of that project, by the way, you should learn his name, Dr. Roberto Cintley Rodriguez. Look him up real quick. He's the only person, not only Chicano, but the only person in history in LA that got beat up like Rodney King by the East LA sheriffs and sued them twice and won. And won.
Good for him.
And you know what he did with the money he got? Back to the community. Back to the community. He was one of the first photographers. He was one of the first photographers for Lowrider magazine.
No, wow.
He was one of. So look him up. He was a director. And something I learned directly from him when I asked him, like, how do you deal with opposition? How do you deal with those that don't fucking see us as humans? He's like, you always gotta find the humanity in people, no matter what.
Let's go.
You always gotta find the humanity in people, no matter what.
And so what?
Amen.
I want to say this. Though. I'll be out there tomorrow. I'll be out there tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have
On
to
Saturday.
push Lucky because I need to go to sleep, dog.
I'll be out there
What
tomorrow.
time is it?
Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
No.
It's
going on?
12. It's 12:30.
What's going on Saturday?
Shout out to everybody.
Saturday is the protests all
No
across
kings.
the country.
No
so
Kings
no
Day.
matter
No Kings
where
Day.
you are
What's-
watching
what's-
from, there
what-
is a protest in your city. Go to the No Kings website.
No Kings website.
Just put it on Instagram, search No Kings. Put it on Google, No Kings. Put it on TikTok,
nokings.org.
No Kings. It's gonna pop up. There is a protest in your city. If there's not, you can organize it yourself. If you live here in Los Angeles, there's gonna be tons of
There's
protests
one in
going
Linwood.
on. Actually, there's one in Linwood. I'm gonna speak at a protest on Saturday at 10 a.m. in
I wanna
Linwood.
pull up. I wanna
Okay,
pull up.
Lucky, yeah.
You
Let
should.
me
There'll be a lot of
shout
other
it out real
celebrities there
quick.
too.
Have a march all the way to
It's
downtown.
a lot
gonna
of
be.
celebrities, a lot of
I'm gonna
Chicano
speak
rappers.
at 10 a.m. at Ham Park this Saturday. We're gonna be at Ham Park, and then we're gonna march north on Atlantic to
and Imperial.
Imperial. And this is to protest the ICE in Linwood and out in our city in general. I'm gonna be there with Cici the Mamacita. Tumor's gonna be there. Now Lucky's gonna be there. We're gonna have a lot of people supporting. We need all of our fans, everybody who supports the cause, to come through,
That's right.
A lot of
speak for our
surprise guests.
people, represent, and we're gonna let everybody know that we're not gonna stand for this shit. Just like we've been doing the past few days, things are changing. Our voices are being heard. They're kicking the ICE out of the hotels. Major brands are speaking up about it. Major radio stations are speaking up about it.
That's
The protests have spread all around the country.
Everywhere.
They're gonna go all around the world pretty soon because
That's
everybody
right.
copies everything
yeah,
we're
no,
doing. They
that's
see
right.
what's
No, they're
happening is
protesting.
wrong.
That's
My
So
right.
homies
let's
in
keep it
France are
going.
protesting for
Yes,
us.
Right.
let's
The homies
fucking
in
keep it
Mexico,
going.
there's a
That's
lot.
right.
It's going
Yeah.
on
Yes.
all over the world. They
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
happening
They see
all
what we're
around.
doing. We kicked it off, LA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, LA. By the way,
Thank you, LA.
we
I'm
kicked
so
it off
proud
at
to
10.
be a Los Angeles.
All my homies in New York are saying it.
Los
All my homies in the
Angeles.
Midwest are
Yes.
saying it. All my homies in
Texas,
Texas are saying it.
Arizona.
All my
That's
homies in
right.
Nevada are saying it. All my homies
That's
in
right.
Denver are saying it. My homies in Mexico are saying it. My homies in France are
That's
saying
right.
it. We kicked it off
Germans.
That's right.
again.
That's
Because
right.
if you remember, for Floyd,
Again.
we fucking busted up some LAPD cops.
That's right.
And then everybody else saw that shit, and then
That's
they
right.
went out on the streets and did the same.
Historically,
so
we
LA
have led
is
the way.
always,
That's right.
always kick shit off.
Yeah.
right.
And you know what? Yeah.
Saturday.
Historically, we
Saturday.
have though. Historically,
Saturday. No King's
Collective.
Day.
It's Saturday. Let's go Saturday.
and keep it collective.
What time does it start on Saturday?
Órale,
Some of
okay.
them are starting at 10 a.m. The protest I'm going to be is 10 a.m. And then what was the other? I wanted to highlight the term you said because I was encouraging people to peacefully protest, but you said collectively protest.
Collectively.
I like
keep it
that.
collective.
Collectively
keep
protest.
Find that real quick.
Collectively means like right now when someone someone triggers your emotions, something that's personal to you, and you're like, "Fuck that!" You're gonna go all out, right? Collective is collect your emotions. Don't just express yours. Don't be reactionary. Collective. Go through a due process of thinking out what's happening in front of you in the moment, so that you can choose what is the best decision to do
Right.
As a collective.
as a collective action, as an action, not a reaction.
Yep.
Do
Yes.
not- in every debate, the one who wins the debate, you know who it is? Not the one who's answering, the one who makes up its own platform of questions.
Yes.
So you have to act out of kindness and love for your people. This is what I've been told by an elder indigenous when I asked, what's the real definition of indigenous? And she said, it's not just your lineage, because that's important. It's how we move, it's how we walk, how we talk. But the most important one is that whatever you do, you do it for the love of your people, not for the hate of your enemy.
That part.
Palabra. Palabra.
Ooh, that part. For the love of the people, not for the hate of our enemy. That's
right.
strength right there.
I'll
That
tell
is
you-
beautiful. That is
Thank you.
beautiful.
Real talk.
When I put this together, I put this for the love of just whatever it might be.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And I think we did right.
We
That's
did.
right.
We
Hell
did
yeah.
great. Thank
Hell
you for
yeah.
having me, Lucky. I appreciate it. Tumor, thank you for coming through. Swess, everybody,
thank
thank
you.
you so
Thank you,
much. Thank
Lucky.
you guys for coming through.
Gracias.
Thank you.
It's been
Hood
great.
stocks.
And
Shout out to
I wanna
everybody in the
I want to
chat.
give out some flowers. Hey, I love, by the way, Rev, that you identify as Chicana. I love that because too many artists
Thank you.
don't, and that's important because
Yeah.
that brings up the history. Because then people's like, "What is Chicana? What is Chicano?" And then you can start going on
Yes.
Google and the Chicano movement, the Chicano moratorium movement, the Tsutsu riots. They
Mm-hmm.
start learning.
That's right.
The first segregation court winning wasn't in the South. It wasn't the Brown Act. It was right here by Chicanos. It was in Westminster.
Wow.
Search it up.
That's crazy.
We
Yeah,
in-
when,
we
I need to wrap
influenced.
it up. I need to go.
Yeah, we
Okay.
influenced the. So
12 o'clock.
see you
All
guys.
right, guys. You want to keep it going?
What's that? No.
Big important
Thank you for having us.
No,
Big
thank you
important
for
take
having
from
us.
this
Somebody-
is stay away
Hold on
from
real quick.
No, I had to
the
leave.
Marines.
Physically, I had to leave.
They will kill you.
Yes.
It's okay.
That's the
You
most
gotta
important
leave.
one.
Throw whatever you
I'll
want,
end that right
LAPD, sheriffs, but stay the
now.
fuck
I'll
away
end
from the
that
U.S.
right now,
Marines.
bro. I'll end that right now.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I got a baby.
All right.
Be safe, brother.
You got a baby.
Hey, Daddy Duty
So
say congrats.
I want everybody to end this. You just had a baby.
Hey, it's understandable.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
understandable.
as you should.
He's actually
As you
standing on
should.
business. He's standing on business.
I want
yeah.
everybody to. I want to give everybody the respect and to say their shit out, going out of this. Starting with you, bro.
No, dama, hermana.
Okay. So my name is Reverie. I was born and raised in Northeast Los Angeles, Highland Park. My dad is from Ecuador and my mother's family is from Mexico. We crossed the border illegally on my Mexican side, and I just want to say that I'm going to stand with my people regardless of the consequences. And I know that my voice carries a lot of weight. And I just want to tell people that we have to support our fellow human beings. And I'm not going to speak for the whole country, but I'm just going to speak for the Los Angelinos. Our neighbors are our community. And if you don't see that what's going on is wrong, then I don't think you really are a part of our community. But for everybody that is living here, that enjoys living in this beautiful city of dreams, the city of dreams, the city of Los Angeles, I think that we need to fight for our neighbors. I have my citizenship and I'm privileged in that aspect, and I will be okay. I don't have to go to any protests. I don't have to talk about this at all. But I'm going to fight for my community. I'm going to fight for my neighbors, and I'm going to fight for what's the right thing to do. And I understand that there needs to be laws and there needs to be borders, and I'm not for open border, let everybody in, but I'm also not for these ICE raids that have been happening to the hardworking people in our community. They said they're going to deport the rapists and the murderers, but they're deporting seamstresses, and they're deporting people outside of Home Depot, and they're deporting kids that are in foster families. They're deporting parents outside of their kids' graduation, and that is not what was implied that was going to happen. So I just think that as a community, as a whole, we need to stand up. Los Angeles is very powerful. We have gotten crazy many times in the past, so don't you fucking forget it.
That's right.
And I'm not saying that we need to go there yet, but I'm just saying don't forget that we know how to go there if we need to.
That's right.
So let's not let it go there. Let's stop what's happening because it's wrong. And the whole country is saying it's wrong. Even the people that voted for Trump are saying it's wrong. And it's spreading to the whole world. This is wrong. What's happening is wrong. Stop these mass deportation raids in our city because they're wrong. If you stop, so will we.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Toomer. I was born here in Los Angeles. I was raised in Pico Union, then moved to Huntington Park. And basically my whole life was spent here in Los Angeles. And I could tell you this, all revolutions are won with love, not with hate.
There we go.
Che. He said
That's right.
And we have a lot of love. We have culture. We have something that they don't have, and that's culture.
Mm-hmm.
And we love
That
our
part.
families. And a lot of people that are Latinos or Hispanics or Chicanos like me, I'm a Chicano,
That's right.
we're raised with respect. And, you know, you said something earlier about being more Republican, but not Republican, but the other word
Conservative.
for conservative.
Conservative, yeah.
Well, Latinos are conservative, but
Yeah.
conservatives in their lands
That's right.
where there's no racism towards them. Conservatism in America is different. But go out there. You can make a difference. You can help your neighbors. This is the time. This is the only thing that should be important. Nothing else should be important for you but to help out the people in your community, your own raza. And we're going to do it. It's going to happen. And it needs to happen. Period.
That's right.
Period.
All right, let's go to the next guest.
What I like to say is I like to inform what I've learned, because everything I know is because I either self-educated or I ask older people or smarter people than myself, and I'm always still learning, you know? So your people did not come here illegally. They came here without permission.
Okay.
As they should.
I'll take that.
As they
I'll
should.
take
They
that.
came here without
Mhm.
permission, as they
Mhm.
should.
Mhm.
They came here for a better opportunity for themselves,
Mhm.
right? To
Yes.
work hard, to earn their living, just like you do.
Yes.
So there's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing illegal about having dignity in your life, having better life. And we all want that. So anybody claiming raza, but you're not fighting for la raza, stop claiming raza.
Correct.
Amen.
Stop claiming raza. You don't know what that means. Anybody that claims Chicano, but you don't know who Ruben Salazar is, the Chicano who defined it and said, a Chicano is someone who doesn't have an Anglo image of themselves. Exactly. So if you don't know Ruben Salazar, look him up, but that's a Chicano. The Chicano fights for self-determination. That means that we get to determine how we live, how we govern ourselves, what we call ourselves, how we go about evolving we're people who are recollective, going back to the collection of who we really are, right? Finding identity. And this has always been a war on identity. Again, we already touched that subject. So it's a phenotype war. It's an ethnic cleansing. It's a continuous genocide because it has never stopped.
Yes. Now it's been going on for centuries.
It was 500 years in 1991.
There's centuries of proof. That's crazy.
Yeah, in 1992 it was 500 years because they first landed in 1492.
Wow.
So it's been going on for a long time. America is the whole Western hemisphere. If you're from Mexico, you're American, and Mexico predates the United States by 300 years.
Yeah.
So the most American are actually the Mexicans because they predate the United States. We have a historical right to be here because this was once Mexico. So historically, we have a right to be here. But more importantly, we have an ancestral right to be here as indigenous people. So
as humans, we have the right to migrate.
And as humans, we have the right to migrate. Now, right now, just so that everybody has a little something to go home with and feel good, right? Help your raza, help your people, help your family. If you can help someone, give them a ride, be their Uber. If you can go pick up their groceries, do that. If you can check out the exit before they go check it out. Yeah. If you go check out the Home Depot by your house, just do that. Just little things like that. It helps. Fuck the politics.
Neighborhood watch.
Leave that shit. Neighborhood watch.
Post it on your Instagram story.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything helps.
We've been doing that for many years. Join whatever or calls you that's doing important work for the people. That's it. And again, it's drop the politics. Drop all the other indifferences. We could argue about that later when we have a dignified life because we don't have that right now.
Yes. Amen.
You can follow Smoky Mirror Pod. Smoky Mirror Pod. My original IG got taken down because I'm too fucking radical. They took me down a while back. So I'm rebuilding right now, just Smoky Mirror Pod.
Love and respect. We out here.